てやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
masih match. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL hari kedua, minggu ke-6 di MPL MY season yang ke-15. Saya Rose, punya kawan, Poji nama saya. Dan sekarang kita semakin menghampiri ke penentuan yang terakhir, slot-slot penentu untuk ke playoff. Dan sekarang ni, kalau kita tengok sekarang, kebanyakannya dah pun tetap. Kita tengok ada Vamos, ada DX dan juga Toda untuk merebut slot yang terakhir ini. Hanya 2 sahaja lagi penentu. Dan semalam kita dapat tengok AERO berjaya mengekalkan tempat mereka dengan kemenangan 2-1 ke atas Monster Vicious. Dan hari ini kita akan tengok landscape tu akan berubah ke tidak bila pertemuan-pertemuan penentu antara JP dan juga DX hari ini. Jadi tanpa kita melengahkan masa, ayo kita tengok jadual perlawanan hari ini. Perlawanan yang pertama, DX Seoul menentang JP Niners. Jadi dekat dari sini, DX Seoul hanya perlukan 2 mata untuk mengesahkan slot ke playoff. Kekalahan hari ini akan menyebabkan mereka bergantung kepada keputusan pasukan lain. Sementara tu, JP Niners sekarang adalah mengelak kedudukan ke-9 dan rebut slot MPL daripada pasukan MAL. Perlawanan kedua antara tim Vamos menentang dengan AERO Esport. AERO dah pun musnahkan impian upper bracket Monster Vicious semalam. Hari ini, mampukah mereka tamatkan harapan Vamos dengan kemenangan 2-0. Kalau jadi, pintu ke playoff bagi Vamos hampir tertutup sepenuhnya. Perlawanan ketiga, HomeBois menentang Monster Vicious. Monster Vicious dah pun terlepas peluang ke upper bracket dan sekarang mereka tak punya apa-apa lagi untuk dipertahankan kecuali maruah dan juga momentum menjelang ke playoff. Menentang HomeBois, sebuah pasukan yang konsisten dan berpengalaman. Pengalaman ini bukan sekadar pemanas badan. Ini adalah ujian buat mereka. Itu dia barisan permainan dan juga pasukan yang akan bertanding pada hari ini. Di pentas kebanggaan kita. Inilah yang kita saksikan, detik-detik kebangkitan, kejatuhan dan kejayaan players. Jangan lupa untuk anda semua scan QR yang ada dekat bawah ni dan juga ambil kod yang telah kita sediakan untuk dapatkan pelbagai hadiah yang menarik. Dan tanpa kita melengahkan masa, pemain dah pun bersedia. Caster sudah pun bersedia juga untuk bercakap, melaungkan semangat gegak gempita. Siapakah pemenang pada hari ini? Let's go to the caster.
Thank you very much, bro, Poji. What's up, fam? Welcome to MPL MY Week 6, Day 2, where it's the last Seru Saturday of the season. And you know, the games are gonna be buzzing. I have my bros on the desk with me. My name is Husky with 2 E's. And I got the Yi Shunshin Rizzler getting kill on my left. And I got the guy with the drip on my right. It's a Dafa. No cap, today is going to be great.
On God, I believe that, because this time round, only 2 tickets are left, and DxO might be able to actually steal one away, especially on their very first debut season after qualifying through the MAL.
Yep, I think there's a lot of interesting things to keep an eye out for. Even though we are in our final days of the regular season, doesn't mean that the matches are just worth skipping over, right? Even though many slots to the playoffs have already been locked in, there are still a couple of tickets open and many teams who want them.
Yep, one of those teams is DxO, who needs 2 more points to lock in the 5th place in the playoff slot. And the easiest way to do it is just to win the series against JP9ers. And you know what else is going to help them elevate? I think the situation calls for Infinix, right? Their latest GT30 Pro, it can allow these players to carry like a pro because it is the ultimate gaming smartphone, comes with all-day full FPS system, no frame drops, just smooth and stable gameplay all day long. It's powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, built for intense gaming, and the GT triggers gives you pro-level shortcuts, perfect for fast item buys, scoreboard access, and clean combos. Now the phone is available starting at 1,299 ringgit. And yes, it comes with a free Mac cooler and Mac case while stock lasts. So you can carry like a pro with the GT30 Pro.
That's pretty good. Most don't give the add-ons here. The Mac case usually comes separate, and most of the time it doesn't even come with the cooler in the first place. So big shout out to Infinix this time around, especially with their new devices. Whether or not it's going to make a difference, or whether or not some of the attributes are abusable this time around. It just got released, especially with those GT triggers. I don't know if it's going to make a difference in these games.
I think it does, you know? Sometimes you need every advantage you can get, and these phones are definitely a good tool to make sure that you are able to rank at full potential, and for these players to show their full potential up on that stage as well.
Yep, absolutely. Now, let's move on forward and look at the behind the scenes, right, of all of these players, especially for DxO. I think this series has, if anything, these 2 teams has shown us a lot of their potential, right, across the entire regular season. When we look at the standings, it's easy for us to admit that MPL MY is the most entertaining region. We've seen some skibbity highlight reels, we've seen some brain rot gameplay.
Oh yeah.
And after all of that, SRG OG Esports sits at the top, guaranteeing them not just first seed, but also that a bye into the playoffs. Same with HomeBois. They're in Monster Vicious. 4th is AERO Esports. These 4 teams have already confirmed their playoffs contention. Now it's up to Team Vamos, DxO, and Toda, who are respectively in 5th to 7th spot. Team Ray, JP9ers, and Ocean Black, they're fighting for whatever's left right on the table, especially for JP9ers, who want to prevent relegation.
Yeah, they definitely want to avoid relegation. That is already a dangerous position. We know for sure that Ocean Black is going to be moving back down to the MAL. But for those of you who are still not aware, that 9th place spot will face off against the runner-up from MAL, and the winner gets to move on to MPL MY Season 16. And it would feel a lot better if you didn't have to fight to stay in the league. But in the same way, many of these teams are still eager for those playoff tickets as well. And today's matches may help us determine who actually gets to move on.
Yeah, it's a pretty big game so far. I think, you know, the stakes are definitely going to be higher and higher, especially if you are in that three-way between Vamos, Torak, and as well as DXS. Each one of these games is going to predetermine an outcome for your teams, the odds, and I think out of everybody, I think it's going to be Torak who's the most worried about how these games play out.
Yeah, because today's game determines whether they even have a chance tomorrow, right? They don't get to control their fate. They don't get to play today as well. This is the final lap to the playoffs. Only 2 tickets remain, but 3 teams won that slot. Vamos sitting at 12 points, DxO sitting at 11 points, and Todak sitting at 10 points. We all know that the benchmark is 13 points. For Vamos, 1 point is all they need. DxO needs 2. Todak, they need a clean sweep, but on top of that, they need to hope that Vamos don't get a point off of AERO, and DxO loses their series.
Yeah, it's quite a tall order to ask for because that breakpoint is so close and yet so far, and all of these teams only have 1 final match remaining. Like you pointed out, Husky, Team Vamos, all they really need is a victory in their final matchup. Doesn't matter if it's 2-0, if it's 2-1, and they'll guarantee a slot. DxO, they're just going to be looking for that 1 win themselves, and they would be able to edge out Todak, a long-standing MPL MY name, from making it.
The thought is already pretty crazy that Todak isn't going to qualify, or there's a potential that Todak might not qualify for the upcoming playoffs. Considering everything that has been going on, it's not too surprising. I think right now my eyes are focused on the 4 teams who have already qualified. I feel like AERO and as well as MP, as of right now, probably needs just a little bit more work and polish. HomeBois have found a bit of polish on themselves. Now it's just adjusting to what the global meta is going to look like, a potential international, because SRG clearly just a cut above everybody else despite being in that top 4.
Yeah, here's the food for thought for everyone out there. And of course, for us to ponder as well, we're going to come back to this at the end of the day. Is it fair to say that only the top 4 teams are true contenders amongst themselves, right? Will DxO and Vamos or Todak make that difference when we head to the playoffs? We'll hold that when we get to see the rest of the team plays. But right now, we need to talk about the team of the week, which is full SRG OG.
Oh, yeah. Most are going to say that, oh, why so biased? Well, aren't there other people or players who can actually fulfill these roles? You're absolutely correct, but SRG, what they showed us last week definitely puts them a cut above, a huge pedestal to actually try and catch up to. HomeBois made a pretty good attempt, got 2-0'd without much work needed to be done, and a play that didn't have too many holes. I mean, yes, they are trying to prepare for them, but SRG just really setting themselves above and beyond.
Yeah, it just so happened that last week there were definitely some players who popped off as well, right? I think a lot of people made the argument that SkyZ should be up here since he did get 2 Savages, but there is just such a large gap. True, while SRG OG's gameplay didn't achieve the same impact as 2 Savages in 1 week, they cemented themselves as the true kings of the regular season and one of the most consistent lineups throughout multiple seasons of MPL Malaysia, and are simply a cut above the rest, which is why we awarded the full lineup team of the week.
Yeah, including the coaching staffs. And I think a lot of people, they look at Savages, I understand, the pizzazz is there, right? It looks so fancy. 2 Savages in 1 week on a tournament setting, almost impossible to even imagine. But like you both have pointed out, SRG OG just shows their own kind of flair, right? They don't need fancy Savages. It's just clean gameplay. And SRG OG, they get to just chill until the end of the regular season. They have 1 more game tomorrow against Team Ray, but that is more for Team Ray to keep their pride.
Yeah, I think coming back into this, right, despite the Savages and all the plays, and even SRG being a cut above, DxO and as well as JP is somewhat of an interesting matchup, because now at this point, I'm curious what JP is going to go out with their lineup, because DX, they picked up some very good players.
One of them is Storm, and he's a player that comes from the Philippines, of course, one of the first few imports that we have that has popped off in MPL MY, right? Starting, I believe, with MPL with Brand Esports, but most of the time it was Phil that took that role in the mid lane. Then he moved to Omega in MPL Season 11, finishing 5th and 6th in the main lineup. Afterwards, joined RSG MY and gave us an amazing season with RSG MY, right? He was popping off, he was destroying everyone. And overall, the development as a player for Storm has been great. From mid to roam, back to mid, and right now as one of the core leaders of DXS.
He's played alongside some of the other imports that we see here in MPL MY, but I think most importantly, the fact is he has transitioned well to the Malaysian environment, not only inside of the game, but outside of the game as well.
Yeah, but there definitely were roadblocks along the way as well, with Season 14 marking the lowest point for both Storm and RSG MY, facing relegation for the very first time. Definitely not something you ever want to experience, and Storm has definitely been able to regain that momentum by finding a new beginning with DX Seoul this season. And clearly, there is a renewed spirit. This is a team that is eager to gain the highest placement they can possibly find.
Yeah, you look at his stats, the history of Stolen from Season 9 onwards, again, from Brand Esports, 7th to 8th place, but most of it was with Phil in the main roster. Season 10, Brand Esports finished 4th. 11, he joined Omega Esports, finishing 5th and 6th in the main lineup, and then comes to RSGMY, finishes 4th in his first season, 3rd in the second season, and then Season 14, like we all know, was the lowest point of RSGMY, you know, with Ripple, with Solom, Loliao, they all had to go through that rough patch. And right now, he's back and he's joined by Rasi, Costeel, Backdoor, a very veteran coaching staff, and with a bunch of rookie players who are so good at their game.
They are really, really good. It has impressed us to no end that DX Seoul is an MAL lineup. Yes, these players have MPL experience, but it's still a very different environment overall. And even the rookies among this squad have really been able to pick up the pace and prove that they are capable of standing on that MPL stage. All they really need is a little bit of polish, you know, not necessarily bringing every game to a full series, and they'll look pretty good.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of their rookies have been considered going to the MPL in other different rosters prior to this season, right? SkyZ, for an example, did have a bit of a debut before everything happened with DX Seoul. Generally got a bit of playtime up on that stage. And I would make an argument that maybe even for Siska, like, yes, I've been hearing his name a lot in the Tier 2 scene, just never saw him an opportunity to go up into the Tier 1 till now.
Yeah, and they have both shown that they deserve to be on the stage. Aside from SkyZ and Siska, we also have Storm, Rasi, and Keemin. And this is the team that I personally feel from week 1 onwards up to week 6 has been showing steady improvement and growth, right? Every single week we see them on the stage, their gameplay gets cleaner, aside from the fact that it always goes full series, but you see that evolution of how they approach the game, how more composed they are, and of course everyone has gotten their moment some point in the regular season.
I think generally when we're looking at this squad, we've seen from where they have started to where they are now, miles apart, right? Huge improvements through and through. But the only thing that really sets the tone for me is Keemin's performance. Everybody else has had a moment. Siska has been, sure, shaky, but he gets the job done. Whether he comes out with a profit or falls back really depends on Keemin.
Yeah, that is true, that is true. Keemin's hero pool has definitely been called into question here and there, and his performance has been somewhat up and down, but he still holds an important role in the team. They're facing off against the JP Niners today, consisting of Lolil, Hazelnut, ZachQT, Zaidan, and Sapat, so it looks like it's not going to be Max playing today. And I would argue that these two teams are polar opposites, because on this side we have multiple MPL veterans who simply have not been able to find their stride.
Yeah, it's a very different dynamic, right? We've seen 3 different pairings of JP Niners. We've seen Warlord Max, Warlord Zidane, and now ZachQT and Zidane in arguably one of their most important match, right? They could stop DX Seoul from advancing to playoffs and give Todak a breathing chance. So we'll see if this JP Niners is going to fix the holes and plug whatever leaks that they have from last week. With that being said, the teams are ready to head onto the stage and go to the battle station. So without further ado, I think it is time to bring both teams onto the stage.
Bringing fierce competition despite being a newcomer this season, they're just 2 points away from locking in their playoff spot. please welcome DX Soul!
They may have missed the playoff cut this season, but the fight isn't over yet. They still have a chance to keep their slot and escaped 9th place. Please welcome the Warriors from Negri Sembilan, JP Niners!
Introducing the coaching staffs of the two teams, and head of League Ops Franklin will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of DX Soul, we have Coach Theo and Backdoor, and Pals and antagonist for the JP Niners. Let's continue with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. This is MPL Malaysia.
As teams line up into their battle stations, I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. Another iteration we have seen here from JP Niners, but the holes in their game are so apparent. Something that we haven't seen them being able to overcome, and which is just the raw mentality of the game. Last time we saw them with Max, we saw one of the biggest throws in the MPL MY league. It's really difficult to come back from that. So looking at them very confident now, let's see if this goes for the full 3 games, because it is DX Soul and it is JP Niners, whether or not by game 3 that they've kind of fixed what's going on.
Yeah, there's definitely things that need to be fixed on both sides, but I think going into this game, DX Soul does feel more like the favorites, a team that feels a little more consistent, has a bit more faith in each of their players, and overall has the team synergy necessary to close out a games. I feel like that communication has been sorely lacking from the side of JP Niners, where oftentimes games seem to proceed with each player trying to make something happen on their own and having very loose connections that end up with big gaps in their gameplay.
I agree. I think when we saw them in week 4, the main problem was the mid trio, right? It was very uncoordinated. It really felt like they were not getting the priority that they need for the draft that they got. And then week 5, they patched that up, and then they started making very, very poor late game decisions. Between them and Vamos, again, like Gideon mentioned, it was the biggest troll we've seen in the regular season, but it was more of a competition of who fares more poorly in that late game.
Yes.
Against DxO, it's completely different, because DxO holds a record with the most comebacks without any inhibitors in the regular season. If JP goes late, I think DxO has a good chance.
I think DxO is really good at deciding when to fight and how to fight it. The only problem right now is when it comes down to hero pool and what their EXP lane Siska is able to provide. Yes, when he gets a hero that he's comfortable on, sure, he can go above and beyond. At the same time, he will almost guaranteed be giving his life away to make the team do something. So it makes the stakes a lot higher coming into the draft if they start to minimize the hero pool.
Let's see what DxO has cooked up for us this time, because I really want to see a side of DxO where they can close this out 2-0, right? At least end on a clean sweep for once in the regular season. But we will have JP Niners on blue side, DxO on red. Instantly, the bans come out, and it's very different from what we've seen from JP Niners. Chip, Frederick, and 1-1 ban.
Ooh, getting rid of the Fredrin in advance as well. DxO has already shown that they're capable of playing both assassin mode compositions and tank jungle mode compositions. In fact, the latter actually feels a little bit scarier, because Siska does enjoy going on those backline diving, high DPS EXP lane options like the Masha and the Benedetta. So looks like JP Niners just wants to deny that option entirely right from the get-go. As for DXS, they banned the usual Fanny on the red side as well as the Matilda.
Yeah, the question is whether or not DXS care about the Kalia relationship to the draft, or even the hottest pick we've seen across MPLs, which is Kimmy. It's difficult to decide, right? I think that Pops, in the way that he's been, in the way that he's drafting, he's taking away some of the highlight heroes that we've seen from Theo. But at the same time, it might give them access to some pretty powerful options. Instead, they do get rid of the Hilda. That's totally fine with me. Harith, first lock-in for JP Niners.
It opens up.
That is wild.
Is wild. I mean, it is Lodiel's most comfortable heroes. So I can understand it. JP has been doing that on blue side.
But as a first pick,
yeah, it's I personally don't agree with it, but JP has been going with that trend. Well, Kalia Jusin, Kimmy, it has to be Kalea Kimmy, right? No, they go straight for Baxia Phobius, so the trade is still up on the table.
Okay, we've been seeing this trend a lot yesterday as well, where nowadays teams are pivoting into picking counter picks in advance as a way to gambit the draft. Normally you would see something like a Kalea Kimmy here, but they not only pick the Phobius to counter the Harif, but also the Baxia in advance, so that JP Niners are not able to comfortably lock in Kimmy.
What?
JP go link Kalea.
Huh?
Oh, taking some inspiration from SRG OG, they do play Link Kalea, but they had a Kimmy, right? Like the archetype of the draft was different. We've seen Phobius on SRG OG's version as well.
I think, honestly, I think that Theo has a really good eye for this, because it really boils down to, do you want to pick up Kalea alongside with the Kimmy as a pair? Yeah. And when you think about it, it's like, it doesn't sound too bad, and then you look at the Baxia on the other end and realize that you're basically giving them a 2-for-1 in that trade. Now the Joy gets locked in for Theo. Another really great option here. Generally is going to be looking for back lines. Harith needs to be a little worried. He might take Flicker, he might take Purify. I'm guessing that in the second phase is where Theo is going to force Harith to take a Purify to almost guarantee that Joy can get on top of her.
Yeah, makes sense to me. So far, I am liking the way that DxSoul is proceeding with this draft. The Joy basically only needs to be worried about the Kalea, and having a Baxia and Phobius should deal with that. The Angela ban gonna come out just in case we see the Angela Link combination. And we have definitely been starting to see more teams lock in Link quite early in the draft. Ordinarily, we would have thought this is very risky to go for, but it has been proven to work even in the first phase. But JP Niners haven't really been finding a lot of success with these kinds of drafts.
Even for Coach Theo, for SkyZ, he has the 1-1 up his sleeve, right? And that was the hero that got him both Savages in the regular season. So I think for DXS, they're not too worried about that gold lane pool being banned out. In fact, they are continuing to eliminate utility that hampers Zidane and Lolia in the long run.
Yeah, if they are, they're going to get rid of Moskov alongside of decided JP. DXS decide to get rid of Badang. Not a bad option overall, really just making sure that Siska doesn't have the good matchups. Now, the big problem here is whether or not JP is going to figure it out, right? If JP decides to lock in their glue early on, they have to take away the counter pick alongside it. If not, it's going to be a dead matchup there, and DXS knows that they can put them in that position.
I think in this, on top of that is also, if you are JP Niners, you don't really look at Faramis as a potential mid laner, even if you take the glue, right? It's a very tough spot to be in. DXS, they can just pick Skies as hero 4th and then see what JP Niners want for their last 2 picks.
Oh, here we go. I'm expecting the Moskov ban from the side of JP Niners. No, instead they get rid of the Lo Yi. So they still want it on the table. I would say that DXS most probably is going to pick it up for themselves at this point. And it's not a bad trade, right? Because if the Lo Yi was let through, then it's a completely separate problem that they have to figure out entirely for the side of JP Niners.
Yeah, normally you would want to be the one in control of global presence when you have a hero like Ling on your side. So Lo Yi denies a lot of that. And JP Niners probably just don't want to have to deal with it, especially since Kalea is not actually very good at opening up the map against Aloy as well. So just removing that from the pool feels a lot more comfortable. As expected, the Moskov is going to get locked in for DxSoul. And now JP gonna need to consider how to close out their draft.
The Drusin is still up on the table too, right? We've seen Vexana being picked up by DXS, like Storm loves that hero every now and then. It's also what got them, I think, their win against, was it Vamos? It was, yeah, there was one crazy game. Either way, I think JP are caught in a very rough spot. They need to fill in that XP lane, but they also need to get a mid laner that has priority to work with this Kalea.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, it feels like JP is held in a hostage situation, right? No matter what, it's going to be a bad time, right? You get an artillery mage, Joy is going to get on top of you. There's a chance for Moskov SOD to also not only cancel you, but also mark you in the back line, right? If you choose glue, the counter matchup is going to get locked straight away. So they go for the Swiss Army knife on top of the Farsa. Farsa, they needed the damage anyways. I think that Edith is a good way to kind of hold back what DXS is trying to provide. Yes, the Baxia could potentially gank, but a Valentina pick instead for DXS. Is there really no other mages that could have fit their build? I guess not. That way you can at least steal the Tsunami Slam. That's pretty much it.
I mean, there are some Primal Wrap can be stolen.
Primal Wrap,
Feathered
right?
Airstrike would be the most obvious one, I think. Tsunami Slam is good as well. I had the feeling DXS might have been saving a Valentina pickup for last, just in case we saw the Faramis come out towards the end, because that is kind of a JP Niner signature, especially if Warlord was playing. But even so, I think it's pretty solid of a last pick here.
Yeah, I think they've set themselves up for amazing last pick for their mid laner, right? Like, this is going to be one of Storm. Even when Storm was on their Valentina, we saw when they made those big comebacks, he goes Valentina full damage and he gets the job done. So DXS, I personally think this draft set up for success is up to JP Niners to kind of get the ball rolling.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. I think I would have preferred the Jushin, but that's just me. I guess they want the extra bit of utility for the side of DXS, but generally we're expecting that JP Niners is going to play a traditional pickoff comp. They've got a decent amount of scaling if it does get to the end game. DXS, on the other hand, are the ones who are looking to try and push that momentum. Siska and as well as Rossi have to work together during these turtle fights, because I think first and second turtles are going to be by far the most important ones, especially if Subbat has not taken a death in lane, and more importantly, as it transitions into mid, he's going to be too big of a problem.
Yeah, I think on top of that, you also need to see if you can get Keemin into the fight early, right? Can you escort Keemin to find that Farsa? And that comes down to Siska and Rasi. Like, this Baxia is going to be a big facilitator of that. If they can get the ball rolling for Keemin, it fixes a lot of that mid to late game quarries that they might have.
Yeah, but I am a little bit worried about the early game for DXS. I feel like that is the point where, as Gideon pointed out, things are going to be the most tricky, because there is a good amount of early game presence and catch in the form of Kalea Edith and then the Farsa combo coming out of JP that they could use the snowball and create space for this Ling and Harif. In comparison, it'll look a lot more comfortable for DXL once they get to the mid game, and if Baxia and Phoveus can hold the early game long enough, then they shouldn't have to worry too much about late game scaling.
I think the 2 points that we have to look at is Turtle 1 and Turtle 3. Assuming that teams are going to be fighting for Turtle 3, right? Turtle 1, we can see that, yes, sometimes Link might not have the space, and they just decide to back off. We're going to go jump back into the game, but this is to keep in mind, right? First Turtle, if JP Niners decide to give it up, that's actually okay, because level 4s are kind of on both sides. It really depends on the execution. If they don't want to risk it and get Zidane ahead, that's also a good decision to make. But Turtle 3 is one that you have to contest for.
All right, makes a lot of sense to me, but we're now in the land of Dawn for our very first game of Week 6, Day 2, and a very unfortunate timing there as Stome is getting beaten up in the mid lane.
Yeah, he will get the full wave, but might be forced to instantly recall after that. Well, at least it happens at the start of the game. We're going to get it checked out. In fact, I think it's called by the Niners.
Oh, it's called by Zidane, actually. Zidane going to make the call early on here. Pretty decent. That means Storm was just eating the shots for eating the shots.
Yeah, it's a type 1 pause, so shouldn't take too long. We just have to make sure that he gets to perform as optimal, right? Again, he's on a Link. Cannot miss any beat.
Yeah, you really can't. You slow down on your jungle farm and it packs you like 5 minutes later in the line, or like at least, well, usually within the next like 1 or 2 minutes, because then you can see that your jungle cycle is slower. There's so many things involved. A lot of microing, especially as a jungler. 40 seconds left on the clock here. I think as of right now, JP are in an okay position when it comes down to the draft. Coming down to the later stages of the game is when they're going to get by far the strongest, and then you have to roll the dice here, because we still have Loliels on that Harith. We've seen him on the Claude before. If he wins out in lane, I think that's totally fine. If he doesn't win out in lane, when is he going to find enough kills? I would say a minimum 2 to 3 kills during a team fight closer to the 13th minute.
Yeah, my eyes are actually on Zidane because, again, he's subbed in one of the most important matches for the team. And antagonists did say that they brought in Max to give him that motivation, right? That push to become better, overcome their stage fright, and now they put him in at such a pivotal moment as we head into the game.
Well, if they put him in, then it means that he's definitely shown some progress in dealing with that. And hopefully we get to witness the rise of another rookie here on the MPL stage. As expected towards the early game, we're not going to see too much happen, but there is already a slight EXP lead for Hazelnut, so that'll be very good for the JP Niners to play for that first turtle.
Interesting. Siska has decided to go for tenacity here. Zidane with an early retribution to try and slow Keemin down. regardless of anything that happens here, these small little victories between the junglers will make the difference in the later stages until we see it happen.
Yeah, we see the Monster Hunter for Rasi too. So sacrifice a bit of that tankiness that usually we see the tenacity on him. Really wants to help out the leash and the objective taking for DxO.
Very early game centric for that emblem set, because I doubt it's really gonna do much once you get to the mid to late stage. It's just to try and accelerate Keemin and make sure he doesn't fall behind Zidane. I can definitely see where they're coming from. We've seen a lot of good Lings yesterday.
We did see a lot of good Lings yesterday, but even so, this is going to be awkward position. Wow, that's actually doing some pretty decent damage with just the Monster Hunter alone. He can actually technically solo this at level 3.
Yeah, it means they're actually really prioritizing that early turtle, right? So again, to get Keemin ahead as much as possible, Sabah just hits 4. Hazelnut still quite distance away, needs to catch that mid wave first.
Yeah, it looks like both junglers are going to be looking to hit level 5 before they actually participate in this fight. So again, the laners, they just gotta be careful. Oh!
ZachQT gonna get knocked up, but a beautiful Earth Shatter. Hits 2, make sure ZachQT can fly away.
That's the flicker out though, and Siska can zone Sabah away.
And Sabah gonna commit the onward. Siska continuing to zone Keemin, gonna be the first jungler on top of the turtle, and the rest of the DxO is here, zoning out the Niners. Hazelnut jumps in, Tsunami Slam gonna pull the Phobias backwards, Feathered Airstrike comes out as well, but the DxO is so tanky, that's gonna be first blood over the Storm. Zidane maybe a little bit late here, he's gonna just have to get away. Keemin secures the turtle, and Hazelnut gonna be followed Siska with the flicker! That's awkward from Stone, but they still win the trade.
Yeah, Stone with the freestyle in the end, kills himself, but it's fine. They got turtle, they got what they came for. Great cancel with the Dark Wave from Siska on the Feathered Airstrike. I think it wasn't really a good idea for Hazelnut to just pull Siska into the middle of his team. And now DxO, they've accomplished checklist number 1.
Keemin gonna pop the Electfang Beats, kind of stuck between 3 members, gonna get caught with the onward. No more dashes, that means Zidane can follow up with Tempest Blaze, finish him off. This guy gonna get knocked up as well. A successful gank from the Niners.
Good cancel coming in from Sabat, so he doesn't start going for that Infernal Pursuit so early on. Might have been able to outplay it and even get a kill onto Zidane. Oh, gets out of there, no problem. Generally, based on what I'm seeing so far, I don't know. Keemin goes in from a pretty awkward angle, while Zidane, again, just kind of taking his time. As of right now, I think that the JP Niners, they got to be a little careful, right? With how far Hazelnut pulls somebody with a Tsunami Slam. You want them close enough to fall within range of the Feather Airstrike, but not close enough for Siska to easily get you knocked up with the Dark Wave. Yeah, it's something to keep in mind, at least even if he does, force him to use a Flicker.
Yeah, we saw the full commitment potential from DxO even in that early fight. It's a pretty scary prospect for the JP Niners. I think for DxO, bit of a blunder topside after such a huge win, but they can still take priority just because of this Baxia.
And picking up, Baxia finds the Kalea. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Rasi back into the tower, but he's able to walk away. Keemin gonna choose not to commit on that. ZachQT still has his abilities.
I think at that point you just commit to it, right? Onto the Baxia. There's a good chance you probably won't kill him, but at least you get out that Revitalize. Anyways, again, there was 19 seconds left on the clock before the turtle actually happened, so it could have been a potential out for JP Niners to contest it, but usually second turtle you just give it up right after the first one goes over to your opponents.
Yeah. Now with Zach being forced away too, Hazelnut doesn't have to ult, so Storm with the Primal Wrath in hand should be able to secure this.
Earth Shatter knocks out Rasi. Loliel is here to join the fight. Revitalize comes out. Feathered Airstrike as well. Keemin secures the turtle away. Meanwhile, Storm chasing ZachQT down in backline. Zidane already committing Tempest Blaze. Gonna return fire. Siska and Rasi fall to Primal Wrath. It's a double kill for Sabat. And now Storm in trouble. You're not gonna survive a 4-man rotation. JP Niners come out on top.
Really good fight for the JP Niners. They really took their time with it. They don't mind sacrificing that turtle, and it all worked out in the end. Even ZachQT forcing the retribution out of Keemin gets him out of the way, and Skyzet unfortunately doesn't get to participate in the fight as often compared to Lolios, who just pushed out the lane, walked up. Skyzet through the SOD, didn't connect, and then got there late.
And I think JP Niners, they just waited out the initial burst of damage from DxO. The counter engage was great, right? They covered distance with Zidane. Hazelnut being able to peel DxO away from his front line, and Sabat with the Warcry plus Primal Wrath hits like a truck.
Sabat doing a big chunk of the damage in that previous fight. It would have still been more ideal if they gave kills to Lolil instead, but it's still not bad at all. Hazelnut gonna find SkyZ in the bush, not gonna commit the Tsunami Slam because Rassi is here, gonna collide with the Kalea, forces the flicker out, and Storm not quite able to catch.
I'm pretty sure that Hazelnut had no idea he was in the bush in the first place. That was just a lucky clip.
Even a conceal was forced out. Not sure if DxO spotted that. And could relay the info for the next 90 seconds. There won't be any conceal plays from JP9ers. Rassi will start taking that bush control away from Hazelnut, which will give DxO some more space to play with. But probably might consider prepping for the top wave. They have lost the tier 1, but the third turtle is spawning there.
Sapad, he's going to get his flicker back in about 3 seconds. Getting into an engagement now probably isn't worth their time. They're probably going to just play around the neutral objective again. Well, after everything that has happened, at least for Zidane, he's walking away with just a little more gold and EXP than came in because of all the interactions on the map. He has not died yet. He has not slowed down on his farming speed. And more importantly, I think that he's about to hit his second item relatively soon.
Yeah, I think things are going quite well for JP9ers here. Both their cores have not really been disrupted in terms of farm. They pick up some good kills and assists of their own. Now they're controlling the turtle. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Phobius backwards. Fender Darestrike comes out with Zidane secures the turtle. Ziska gonna be picked off. Rassi as well melts away. Keemin trying to dive the backline, but he is too deep. He is alone. He's picked off.
No way.
Surviving everything, and Storm cannot find him. He is going to be yet another number added to the casualty list as Lolil picks up the double kill.
Nicely done. Very nicely done by the JP9ers. Again, getting Lolils involved in these fights is such a crucial part. And unfortunately for SkyZ, the most that they got was a T1, but wasn't able to land the SOD to get involved.
Yeah, and now DxO needs to change how they approach these fights. They need to start understanding that Niners just have a lot more damage before SkyZ can actively participate in these fights. Keemin now needs time for his items because if that Electrifying Beast doesn't get a kill, Niners is going to overpower them.
Yeah, that 20% nerf really making the difference here so far. Not seeing the big one-shots from Keemin just yet. That's even before the Holy Crystal. Seeing just a little bit. 60 seconds until the very first Lord comes up, and so far JP9ers have a solid lead over DxO. A 2.9k about to turn 3k, and these fights have not been as even as I would imagine it. It's pretty lopsided one way or the other.
Yeah, you would have expected that DxO would be a little bit more capable of taking these direct team fights, but JP9ers do look a lot more coordinated than we gave them credit for going into this final week. The question is whether or not they can close it out, because they have been in this position before.
Rassi and Siska are just getting blown up. Siska just got the item for that, right? The Athena Shoe, in hopes that he can survive a bit longer, get a lot more of the Infernal Pursuit out. He knows he's going to go down anyways, but it would be nice if he can buy more time for Storm and Keemin to do damage. Especially Keemin, who's been able to find the back line, but just does not have the output.
Yeah, I mean, based off of his build, Siska is just looking for just raw items, right? That's why he took the Tenacity over the Festival of Blood. Oh.
Guys, they're gonna get jumped on by Zidane. The rest of the DxO is here. Hazelnut picks up one, but not the target he's looking for. SkyZ gonna be escorted out, and Flicker from Hazelnut actually gonna miss away. Meanwhile, we can see Siska in 1v2. He's gonna buy a lot of time. Fender Darestrike should eventually finish him off. Rassi also zoning away Hazelnut, but now the rest of JP9ers can engage. His Tsunami Slam gonna be purified away. Zidane gets picked off. Keemin fights him.
SOD.
Electrifying Beats into the backline. SOD connects as well. DxO hits back hard. It is a double shutdown as they pick off 4.
Oh, the Trinity out for SkyZ off of that. Loliel, Zidane, Sapat, all giving away. Big shutdown goes to DxO. Look at that goal swing. 3,000 evaporated in a matter of seconds. DxO can easily take this first Lord.
Yep, and they will start rushing it. ZachQT is nearby. I don't know if they noticed him. Oh.
I think that was a bit early. He revealed himself before the Feather Darestrike, and now he actually trades for Stone. But they do get the killing spree and the Lord in the end.
Pretty funny though. He did end up losing his flicker. Was it necessary? No, but does this buy a little bit of time? I guess. I mean, the Lord Wave isn't going to spawn until 11 minutes. At this point, they're just going to be big and chill. Going to have to wait. Death timers aren't too long as well.
Yeah, I think ZachQT actually did DxO a favor, right? Delaying the Lord spawn. Could have gotten the Lord out instantly and maybe dealt with it. Now SkyZ is even going to freeze that wave.
Yeah, they send something a little bit off, and that is good. Sapat and Hazelnut are Actually, both waiting in that mid bush for someone to show themselves. Lolil even trying to bait with it. But DxO took a good fight by delaying things. Let's see if they can repeat that success, because now they're baiting out the Zaman Force even.
Oh, that's actually not too bad. I think that Loliels was trying to push his limits a little, try to bait out. He dashes forward. DxO noticed that this is a potential mistake. If they walk forward even slightly, he gets the auto attack, and that's why he drops the Zaman Force to be able to disengage. Even so, Lord still knocking at their door. How does Keeman get into these fights?
He just has to wait, basically. It's all about timing. He's waiting for resources to be utilized. The Lord will break the tier 2. Stone pops the Primal Wrath. Not really gonna achieve much with it, but they also get the tier 1 mid.
Well, it hurts. It actually hurts so much. Skyzet completing his Rose Gold media in the process as well, so giving him a bit more of that survivability against all these magical bursts from JP9ers. And Skyzet so far this entire game, despite missing his SOD in the earlier fights, he has been doing a lot of work, right? He's been setting up side waves. He's been the one that's taking out the tier 1, both the side lanes. And now he's hitting his item spikes and even a level ahead of Loliel.
Yeah, so far it's pretty good. I think the marksmans generally just want to avoid each other in an honest 1v1. They want to do so much more by chunking out the rest of the team members. Loliel doesn't mind the 1v1 against Skyzet, but even so, he's got to wait for the Despair to come out. 60 seconds left on the next turtle, 12-8, a 3.2k for DxO off of that fight. And at the same time, it's anybody's game, right? Target priority is going to be key for Zach QT, because it's not only Stoem that he has to be worried about. If he can get access to Skyzet, that would be ideal. Sizka has kind of bit of a non-issue at this point of time, especially if Zidane gets involved. But again, it's a scenario where DxO need to make certain things fall into place. Take the T2s, get Rasi to kind of get into that backline, or at the very least, threaten the position of Loliels and Zach QT.
For the Niners, it's up to Zidane to really split that map pressure, playing side lanes as the lane, making sure that he gets the purple buff whenever possible. But DxO's Stoem has reached a point where Primal Wrath on him gives him double value in what Sepat gets, right? He's building full damage, Stallium Sight, Glowing Wand, Wishing Lantern, probably Blood Wings or Divine Glaive next. His Primal Wrath is going to eat up Loliel and Zidane alive.
Oh yeah, they're going to start chomping them real soon. And so, we'll see whether or not how much value he's really going to get from this, right? He is running Impure Rage. He didn't bother going for the Warcry in this particular scenario. He understands that it is a bit of a push and pull, and there's also a scenario where he just steals the Feathered Airstrike outright.
Yeah, Skyzet, he's not worried at all about the Ling jumping onto him. He's going for Malefic Gun next. So it's all magic defense. As long as he survives Loliel and Zach QT, Zidane should be a very easy problem to solve.
Rasi trying to start a fight, gonna roll in, hits Sepat, pops to revitalize, the counter Zaman Force, will still end up falling to Feathered Airstrike. Keeman looking for Zach QT, not able to connect.
Oh,
now
no.
this guy's been burned away, and a Tsunami Slam picks up Keeman. It's a shutdown, double kill for Loliel. DxO make a blunder. And Stoem, you really should not be here.
Huge blunder from Rasi. Probably underestimated the amount of true damage Loliel dealt. He just blew up this box, which innately has damage reduction on his passive and his ultimate. So this Lord for JP9ers turns around another 3k goal in their favor. DxO experienced what JP9ers went through a couple minutes earlier, losing whatever lead that they've gotten.
Oh, the back and forth. Both teams equally matched at this point. I mean, they understand what the assignment is supposed to be. But I think that DxO, if they're going to make a call together, they have to make it together. They can't be trickling in one by one, because that's exactly what this pick-off composition from JP9ers wants you to do.
They want to tapper them out. They want to split apart the fight. And right now, the Lord gonna be crashing in. The mid inhibitor will fall soon. Primal Wrap by Stoem. Baited out as well. The flicker inwards. Ziska finishes him off, but Sepat also gonna be jumped on. Stoem gonna be picked off by Zidane with Tempest Blaze inside the base. He's gonna go for the backline. Rasi loses immortality, but Loliel is finished off by Keeman. And Skyzet gets the double kill himself. He's punishing Zidane for pushing too deep. He's going forward more. It's a triple for Skyzet.
My man's come online. He is free hitting the entire fight. Siska and Keeman, they finally accomplished what we want them to accomplish. Hazelnut.
They want Hazel too.
Almost goes down. We spent the draft saying that if Siska or Rasi can facilitate Keeman's dive to the back line, it's going to be great. And they did exactly that. Keeman diving on Siska first of all, finding Zach QT, and Keeman running down Loliel. Well, Skyzet clears out the Lord and the rest of JP9ers.
I mean, these long-range missiles are finding their targets. The guides are getting their marks, and JP9ers Again, it's a game of not only scaling, but also having a collective team fight that is close enough to get maximum value, but not far enough that Zidane has to literally run around the world to make it happen. DX Seoul, Jimin is in a very good position, looking to be able to one-shot that backline. I'm curious about the situational items from both sides. Do we have to go to a level where we stoop down to Winter Crowns, or are we just going to just double down on the damage? Because it looks like, at least for Zach QT, he's not even thinking about the tanks. He's thinking about blowing up that backline as soon as possible. Bloodwings on top of having a lightning truncheon.
Yeah, and so that means that he has plenty of burst damage, which in this case is going to be more than enough. We see that Winds of Nature finally out from SkyZ, but Storm also going for a lightning truncheon himself. I think DxO needs to start recognizing that if JP9 runs at them, let Storm do the damage. Let Storm, as guys that do the damage, because Storm could easily just one-shot ZQT.
True,
and
but
Zidane, you know?
It's true, but he's also short range. It's walking up that is the issue, right? Getting up to ZQT's face ain't going to be easy. He doesn't take appointments. This man doesn't have a secretary as well. There's no way to contact him, and you first have to go through Hazelnut. And that risk is just too much for them. I think right now, it's kind of between the EXP laners, Siska and as well as Subbat, to find the engagement. Now, Subbat, to be fair, he did have Pull Yourself Together. So he's actually encouraged to use his Flicker Earth Shatter more often than not. I mean, he's fully stacked.
He also has a Star in sight for the extra damage, right? Storm is looking to see where this Edith is. He wants that Primal Wrath.
Yeah, so gonna show himself there. I think at this point, though, both teams are quite innately aware that it's not just also about the EXP laners, it's about those cooldowns, right? I think JP9ers, especially playing more of a pickoff comp, are very reliant on their ability cooldowns. Hazel not gonna get not spotted, actually, with that conceal, just perfectly blending into the river. DxO, though, clearly in control of the Lord Pit, and so far, JP9ers can't quite get close enough. Even Hazelnut is being kept an eye on.
Yeah, he has no angle in. He got chased away by Rasi and Storm. SkyZ is not the easiest target to catch. He has to purify. So once that mid-wave gets shoved up, DxO will go back to leashing the Lord towards their side.
Get first position on this Lord. In terms of waves...
Wait. Oh, looked like they were gonna transition to Hazelnut there. Zidane is setting up that top wave. DxO not gonna try and blitz it yet. They know that he can come back very, very soon, but they're gonna have to commit to some housekeeping here.
Yep. Primal Wrath stolen by Storm. SkyZ will deal with the wave. He can easily join with the SOD as long as it connects. Now it's JP9ers' turn to try and leash the Lord, but they don't want to be in that position. It's always a scary thought if you don't know where the Moskov is. He shows on the map now. Hazelnut will take up space.
They're gonna have to play it slow right now. Rushing it isn't going to net them much, especially since the DX members can make the move. I think, both sides are utilizing the Lord the same way. They don't actually want the Lord. They're actually looking to fight more than, look for a pick-off for the side of JP9ers. DxO looking for a full-on fight. They're missing a mid inhibitor already, but controlling the mid lane is pretty easy. SkyZ is too scared to go by himself. Oh wait,
Rasi gonna eat a lot of damage, but Summon Force has come out, and Rasi hasn't been forced to use Revitalize yet. So DxO will feel a little more comfortable now. Siska gonna be throwing up Subbat, conceal from Hazelnut. He's looking for a chance, ideally SkyZ, but he's just
SOD
over. SOD connects with Lalil, pushes him against the wall, meanwhile the rest of DxO is stopping JP9ers. It's unstoppable for SkyZ. They pop the immortality. Hazelnut falls as well. ZQT and Zidane, the only ones left. They're gonna have to make a hasty retreat.
Hazelnut tunnel vision. He wanted to zone out the backline, but he forgot that SkyZ can reposition, and DxO, Rasi surviving through all of that. Lolia didn't have the resource to fight. DxO jump and pull the trigger and win out that fight. Now this Lord could be the potential game ender.
I think it might just be here. I'm looking at wave clear. So far, wave clear is okay for the side of JP9ers. I think that DxO, do they have a better wave clear? It's roughly about the same. I don't think it's easy for the junglers to get involved. Siska will find another inhibitor. Unfortunately unable to defend his own inhibitor, but the Lord just spawns, and at this point, unless they are looking for an end game scenario, which isn't easy to find, who does Zidane target at this point? SkyZ has been showing how elusive he is. Even Hazelnut walks halfway across the world to try and get onto SkyZ. That SOD reposition won them the fight.
Yeah. He also cannot get Storm, right? Storm Purify is coming back up in less than 20 seconds. As the Terrify, if he gets Primal Wrath, which he does. JP9 really doesn't really have a way to walk up to the course.
Here, conceal from Hazelnut. I don't really know if he has a great target though. SkyZed still has Purify and he's just gonna zone himself out. Lord gonna finally take down the inhibitor. Zawan Force can be used as well. JP9ers all collapse. Earth Shatter finds Rossi. But look at the EXO, they're already running down the backline and SkyZed's focusing the crystal. He doesn't care about anyone in that fight. He's got his eyes on the prize, boys. That is DXO taking game number 1.
They're still focused. They've been making some good decisions overall. But let's see whether they can close this out in game number 2, right? They do well in game number 1. Sometimes they don't do well in the follow-up game.
Yeah, and this is why Innocent put SkyZ in S tier. Not just because of the 2 savages, but also because of another flawless game by this Moskov. His team was making some weird decisions, you know, trading back and forth, you know, giving goal lead away, but if there's one person who was consistent the entire game, it was SkyZ.
Yep, he held his own pretty well, especially in the lane against Loliel's on top of it. He has a good matchup there. Well, somewhat of a good match and an even matchup against the Harrods. So well done once again for DXO. JP9ers, they were pushing back. They were putting some good resistance, right? Trying to split up the map to try to keep them spread apart and then look for these types of team fights. But a call needed to be made. Like, Sapat had to throw himself at some point if he finds a valuable target.
Yeah. I feel like that was the concern that I was having towards that mid-game position, right? When JP9ers had the lead, had the map control, I was thinking, okay, this is not unusual actually. They've been in this position before and they have thrown these leads in the past. And I was worried about whether or not they would be able to reliably hold on to it. And literally right after I expressed that, they lost the next fight and DXO started making their way back into the game. I agree with you guys. Calls needed to be cleaner, needed to be quicker, because DXO were the ones initiating a lot of the time.
Which is pretty weird, because I feel like if you're DXO, you really don't want to be throwing your body at JP9ers, right?
Yeah.
There's this expression where JP9ers is maybe not used to winning, not used to having the lead. They're playing to not lose rather than to win. You know who's playing to win? SkyZ. Moskov, clean game, completely untouched, defended the base all on his own, finds Loliel all on his own, escapes every possible gang. This guy is definitely the up and coming.
He literally is the team fight confirmer. If he lands on SOD, everybody jump in, let's brawl it out, because he's got a position to play for. Overall, we've seen him play time and time again. Yes, he is the most consistent out of all of the members, but his laning phase is what's making him so deadly, right? Nobody has really punished him per se in lane, even when they start calling for help towards his side of the map. If he gets his hero picks, that can clear out waves and kind of play passive generally, you'll see a good time from this man.
Not to mention that Moskov as a hero is uniquely well designed to handle pick-off compositions. This is a marksman hero that is quite capable of protecting himself, has tools to get in and out of fights, as well as the counter-attack with the stun, and also punish over-aggressive positioning by landing that SOD onto important targets in the backline. Since Hazelnut and Sapat are oftentimes going to be in front looking to catch people, there's really no one protecting Loliel.
Yeah, you look at the item builds from JP9 specifically, right? They are built to win as hard as they can and snowball that lead, but the playstyle that they show was the complete opposite, right? Starlim's side wasn't really utilized much by Sapat at one point. This fleeting time from Hazelnut loses value because he couldn't get those ball rolling. Whereas for DXO, they decided to fight fire with fire. Storm was like, I'm not going to care what you build. I go full damage and I convert my goal into actual value.
I mean, I'm looking at Hazelnut, he already has the fleeting time. I think he should have instantly paired himself alongside Loliel's to just look for picks. You can kill the front line no problem as long as the Zamin Force is available. You have Zach QT as well. And you can see the 3 of them should be hitting the same targets over and over and over again. Rossi was being disrespectful. Stolen position pretty well overall. Even Siska was getting a little nervous, so somebody had to open up the map and Rossi was like, okay, it's me.
And I think that should have been Hazelnut's cue, right? Like,
yeah.
They know they have the damage to at least force something out of Rossi. All he need was to just give him a big hug, bring him back into range for Zach QT and Loliel to do the cleanup job. But one teamfight loss at the Lord Pit, I think really shook JP9ers up. Hazelnut started to look for the backline, but that's not what he needs to do.
I think JP9ers started the tunnel vision a little bit the later into the game we got, and the more losses they were starting to take, where it's just like we have to find a tick-off. That's what our comp is designed for. We have the position to find something. But in the first place, Hazel isn't really going to be able to safely open the map against a hero like the Baxia. That's why DXO were so comfortable locking it in so early. Rasi was basically forming this invisible line at the river that prevented JP9ers from ever moving forward without their entire team together. And because of that, despite Zaidan's best efforts to try and keep the split push going, they needed too much manpower to actually do anything on the map.
I would say that for the last Lord fight, the positioning of JP9ers, especially for Hazelnut, they realized there are too many angles that need to be covered, right?
Yeah.
Hazelnut was coming in from the top quadrant of the map through the river, gets is concealed, blown by Rasi and Stolen, falls back and never found a way back in to establish proper standing. They took the bush for a while, but once DXO regroups, Hazelnut gets forced away.
Nothing much they could have really done there, unless they were just like the ones constantly initiating, right? Just walk up, start snowballing straight off the bat, pick somebody up, blow them up, rinse and repeat every single time. It's tough, and we saw how close this game actually got, 17 to 16 in 21 minutes. Rich Guy obviously going to Sky Z. Storm actually takes the carry for the most amount of damage, and Rasi best windbang on top of the sandbag.
15 out of 16 total kills that he's involved in. Definitely doing all the work, fast rotation, great priority, and the Monster Hunter actually working out even in those late Lord takes.
Yeah, I think one of the few things that we need to take into consideration is how Baxia is inadvertently making this meta a lot difficult to really difficult to play for anybody who wants to look for like just raw sustain, or better yet, it makes mages who don't need glowing wand first item more viable.
It's actually surprising how long it's taken for Baxia to gain relevancy back in the meta again, considering how long sustain has been the main thing with all these Hildas and Gatots and Hyloses running around with Revitalize. Baxia finally gets a chance to show why he was the anti-heal hero in the first place. This game still ended up being fairly back and forth, with JP initially having that 3k lead and then throwing it all away after a singular fight. Yet, they weren't completely out of it because the network still evened up towards the later stages around the 15-minute mark. But DXO clearly had better ideas of how to approach the late game and just seemed more composed overall.
And the swing at the 13.5-minute mark where DXS lost their goal lead was the exact moment that JP9ers not only took the Lord, but they blew out Rasi with low Liao and Zakuti's damage. Right? They feel like they needed to do it more. Again, those flickers are very expendable. I'm pretty sure the Kalea most likely also had pull yourself together. They didn't commit hard enough. And DXS, they just weathered out the storms. Kaiser hits his items, and JP9ers could not touch him.
That's much they could have done there. That's why I'm thinking for game number 2, what is the adaptation? Because the draft was already hard enough, especially when nobody has decided to affect either Kalea or even the Kimmy in that case, right? So then Baxia and Phoveus became the first 2 picks. As of yet, I think that there's an argument that that not just Baxia, but I think Phoveus needs to go.
Yeah, I think the Baxia is too much of a problem, right? The Baxia pick essentially is telling JP9ers, if you pick Kimmy, she becomes useless after 10 minutes. Once I get that Blade Armor, Kimmy does almost 0 damage to Baxia. If JP has to pick a poison, I think the Phoveus is the first one to go.
Yeah, I think the Baxia is still especially relevant if you're not considering Kalea or even Kimmy within your first rotation. Now, even when we look at these highlights all over again, right? Again, if we don't have that teamfight confirmation from his SkyZ, you see that everybody starts scrambling out of the fight.
I think a lot of the times in these big team fights, it was actually decided by whether or not someone from JP caught Kim in. That's basically it, like whether Sabat or Hazel was ready to catch the joy. And because of that, their positioning ended up being a lot more reactive later on because they knew that Sabat had to stay behind and wait for Kim-in, otherwise they just lose the fight straight away. But that put a lot of pressure on Hazelnut to be the one starting the fights, and DXO knew that if they could bait it on a less important hero, they just take over.
Hazelnut was becoming the backline diver even in this fight, right? Like, look at Hazelnut's position. He's looking for Kim-in. Kim-in doesn't show himself. He wants Skyzet, and Skyzet kills his backline.
dude.
And by the time Hazelnut showed up, the fight has long ended. And that has been the case, I think, for the entire late game phase.
I mean, that and also Hazel just failed his jump. He just whiffed the wall. He was just a little too short in that last fight. That could have made the difference, actually, if he was able to close the distance a little shorter to get the Tsunami Slam off and still have his Flicker available. I don't know. We're moving on to game number 2 because that's where we're going to see the most amount of adaptations. I think, at the very least, who really like goes over the blue side or who really goes to the red side. Either way, it doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great when you're in JP9's spot, but you definitely feel incredibly great if you have this particular accessory on you, and I think you can see it on the screen right now. It's called the Fairy Watch, and not just that, it comes in different colors. It's all the way from Switzerland, made with genuine dragon leather. Lafelle has one. To him, it's brown color, but it's actually green because it's colorblind. It also comes with mythic pendants for mythic players and features the first ever official MLBB jewelry collection. The luminous Mia jewelry suitable for both men and women, so get yourself a fairy.
I'm glad they brought up about the mythic pendants because again, there's a verification system that you have to like, you know, go to your own account, prove that it is your account and that it is you before you get the pendant itself.
You have to be mythic.
A mark of a mythic in real life. If you didn't feel good enough just flexing your mythic rank in a game, now this is a good way for you to show off to your friends IRL as well. So make sure you guys go check that out. And also, check out the ticketing for Playoffs Phase 1 that will be released on 8 p.m. at 25th of May so that you guys can catch all the action from the top 6 teams of Season 15.
Scan that QR code and get yourself some slots. Remember, we have 2 playoff phases this season. Phase 1 and Phase 2. Phase 1 happens right after this week, actually. Next weekend will be Phase 1. It's 31st May and 1st June. Phase 2 is 14 and 15 June. So make sure you get the right tickets, at least for Phase 1. Come and support your favorite teams because Phase 1, we're kicking out some teams. We're sending some of them back home.
I mean, I don't know how Phase 1, whether or not Phase 1 is still going to have access to be like, could I still get Grand Finals tickets for Phase 1? Well, there's only one way to find out, to scan that QR code. And also, don't forget, use the redeem code as well. Most people tend to miss that out.
I know people like to redeem stuff.
I know.
Just rewind it wherever you're watching and type it in. Plenty of stuff to go for. Now, Game 2, DXS, 1 foot through the door. If they win Game 2, they're through to playoff. And Todak is praying that that does not happen. But they have to rely on JP9ers.
I feel like I saw some good things from the Niners here. You know, that early game was actually pretty solid. If they polish it up a little bit more, it might have been easier for them to hold on to that lead. But the things that I think need to change are an over-reliance on some form of catch, right? Because once Hazelnut was not able to get the initiation they needed, it was very easy for DxSoul to just run them down. And this dependency on a particular style of starting team fights caused JP9ers to look at the game a little bit too one-sidedly.
Do you think that this gives us a bit of a mirror of what Team Rain was last season, very linear? Because if we look at from DxSoul's side, they have a different outlook, right? They say if we qualify for the playoffs, we hope to avoid SRG. Coach still feels that they're more confident going up against HomeBois because they've faced them many times and have always managed to take games off them, which coincidentally is the only point that they took, that HomeBois lost in the entire regular season.
I think it's a fair outlook. I think that Theo understands that SRG is a cut above, and especially since the compositions that the compositional styles that they have been playing is very pick-off oriented and less full-blown team fights. And even when we see the full-blown team fights, right, still hasn't found as much success compared to their pickoffs. That's not a great stat to be working with, right? And I think that Theo has been putting a lot of time into DX to kind of expand the pool, not just around playing Stoem and what works well with his hero pool, but also realizing some of the weaknesses of their squad. Number one, Siska's hero pool as well. Now he has multiple options. Benedetta obviously is really, really fun to see, but also taking a couple of pointers from the HomeBois saying, hey, if Vel can play Masha, so can ours.
Yeah, and we also talked to DxSoul about, besides versus SRG, why is the score always 2-1 whenever the team plays? Rusty says, I don't really know. If you have an answer, you can tell us. For Keymin, he feels like it's a curse. And for Zkif, he feels like they just cannot sweep somehow. So before they close out the season, he really, really wants to 2-0. And guess what? They're one game away, just like they always have been.
Well, we've heard apparently that the players sometimes get a little bit overhyped when they win game 1, and that overconfidence gets to their heads and causes them to drop game 2, which I can definitely see happening. There have also been cases where the draft just doesn't really allow them to play properly in that subsequent game as well.
Oh, yeah.
I agree. I really hope that DxO is able to take a 2-0 here just to break that curse before the playoffs begins. And this is going to be that test, right? Have they adjusted? Have they figured out, is it an ego issue? Is it a draft issue? Is it a curse? Have they hired an exorcist? We will find out.
As we head into the draft for game number 2, DxO, if there's one thing that they can break, it's the curse, but also the hearts of some of the Todak fans out there. This time, Coach Theo gets blue side, and we will have paths with JP9ers on red side.
Okay, this is a side that they're probably more comfortable with this time around. DXS still, when you see Keeman, you're not going to see him play that Fanny, so they're going to ban it out straight away. But this time, they're also getting rid of the Matilda pretty early on. Kimmy alongside the chip for the side of Pops. I guess, for most people, Kalia, the Kalia problem has been solved. I think that having Kimmy as well as Kalia on the battlefield roughly can be answered rather justifiably if you are putting them in a package and not separating them.
The Hilda banned out from Coach Theo once more is to shut down Sapat, which overall, most teams right now, if you ban out the Hilda, they don't really get too affected, right? Plenty of choices out there. But for JP9ers, I think Sapat has been locked in a very uncomfortable position ever since last season, where this season, very reliant on that Hilda. We've seen the magic that he can bring when they were up against Vamos, but with the Hilda removed from the pool, we see that Edith getting brought out, and they haven't found the same level of success. But instead of a Phobius ban, JP9ers go for Baxia.
Interesting.
Huh, that is interesting. When they banned the Kimmy, I was wondering if they were gonna do some kind of gambit with the Baxia in the draft instead, but they just get rid of both heroes right off the bat. That does mean we have quite a large pool open right now. The Harif, the Phobius, Kalea, all going to be available. Ling has clearly become a very contested hero ever since the start of this week, so I would not be surprised at all if we saw it picked up pretty early in this game as well.
I think that, you know, all the teams, all our junglers here in Malaysia are pretty, I wouldn't say reliant, but at least adept at playing the Ling, right? For most assassins.
Yeah.
Phobius going to be the first pick for the side of DXS. Very strong opening here. I think Theo, he understands. Even if we take Kalia first, Gatot is going to be walking around unpunished without a Baxia in play, and there's no point looking to flex it. We might as well guarantee ourselves the Phobius. You take the Kalia, we can still play around it. But if they decide to take Kalia in as well as Gatot, it's a bit of a risk just to guarantee that this combo works.
And also the Kalia and Harif, which they have dealt with last game, right? Even though there's no Baxia, there is still the Phobius. So JP9ers turn it up, Kalia and Fredrin.
All right, Gatot here. That's what we're expecting from DXS.
They're also probably going to want to play 1-1 at some point.
Yeah, I think Skyzet...
So if they don't lock it in here, it's going to get banned.
Skyzet is looking at Coach Theo as like, you seeing what I'm seeing? Third Savage?
Third Savage one more time. I think you just go Harith at this point, right? You go Harith, you take Purify, you call it a day.
Yeah, I think Harif also works.
Harif also works,
you take
yes.
Harif and...
But you could get a third 1-1 Savage.
You could get a third 1-1 Savage, but you're already up against the Fredrin. I would say that unless you're getting like a Trinity build type marksman or a hyper-scaling marksman like Harith, it might be a little difficult. Oh, you know what? He's like,
here we go. Third 1-1 Savage.
Third 1-1 Savage.
The core question is, you want the Savage or you want to go 3 games? There's a very little argument to that.
But there's also the argument that they might get overexcited with the comfort pick and then lose game 2 again.
Possibly. I feel like right now, going for the Badang is like, sure, okay. I would have much preferred if it was the Gatot at this point.
Yeah.
Kalia, yes, you can have inbuilt purifies, totally fine, but Badang as well as Phobius, what are they going to do, right? They just basically have to eat it or win their lane so hard, and unfortunately, Badang's going to be in the roam position. He's naturally going to have less gold.
Yeah, both Phobius and Badang, they are not going to have the easiest time if the Fredrin and Kalia are together, right? They're going to be taunted forever. They will just have to eat as much shot as possible, and with a Harif that is going to hyper skill, there's going to be a limit on their durability.
Let's see how this plays out, right? Because now, next question is whether or not we're seeing JP flex this Fredrin around, but But even so, it's not like they have great options. Everything can basically be purified by this Wanwan, even if you get on top of them. Like things like glue, for an example, really doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's things to worry about here. I do think the Fredrin as a flex is still possible, especially since Ling is still in the pool, unless the teams decide, okay, we're gonna ban it out and just not really think about it in this second phase. But I get the feeling that other things are gonna be on the main concern, including this Lucas, which surprisingly went through the entire first half of the draft.
Armis, they're trying to set up for glue, just forcefully ban glue, call it a day.
It's also the setup for the crossbow tank.
Yeah, I don't think the XS can even fit the glue.
I mean, but you can, even so, you can just winter crown it, right? It's not a necessity to have that far.
But you have to buy the winter crown. You don't have to buy Fairview.
Every 50 seconds, you know. Every 50 seconds you get another round.
That is fair, that is fair. Still need to see these final bans come out.
If they could ban Winter Crown, I'm sure they would do it too.
I miss Winter Truncheon when only mages can buy it.
Only mages had access to it.
Light me up and watch.
Export! Very interesting call here. I like the thought process coming in from JP. Generally, all right, both are okay matchups. I would say that it's a lot more punishing for the Fredrin if you had the X-Borg on the opposite end. The Lucas I felt was a little more manageable, but I guess that kind of tells us what they want to do with their mid lane, right? I still think Lo Yi, pretty good options here for the side of JP to rotate really, really fast, but they have that Kalia, so they need something that has burst, innate burst naturally. So Barca?
Yeah, Farsa feels like the default pick again. So the Masha banned by DXS. I think it's all to play towards SkyZ and possibly Keeman at this point. The Hayabusa was also led through the entire phase untouched. Puts DXS in a tough spot.
I think that DXS is in a very good spot, right? It does mean that Siska gets to play one of his own winning matchups in comparison to Sapat. All of the potential, not only counter picks, but also picks that don't interact with him. It's going to force Sapat on one of the tank-style EXP laners, which again, generally has not been his forte, if not comfort.
He can go glue if you want, but that's more setup for the crossbow.
If we're avoiding tank, there is still CC.
Yeah, that's true.
But you would lose a lot of team fight presence if you go in that direction.
What if they go high-lows?
I think you might as well at this point, right? It's either you high-lows or you go CC. Benedetta.
Oh, I had that in the back of my mind, but I didn't think they would do it.
Yeah, I didn't think that. I mean, Sabat has played it in his MPL career before. Was I like, you know, sold over compared to the smooth Benedetta? Obviously not. But at the same time, it's a very risky game to play. You don't kill the Wanwan, you don't kill the Wanwan unless you're directly on top of her. You can technically win out in neutral objective fights, but also is a strong way to combo with Kalia.
Playing Benedetta into the guy that plays Benedetta.
Yep.
It's always great to see. And I mean, you're giving extra charges, extra cooldown reduction.
Just
this guy,
so many dashes.
Yeah,
on JP actually.
He's gonna be playing Bounce House this entire game. The Zaz comes out and the Hanzo.
Very smart.
Ooh.
Very smart. I think I would have preferred the Hayabusa this time around for the side of DX. I am worried that the Hanzo body is going to get discovered very quickly, especially if Benedetta isn't there on the fight. Again, I think a lot of this comp is riding on the fact that you are trying to play a 1-4, but you want that Benedetta to be able to regroup with you a lot faster in comparison to DXS. So if Sapat wins out the lane, that's amazing. That actually does a lot for the JP Niners from early to mid, all the way until late. You will still feel his impact, assuming he hits the spells during team fights, assuming he wins the he wins the laning phase against the Phoveus.
DXS doesn't have any burst this game. It's all continuous damage, right? All sustained damage, no big burst. So Farsa for the Niners once more to pair up with the Kalia, and they have even more damage thanks to the Benedetta and decent control with the Fredrin.
A very high damage potential coming in from JP here, and good scaling. They'll generally have relevant DPS throughout the early to late stages, which means that DXL may have a little bit of difficulty. I do like the Zas because it's a mid laner that can take care of itself, but I agree with you, Gideon. I feel like something like the Hayabusa or even the Ling may have been a little bit safer, because with a Benedetta around that Hanzo body is gonna get discovered quite easily.
Yeah, but I mean, there is still Kalia on the opposite side, right? So again, it's kind of a give and take, and Kimin says, you know what? I want to scale to the later stages. I want to beat up Zidane by myself. I can do that with this Hanzo. Eventually, I will melt him down. The Zask is a bit of an issue because, again, it's an anchor in the middle of that team fight. So I want to see how they play around that anchor as we jump into game number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out if DX Seoul can finally break their 2-1 curse to find a clean sweep at the end of the regular season and to make Toda cry, or if JP Niners will bite back and keep the trend going by evening it up with a Fredrin jungle.
The start of the game, we can see Hazelnut just, as always, trying to get priority, but it's not easy into this Padang that just takes a fist break and straight up wins the trade. Siska having an amazing time against Sapat.
Yep.
You don't really get to trade against him.
You kind of do, right? It really depends on how... You have to bait out the eye for an eye. That's the big one here. So far, when we're looking at the emblem set, it looks like Siska is going to go for that full tank rather than Festival of Blood. He knows that he just has to survive with the extra DR, but Master Assassin from the side of Sapat, he not only is looking to out-trade him, out-damage his opponent, but he is confident in doing so.
A lot of this draft does depend on whether or not Sapat is able to release himself from lane and start affecting the map. Because while JP has a good amount of damage, a lot of the early part is going to be focused on ZaQT and Sapat. So the earlier that he can join fights, the better.
Just now they were trying to set up a better laning condition for Lo Liao too, but thankfully Rasi was able to stop them from happening. If not, Lo Liao could just freeze the wave on the SkyZ. So Niners called it off. Head towards the bottom side and just stick with Zidane. He is going to be that key to get the ball rolling.
Slowly make their way up here. I think both sides understand. Yes, we want to affect this laning phase, but at the same time, it's not worth risking everything for it, right? They want to get that first initial push, but even so, I don't know if Zidane should be like hovering around here for this long. He still has camps in his own jungle clear.
He's taking resource away from Sapat too. Before 5 minutes, we're not really getting value by going into the wave of your laners, but they will start on this turtle. I think if you're DxO, Kimin, he has that level advantage.
Will they still choose to contest though? Zidane gonna be standing in front. Rasi goes in, commits the fist break, doesn't have to crack. A beautiful flicker, knock up, Dark Wave cancels both. Sapat gets a double kill though. He returns the favor and Zidane secures the turtle. It's 1 for 2 and JP gets the objective.
But just give him the great Petrify, Electrify, no blow, lethal ignition, all the damage in the world. Hazelnut will be safe from that. And it went way more poorly for DxO than I think they would have originally liked. The cash on the ZaQT was great, but they lost core players. And sadly, Kimin didn't even get the objective.
Yeah.
They're trying to force it. The Purify removes the crossbow stacks. And Siskai, why are you that deep, sir? 2 members of DX fall again.
Guys, they're not paying attention to the mechanics. Lo Liao said, Purify, you can never commit to that.
Really, really unfortunate there. Really unfortunate for DX Seoul. Right now, JP Niners still in the lead. How are they going to convert this? So far, Sapat has made his impact during that upcoming neutral objective. From this point onwards, finding scraps along the map and more...
So I'm going to use the Dominator's Descent, dropping reload of his breath. Leo is stuck inside, but he's able to dash away and crossbow of tank jumps to Zidane instead. Veteran Strike comes out, Sky's going to be knocked up. A Brace Grab, he just barely dodges it, and Storm finishes off the Fredrin. Here comes Kimin. He's looking for a snack, but he's not able to find it.
Thank goodness Lo Liao got away, because that would have been really bad for Niners. Guys that not able to transfer the crossbow tank onto Lo Liao, but was able to get a kill onto Zidane, so that gives Kimin his first sight on the corrosion site, making sure that he always stays ahead of his Fredrin.
This laning phase has been going pretty well for Sapat. Every single time. Just waits for the eye for an eye before even consider going for an aggressive shove. 12 seconds left on the clock. I think that the JP Niners, if they're looking for these bigger conversions, they might even consider going for like a straight-up invade against Kimin, right? But we haven't seen the scouts from JP Niners like try to track the camps.
Oh, this guy got first item, Dominus Ice. Really just wants to hamper this Fredrin.
But gonna be taking pretty aggressive positioning. He is a full level up on Siska, so this Benedetta definitely doing the job that JP9ers drafted it for. Rassi is gonna take the job of trying to Josen away, but Tsunami Slam pulls him backwards. JP9ers just decide they don't want to fight this. Does come out with the Feathered Airstrike in the end. Here comes the Hanzo as well.
Oh!
Gonna be chased down. Keemin finds the snack he's looking for. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now. Both EXP laners are down. The Roamer is very low on HP as well, but Zaidan in much more comfortable spot to take this turtle. The Fizz Crack finds it, secures the turtle for Keemin. Rassi sacrifices himself for the team.
Wow, not bad. Oh,
Kaizen, careful here, sir. He wants the last stack. You are playing too aggro, my friend.
Oh no, no amount of Inspire is gonna save you. Lo Liao, he has Purified, and that crossbow tank is never gonna go off. Skyzen needs to understand that. Second time he gets solo killed by Lo Liao. And that is not doing him any favors. DxO bailed him out once, but they cannot keep doing that.
and every time Skyzed has died, each time he has the Inspire. Oh,
Siska gonna be jumped on. Dark Wave cancels the Feathered Airstrike. Siska jumps back in, gets taunted away. Appraiser's Wrath crushes him into dust. And now Rassi forced to use the Fizz Crack just to survive, but Hazelnut's coming in as well. He'll be able to walk away, but his ult was wasted there.
Whoa, first item priority, Brute Force Breastplate for Zidane. He wants to move fast, he wants to hit hard, and make sure that this train never stops. DxO, Siska and Rassi have surrendered themselves to the fate that they will just be punching back for JP9ers. Now, the eyes turn onto Skyzed. He is so far behind Lo Liao.
yeah, he's dying twice in lane like that is not ideal. Oh, does Sabat take this? No, he doesn't. He decides against it. Rossi is about to cut him off.
I think very smart of Sabat here. It looked like low-hanging fruit. The enemy marksmen all by themselves in lane, but he was moving way too aggro for him to be by himself. So he is able to back off to the tower. Here's the Hanzo as well. He's gonna force the Electro Final Blow just to clear up the wave, and unfortunately I don't think Keemin's gonna be able to get ZQT.
See down with the build out, ZQT survives. Bottom tier 1 also stands. In fact, Lo Liao and Hazelnut, they were teaming up together on the top lane. So that tier 2 comes under siege. DxO, for once, will have to play reactive, right? JP9 is always a step ahead.
Nothing much they can really do about this. Even for Storm, right? As long as he doesn't have the Dominator's Descent, he's got to play extremely careful with the way that he's dropping down these spawns. Again, it needs to be an anchor that JP9ers cannot cross, and so far, based on the 3.4k lead, it's a non-factor until he has items. Oh!
Keemin's is gonna use Hanekage to try and steal the turtle away, keeping himself there. But Zidane will still secure it. JP get another neutral, but the Fizz Crack connects with Zidane. He's under the tower. Feathered Airstrike comes out, dominates the tank, gonna eat most of it. And the final Infernal Pursuit finishes him off. Sabat gonna find Skyzed though. Petrify connects, and Skyzed picked up again. A killing spree for Lo Liao.
These guys are really making some fundamental mistakes. They had no vision on where Sabat is. He just tries to face check the bush like that, even with the Falls and Needles, that innate built-in Purify, you can only survive so much. So third death for the 1-1. JP9ers have gotten the best possible scenario, keeping this 1-1 behind. She wants to hit Power Spike by mid-game, but at this rate, Skyzed will probably never hit that Power Spike that he's looking for.
Oh, but he does have at least a DHS, something to kind of keep him alive and more importantly, apply some damage towards Zidane. Looking at the full item list, second item wishing a lantern for the side of Storm. Not even T2 boots are part of his concern. Golden Staff finally completed by Keemin, so he's one item away from actually having the Trinity. But on the opposite end, still one item and 2 components for the side of Zidane. And we see that ZQT decides to go for the Bloodwing still.
And Skyzed is 2,000 behind, almost 2,000 behind Lo Liao.
2 deaths early on, fed to Lo Liao, and then another one being set up in the mid lane really puts you behind as that gold laner, and that is not ideal. DxO have drafted most of this composition around setting up for the 1-1. Keemin gonna try and find Lo Liao, but the Harif is feeling very good right now.
Very frisky and a lot of space being traded.
The bulk of the network for JP9ers sits on Lo Liao and Sabat at this point of time. So any shutdown would be great. They blew up the holy defense top lane and 9 minutes in. DxO just have to play from behind. They cannot be looking for these active fights right now.
Oh, this is such a slow boiler here. JP9ers, they have a lead to inevitably force it onto DxO. Because again, they're playing super disrespectful to the fact that Storm doesn't even bother taking Flicker in here.
Rasi misses the fist break, but the crack connects. Lolil pushed into the wall and eaten down.
Wow.
Shut down from Storm. He found him. And now Hazelnut gonna be chased down as well. Keeman gonna be able to find another snack. That is tea time and dinner completed. DXO found the opening.
2 down. JP Niners will take the very first Lord of the game. I don't think Zidane's going to make it in. Look at that spawn. It is just belting him.
That is great. Purify might work against 1-1, but not against Ahanzo. Keeman, he does have the killing speed. They found Zach.
Fist crack onto Zach QT. Looks like Keeman wants tomorrow's breakfast as well. Zach QT will be able to fly away thanks to Zidane. Sabat gonna clear up the mid lane, but all of a sudden, DXO finding the space on the map.
Almost a 3k goal swing again for DXO. Lord spawns, bottom tier 2 stands for them as well. They finally clear out the top tier 1. And Keeman, he has a killing spree, so he's only going to get stronger the longer the fight persists, as long as he can reset it with kills.
And speaking of, he's going in again, looking for Lolil. Not even on the Chris crack! Feathered Airstrike comes out, zones out DXO, but they're actually okay with this. Storm a bit too deep in the backline. He might be stuck here. Sabat gonna punish him for the overextension. And that's gonna be the only kill of the fight.
Interesting. I mean, it was a pretty good engagement coming in from the side of Rasi. He caught 3 people in there, all of which didn't have battle spells, so there's really no escape. Generally, I would have imagined that Keeman was not going to be able to get some significant damage, but I think it's a little too late, right? It's coming to a point where that Trinity is now making all the difference.
I think the sequence was wrong, right? Rasi needs to go in first before Keeman joins the fight.
Yeah.
He lost the Hanekage, and then Rasi engages. So, yeah, DXO kind of messed up on the sequence a little bit. Still got the bot lane tier 2. Now they need this mid tier 1.
Feathered Airstrike gonna be used to clear the wave. Also do a significant amount of poke damage to SkyZ. Needs to be a bit more careful with his positioning, but now the net worth is actually even. All the lead from JP gone.
Yeah, nothing much they can do about it, but it's fine in terms of scaling. Both sides scale pretty decent in this game. It'll eventually even itself out, but it's about impact. It's about execution so far between the squads. I think that right now, I'm most looking forward to Sabat trying to catch 3, maybe 4 people with the Electro Final Blow plus Petrify.
There's one person who can manipulate the side waves. It is Sabat, right? It falls into his jurisdiction for DXO. They don't really have the same luxury. Maybe SkyZ is the Keeman's the other one, but generally, they don't want to be the person to do it. So JP Niners, they play their macro game, split DXO apart, especially set up this long lane for the next Lord, which Sabat is going to be doing.
As they control the battle lines, especially around the riverside, both teams are extremely cautious. They're only respecting the space that is necessary within their own territory. The waves, is it even worth going for a proxy at this point if you are Sabat? I guess it's okay, but that probably on the next wave that's going to be spawning out. Lord is coming back up in 10, so I don't know. I think that Hazelnut, unless he flickers in and finds a big catch on maybe Rasi, maybe Storm, it's going to be a tough one.
I think it does still come down to execution though. Fist break will connect. Hazelnut not able to find the target, and Rasi flickers away, but Tsunami Slam gonna pull him back into the rest of the team. And here comes the Electro Final Blow. Doesn't really find anyone though. Rasi will eventually be melted away. SkyZ finding Lolea. Keeman with the killing spree. JP Niners are being melted away. It is a 1-for-2 trade. DX come out on top.
Man, they sit on top of the dominance of Descent. SkyZ free hitting. And of course, you have Keeman just ripping them to shreds. Second Lord for DXO. Holy Crystal for the Zaz. JP Niners, I think the timing is slowly, the window is slowly closing for them.
As Lord falls into their hands, the siege doesn't look that great. I think that as long as they can keep finding value from Keeman, he's already level 15, so his ult is very, very short. Yeah, cancels it out every single time.
Dominators, Descent even committed. They're looking for Zidane, not able to find it, but they do get the mid-tier 1 in exchange, and I think that's very worth it.
Hazelnut, he just bought the fleeting time at around 30.5 minutes. Again, the timing, not really the best, right? You get the fleeting time, but when your team is in a position where they're not actively getting the kills to make use out of that item. So we're falling back into the same situation as game 1, where Niners have items that is meant to go fast, but they're not capable of doing that.
As they take their time in their own jungle, they need to start clearing out these waves without getting choked out. I think that Suppot eventually needs to make an attempt to try and cut the second waves just so that it alleviates some pressure. That, or they're waiting for a counter engage right by their inhibitor turrets.
They can't wait for much longer. Feathered Airstrike used doesn't really achieve much, only to conceal, baited out from DX Soul to maneuver around. Lord will eventually fall, but the empowered minion waves are still pushing in, and JP only has their inhibitors left standing. DX Soul knocking straight on their front door.
Rasi just got his flicker back up. I think it was up any earlier, he would have committed to it, but there is an opening at top wave.
Oh, they're gonna try for it off of this wave? No.
They're just gonna keep sending Hanekage in to be as annoying as possible. Hazelnut consistently just cannot find anything. The moment he jumps up into the air, DX Soul just all back off. They know how much JP is depending on this Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, so far, I mean, it's just Modern Warfare right now. Instead of giant big planes, we have little drones like Heeman on this Hanzo throwing himself in to find some effective attacks.
Another Dominator's Descent, and Hanekage take the top inhib, bait out the Feathered Airstrike, and it is just hit and run tactics. The guerrilla warfare from DX Soul is excellent.
ZQT being forced to go extremely defensive, right? First we saw the Blood Wings, now a Winter Crown, good against the crossbow tank, and of course the Hanzo just barreling towards you. But DX Soul with the top inhibitor taken down can now constantly have a wave in their favor with the next lord spawning bottom.
Everything is falling into place. DX Soul might just get what they're looking for, that 2-0 victory to kind of break this curse right on their last match.
Straight into playoffs too.
Yeah.
Any victory will bring them there. They don't even need a 2-0, but a 2-0 would be great for the charts.
Another conceal. They're expecting someone to be pushing up in the wave, but no one is there right now. Sapat playing it a little bit safer himself. So he's not gonna get caught out there. I think we also have to remember JP Niners trying to avoid relegation in 9th place here. They need these points.
This loss will send them straight to 9th place. There's no coming back after this. So they need to somehow bring it back, and then still need to rely on team race result against SRG OG. Really not an easy spot to be in.
May not be an easy spot, but it's something that they've got to do. Divine Glaive being purchased by Loliels is now in a position where he is looking to hurt. Really, really hurt. The question is, when do you even drop that Salmon Force? There's so many situations we've seen that, oh, I dropped the Salmon Force, instantly Rasi is able to push him back into a corner.
Yeah, there's a lot of zone denial from DX Soul, where Rasi just walks in, Hanekage just dives the backline, or the Salmon Force gets cancelled out by the well-placed Dominator's Descent. DX Soul have definitely drafted this to make Loliel's life fairly difficult, despite the early lead that he gained from repeated 1v1s. Zidane gonna be committed on. Feathered Airstrike comes out again a bit too early. DX Soul just disengaged.
And Sapat, he's debating whether he wants to join his team or to deal with the top wave, because that wave is going to crash. DX Soul now can walk up.
Another conceal. JP keeping their distance. They do not want to get caught by Rasi here. Sapat still waiting for a chance to go on SkyZ, but he still has the house key of the top wave.
Once he shows, DX Soul will commit onto the Lord again. It's going to be push and pull, rinse and repeat.
EXO slowly taking more space in the river. Zaidan no longer able to walk up safely. Conceal cancelled.
Oh.
The flicker forward. Tsunami Slam pulls Rasi back. Feathered Airstrike as well. But he just flickers away. And now Ziska's buying so much space and time. Sapat cannot enter. Hazelnut's already melted away. And Hanekage nearly kills Loliel all by himself. SkyZ looking for a chance to enter from the side. Ziska still standing strong in front. Immortality still intact.
Okay, all right. So it's a 1-for-0 trade, but a majority of the members from DX Soul is kind of low. Sabat, he might be able to find some angles here if he makes some good guesses.
No Electro final blow for him. Has to wait for a while. There's a... oh, that alien just despawned. But Rasi, he's going to keep walking up forward. And DX Soul can keep playing this, right? The top wave will always push in. They have plenty of chances to reset if Stone can just let that alien die. There we go.
Lord now at 40%. Rasi doing a great job of just standing in front. Doesn't quite get the wall, but still pushes Zaidan back. Feathered Airstrike used. Stone just jumps into his ult. He's alive. Heeman gets the Lord. Really cleanly done by DX Soul.
Yeah, JP Niners not even willing to contest. not even willing to contest. To be fair, the game has been dragged on to 19 minutes at this point, so we're already in the full item build section of the game. And the extra gold for pure utility and item swaps.
This is now the chokehold that DxO has gotten JP Niners in. This Lord might not end the game, but certainly will crack almost the entire base of the Niners.
Lord gonna be entering the top lane. Mid and bot inhibitor are still alive, so it's a bit hard to enter. Conceal comes out. Rasi, two-man fist crack. Better Dash right comes out. Hanekage gonna enter again. Eats a lot of damage. Dominator's taking three-man stun. Three-man knockup from Kimin. And Siska's in the backline. Skyzed finishes off Lolil, but Sabat finally finds his proxy. Rasi gets a three-man wall, but Sabat gets the double. JP Niners able to keep themselves top, still four-man strong. They halt the advance of DX.
All right, so another Lord goes by, and actually all the inhibitors end up falling. I thought they managed to save at least one of them. That's a little unfortunate, but what can you say? DX Soul, they tried. They got very, very close, but there's just a lot of artillery from the side of JP Niners, especially once they're near and safe to their structures. It's good to see that Sapat still has that Benedetta in him. He's been getting a good amount of catches over all of that backline.
Ooh, here comes Kimin again. Storm gonna be found. Sabat chases him down. And Hanekage, unfortunately, not able to find the finish. Better than strike. Ooh, Kimin just barely dashes away. That would have been disastrous.
Okay, DxO needs to calm down a little bit, right? Those death timers are being staggered. They will respawn in time for the next Lord, but JP Niners finds a very much needed breathing space, punishing Storm, who has been a thorn in their side the entire game, and Sabat getting crucial picks in the last two fights.
I mean, let's look at the damage dealt, right? Storm currently sitting on top, very, very high. Kimin, again, nearly a 20,000 damage difference between the two. Right now, even ZQT and Lolios not being able to keep up with it. So it just comes down to whether or not we see DX Soul take the initiative in these
Guys, he's gonna find somebody in the bush. Sabat gets the petrify, goes in, but he gets the wind of nature, and the fist crack cancels it. Somehow Niter died, but the Tsunami Slam gonna find Kimin's real body, throws him back into the better airstrike. Lolil picks up the shutdown. JP Niners are fighting back.
Yep, finally their pickoff composition is going in their favor for once. For once, Sabat has got some legitimate damage, but that does mean that at least for the upcoming fight, SkyZ does not have Winds of Nature.
I think if you're DxO, you might have to just concede the Lord and play defense. All that effort the past few minutes now amount to nothing as we have Zorn in the crowd. The fight breaks out.
Dominator's descent. Lord dropping low. Zaidan will of course be able to secure it. Rasi trying to flank from the back with SkyZ, but not really able to find a target. DxO will just have to back off and regroup.
Yeah, once again back to the drawing board one more time. At least have the Lord in your hands. Oh man!
Whoa, we said Sabat is the key. Really coming out huge in this late game. He's single-handedly keeping his team in the game.
He really is. I mean, looking at his build, he's making sure that it's just pure, raw damage. Not even thinking about hard sustainability. It's all about being able to blow up your targets with the least amount of spells as possible. Endless battle. Malefic for a Hunter's Strike. See Halberd and Heptases. He's got all the blades, my guy.
No more shoes on Sabat. He is all for that DPS. The faster he can burst down his opponents, the less JP Niners will have to worry about. That Lord now going to be pushing up top lane. DxO still has all three inhibs standing. It's just a question of how many JP will be able to take.
They don't have the best wave clear to deal with the Lord either, so there's a good chance JP gets all inhibitors. And maybe one good pick-off, one last Electro final blow from Sabat will end the game for JP to bring them to game 3.
I think that Siska at this point has to be the one that makes contact with Benedetta before she makes it into that back line. And then start walking up once, start changing, pivoting your direction to the front line once Rasi is able to catch maybe one, if not two people.
Very well set up by Niners. All three waves synced up. They're looking to deal maximum damage with this Lord. Skyzer is going to start working on the Lord, but this Conceal is going to force him away.
Better dash right. Wow, one hit. Half HP on SkyZ, but he is able to walk away, and that means there is no Farsa ult to worry about next. The Lord will collide. Top inhibitor will fall. Rasi finds one face crack on Lolil, but the team's not really ready to follow up on it. Zaman Force already used. Lolil is 2-team! Lolil, you are 2-team! He's somehow able to dash away, though. Winter Crown comes out on top of Siska. He also buys the Immortality. Kimin now looking to re-enter the fight, but Hanekage will be burned away. Sabat still holding on to Electo. DxO doesn't find the Petrify he wanted. Wind of Nature cancels it all out, but Feathered Airstrike is back off cooldown. Storm finishes off the immortality on Suppad, but he loses his own life in exchange. DxO though do defend their crystal.
How is this playing out the way that it's playing out?
Oh my goodness. So Oracle for Loliao, there's still one fat bottom wave. DxO again, the wave clear is horrendous. They should be able to deal with the bottom wave and keep one last inhib alive, but Lord is back up without Stoem. Kimi needs to steal off his career to bring DxO back into the game. I mean, how did JP get to this point?
I don't know. That's the thing. Every single time, it's just you catch somebody slacking. Oh, wait, DX
are trying to contest this Feather Airstrike comes out again. The 3-man fist crack. Lolil gets the Lord away, and now DxO are stuck, but they find the shutdown. Suppad has been removed from the fight, and that means SkyZ is free to enter. JP Niners, they're taking defensive positions, though. They have the Lord on their side, and that means DX needs to back it off.
Oh boy. That is a bit of respite. Taking out Suppad, but JP Niners, they're going to start walking up, escort this Lord. Maybe try to use it to end the game if they can. That bottom wave is going to take a while, but all things considered, DxO, they will have an easier time dealing with all three lanes as is extremely staggered. JP Niners will let the Lord walk down mid at least.
They're slowing down the waves too, not pushing them too quickly. The best case scenario would be for them to delay it long enough for Suppad to rejoin, though he is still 25 seconds off, so I'm not sure if that's going to happen. That means DxO can mount the 5v4, and they're going to use Conceal in advance for some reason. Lord will enter the base. JP Niners can't quite find the opening because Keeman is scouting out the front lines. Zayran gonna stand there. Feather Airstrike comes out. Rasi misses the fist break. Tsunami Slam pulls him backwards. He's gonna flicker away and try and buy time, but that's a killing spree for Lolil. It is now officially a 4v4, but the Lord has been dealt with. Dominator's Descent is gone as well. SkyZ has not been able to find the crossbow of Tang, but they're still standing.
Still holding for as long as possible in this game with 65 seconds left on the clock before the turtle actually, the Lord actually spawns another Winds of Nature purchase from a SkyZ. They are blowing through their investments very, very quickly. And I think that, unfortunately, despite everything that has happened, it's great that we see that Suppad on this Benedetta is housekeeping and also pulling off on these fights.
That was what's kept DxO in this game, right? A fat bottom wave that Suppad needed to deal with, and of course the early stagger timer. Wait a minute.
Hanekage dropping Lolil to half, but it's fine. He's got Hazelnut and Zidane with him.
How do they deal with this bottom wave though? If they can keep this inhibit life, it's gonna be great.
Hazelnut forward, finds the Tsunami Slam, pulls Dome forward! He didn't get the pop Dominators! Electro Final Blow, Petrify, stops the Phobias in his tracks. Keeman trying to look for a counter, but he's already lost Hanekage, and all of JP Niners are still alive. This is now a 3v5 defense. Praise's Wrath comes out, a Winter Crown, gonna keep Ziska alive in the air, but not for very long. He will fall as well. Rasi gonna respawn. He's able to rejoin the fight. Hanekage comes out again. JP Niners doesn't quite have the minion waves, but they do have Feathered Airstrike. Hanekage gonna drop down once more. Tsunami Slam again landing on Rasi. It's a mega kill for Lolil, and now the crystal is finally exposed. The curse is not broken. JP Niners take game number 2.
How did we get to this point? JP Niners stay alive in the series, and DxO really dropping the ball. They had every single recipe to success, but just could not figure out how to deal with Suppad's Benedetta. And then late game teamfight started getting really sloppy. People throwing their bodies just to keep the game alive, but these staggered respawn timers ended up costing them big time.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to how strong can you close out your games. And I think they gave too much time to JP Niners, and they had no real way, as you mentioned before, to deal with them. I think that at least if you're in the position of DxO, all you're thinking about is, how do we play these neutral fights better? Because we can't secure them. We have been getting our very first 2 Lords off of huge leads. And from that point onwards, they have to re-simulate the scenarios all over again. Losing those inhibitors really costed them a lot.
Benedetta maintains a 100% win rate.
Let's go!
Oh, Suppad doing it justice. Again, he's the one that's kept the team alive the entire game. He's getting crucial pickoffs. And JP Niners, for once, handled that late game as well as they could.
For once, it still wasn't the cleanest. The game was won off of a multitude of mistakes off of both teams, in fact, which delayed it way longer than it needed to go. But kudos to JP Niners for being able to play off the space that Sabat was creating and finally play this 4-1 composition that they've been trying to succeed with the entire season. I feel like there were still moments that DxO could have made the turnaround, but there was a lot of desperation coming out towards the end, which resulted in them getting picked off one by one, which is never a good thing.
And I mean, even if DxO loses, right, loses 2-1, 1-2, Todang is still not out of the water. They need to 2-0 JP Niners, because if not, they lose in aggregate points.
Yeah.
Todang not really out of the waters just yet, but Sabat definitely bailed JP Niners off of game 2. Yeah, chuck that 100 plus. You deserve it, my man. No sugar, 0 calories, and great Benedetta gameplay.
Oh, let's look at our MVP once again. I can't believe he got away with this. I'm going to be perfectly honest. He got away with a lot on this Benedetta because, again, it really boils down to how you utilize the eye for an eye. Everything else is straightforward. Being able to dash, being able to drop your ult on top of the Petrify. The micro mechanics is mildly annoying for Benedetta players, but that's what makes her really unique. She closes the distance very, very well, and I think that I gotta give it a Sabat. He played a strong laning phase, especially against Siska. He was consistently clearing the waves against him, sometimes even under turret, and minimizing that damage when you're up against Phoveus, who has continuous ways of proccing his passive just because of the way that you dash around the map.
Yeah, I think Sabat played just a really clean game here. His laning phase was solid, and then once he transitioned into the mid game, he was the one getting the important pickoffs and splitting the fights to make sure that JP Niners could stay in the game despite being behind. And his consistent macro play and housekeeping made sure that JP could still stick around to contest neutrals, even when waves weren't necessarily pushing in their favor. In fact, it forced DxO to have to split themselves up to make sure that minions didn't start hitting towers for free, and that is where they can really start taking advantage of individual pickoffs.
Yeah, taking away map control from DxO was a huge boon for Niners too, because DxO ended up having to funnel all of their resources in a straight line. Kimin no longer have an off angle to jump the back. Skyzed no longer has an off angle to unlock the crossbow tank. Makes the job of Zidane and ZaQT so much easier to just keep DxO under control.
Yeah, man. I believe they got away with it.
Almost a 30-minute game.
Almost a 30-minute game.
Niners simulating the DxO special, right? Coming back with 0 inhibitors and 2 evolved lords.
I can't believe this.
Yeah.
I actually cannot believe this.
Yeah.
Say some skippity memes and some brain rot gameplay. This one is a perfect balance of both.
Yeah, it is a perfect balance of both, but just the mis-executions, right? Inside of DxO. I think that's what really hurt them this upcoming game. They built up a lot of confidence, and then eventually they completely forgot about like certain mechanics, like Hazel just flickering on top of you just because he can. The fact that nobody took Purify was rather surprising. 1-1, understandable. But if you're in Storm's position, how often are you going to be like, I need a flicker away from this scenario? If you're going into that Dominator's Descent, you better be ready to die for it.
That, and you just don't want to walk up, right? Like, someone was forced to walk up to start clearing waves on his own, and didn't really have a good time doing so.
It could. It was still so comebackable initially when they lost that base push. Like, okay, you know, you dropped a few bodies, but you got every inhibitor in exchange for it. That is very worth. That is perfectly fine. Just regroup, get the Lord again, push again. And then they keep getting caught.
Yeah.
They started staggering cooldowns, which meant they couldn't actually take team fights, and JP Niners just kept pushing forward and forward to get more of the map, and then DxO all of a sudden can't really do anything, and the game just ends.
I think we can pinpoint that turning point, which was Skyzed clearing the top wave, face checks into Sabat, survives, but it costed Kimin's life. From that point onwards, JP Niners got the Lord, and they ran with it. They never looked back.
Yeah, this is why I was a little concerned, just a wee bit concerned about the Hanzo. Like, the amount of time you need to scale is pretty abysmal. And most of the time, your targets are going to be backline heroes like Loliels or even ZaQT, Farsa or Harith. Either or kind of doesn't matter to you. But I thought we were eventually going to see that 1v1 where he can chunk down Zidane on this Fredrin. Regardless, Loliel's going to be our carrion as well as the rich guy. He played a strong game this time, winning out his lane, especially against the Wanwan. Of course, we have Hazelnut as the best wingman position with 13 assists, and Zidane as the big sandbag. 2 261,000 damage absorbed.
Definitely in time, I really thought Hazelnut was never going to be able to utilize it, but it paid. Somehow it paid off, and Lo Liao, I think, being the biggest winner this game, aside from Sabat, just off of SkyZ's mistakes, right? Back-to-back deaths in the lane, trying to force a crossbow tank that was never going to go off.
Yeah, those first few 1v1s from SkyZ are the clearest example of overheating I have ever seen.
Press the fire, it's like,
I am hot stuff on this 1-1. 2 savages, we won game 1. I can easily beat this Harif in lane, forgets Purify exists.
Innocent put me in S tier, Rough calls me Super Z, I am about to clap. Even now QT puts him slightly higher rank, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I mean, let's look at the highlights and see where these potential mistakes could have been coming through. Because I would have imagined that Rossi would be able to peel like so much longer, right? Like you're walking up, just again, every single time you're trying to catch more than one target, but there's also the peeling aspect about Rossi that we didn't get to see too often.
I think this one was also, I think we didn't give ZQT enough credits, right? Every single Feather Airstrike means that SkyZ cannot join the fight. No SkyZ, no crossbow tank, and I think Sabat just kills him with the lethal ignition or something towards the very end, which saves the game. And then Niners, this was a pick off onto Keymain that resulted in a Lord for the Niners. And I think this mid lane fight was also very forced by DxO. They didn't need to do that.
Yeah, they really didn't. I think in terms of like the conditions for the decision was a little scuffed, but regardless, considering that JP Niners were playing more of that push and pull, I feel like they just adapted better once we started bleeding into the 18 minutes.
There's so many things that could have been done differently. I'm watching back the highlights and I'm feeling really disappointed because I thought this was going to be it. I thought this was going to be the beautiful epilogue to a wonderful story. DxO finally breaks their curse to end their first season of MPL. But sometimes stories don't have good endings, and now it is up to them to see if they can get that win to continue pushing themselves forward into the playoffs.
I can hear the script writers just changing their headlines. Like, oh, DXS breaks the curse, and they have to just wipe it.
They're already halfway done with the poster.
They've got graphics alongside with it. Yeah, no, it's pretty difficult. I think that both of these teams, they have there's some clear flaws, but it really just boils down to whether or not they can make a decision fast enough. If not, get the team on board with a two-step plan of like, we engage first, secondaries have to either slow them down or make sure that if we end up failing, that we at least get one back.
There were clear moments where DXS were operating individually, right? Like the combos were not really connecting well. I think the mid lane dive, you know, Keymin goes in, Hanikage expires, and then Rossi was like, it's time to fight with no damage. So I think, again, gotta tone it down. The overheating definitely.
Like, it's so obvious. It is so obvious to see. It is exactly what happens in our ranked matches as well, right? You are leading for most of the game. You think you're hot stuff. No matter what you do, you're probably going to win fights. You're probably going to get kills. Oh, they picked off some of my teammates. It's fine. I'm strong. I can stop them from pushing my base all by myself in the mid lane. And then you keep throwing. It did not need to happen.
I think it's the Inspire effect. Usually people who take Inspire have that like built-in switch that when they press Inspire, it's a fight to the death.
Yeah, it's a fight to the death.
Fight to the death. Like,
it's called Inspire for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Don't worry, these 8 auto attacks are gonna matter. Trust me. I'm gonna get all my health back from this. Goodness. Again, it really just boils down to the draft. I think that we need a simple draft. We need a simple draft execution from the side of DxO. If they keep it complicated, and more so want to win in a way where they get this 1-1 each and every time, they got to get the right situations as well. Because it's not like other than the Kalia that they were too worried about staggering. Are they worried about even getting caught by the Fredrin? Because if you're the 1-1, you should already never be caught by the Fredrin.
Actually, they could have also pivoted to a Lucas in the first 3 picks, right? Lucas was banned out 4th by the Niners. Maybe they saw the Fredrin and they instantly thought of this guy's at 1-1. Well,
they did.
Didn't really work out.
Because that's what happened with me too. I saw the Fredrin and I was like, they're gonna pick 1-1. And like, it's so predictable.
Yeah, we saw Sky's and we were like, okay, yeah, he's gonna go 1-1, right? And he did get 1-1, but probably one of the more underwhelming 1-1 performances that he has had in the regular season. He's gonna do some push-up after this for sure. Like those 2 solo kills,
Yeah.
20 push-ups.
That's 20 push-ups. Messed up. You played it perfectly in the last game. Second game, not as good as we wanted to.
How do you go from 5-0 to 0-3 in the
He took all of the 1-1 luck from this game for his savages.
He employed it early. Oh boy.
That's what happens when you accrue depth.
Yeah, a lot of time we go to game 3, you see the Coach Steel's face is a progression of, okay, game 1, let's keep it simple. Game 2, oh my god, we lost. Game 3, now I'm stressed out.
Poor Coach Teo, man. How many years is this man gaining every single match?
So out of 24 games, they played 23, including this one, this regular season. Yeah, the only one they didn't play was the...
Let's point out some issues with JP as well, because there were still some issues. Mainly, this team plays way too close together for that early game.
Well, I mean, they kind of have to with the Fredrin, right? Because
Yes,
you've
but
got like what? How many
really
guns?
close, like unnecessarily close. There's situations where they could very easily like leave Lolil behind to just clear a wave real quick, but no, he has to follow the team, and they never extend past the river. You will notice that the first the early game, never go past the river unless they're 100% sure they can, or they have like 4 people with them, or both.
Loose. I think that's the mentality still, right?
Yeah, keeping it loose, keeping it real, right? Gotta again. If they do end up with the same Fredrin comp all over again, I think there needs to be a better matchup for that gold lane. Having a Trinity is always nice, but then when you're up against the Harith, there's just an overwhelming force on the other end. And I'm hoping that they do change sides, but we'll see. We might see them ego it out in the drafting phase and just say, one more time, we can do this all over again.
And even the Moskov is not too bad of an option, right? Like if they stick with it.
Yeah.
See if Theo stops overcomplicating it. I think you keep it simple like how they did in game 1. Very straightforward, very direct. You know, very direct team fight comp. The bans are most likely going to be the same. So Chip, Fanny, I know Paus did ban a Fredrin in the first game too. Let's see if he wants to go back to that. I have a feeling Fredrin will get banned again.
It would make sense.
To me,
Maybe it would make sense. I mean, if we're going based off of just like pure trajectory, it looks like it's going to be there again. Like Pops, he's already got Chip as well. So Wamwa wouldn't be too surprised if he follows the same path.
Yeah, and did you guys know, I'm pretty sure everyone knows, that except against SRG OG, DXS has always stretched every series to a full 3 games. They played 23 out of 24 possible games in the regular season. It's a confirmed curse. And SRG OG is the only team that broke it by beating them 2-0.
Production were definitely waiting to pull that out. Like the moment game 2 happens, like type it out, type it out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Some of those content had to be pushed out, right?
Just gotta have it. Just gotta have it ready to go. Just ammunition ready to be thrown out here. They're taking a long time for the side of Coach Theo. I mean, it's not like they haven't played this particular draft before in this particular sequence.
They're still doing their push-ups.
They're trying to catch up on it. We gotta catch up on it now before later.
So it's the stick with the box out ban.
Oh, this
right.
Pops
Okay.
Fredrin open.
So that means they can actually first pick Kimmy.
They can actually first pick Kimmy, you're right.
always
Let's
on
go.
the way.
So Theo bans on the Matilda. You don't want to first pick the... Wait, Kimmy or Harith, right? Like JP, they love the Harith first pick.
They do love the Harith. But at the same time, he could technically play the Kimmy as well.
It is perfectly set up for Kimmy. You go Kimmy here. And I feel like there's still a very good chance you get Harith afterwards too.
Yeah.
Ah, you say that. Magic is my life. I think you're trading Kimmy for Harith. I mean, there's a chance. I don't remember as guys are playing too much Harith.
I wouldn't put it past him either.
Yeah. I think it's a possible trade. You definitely won't have both on the same team, that's for sure.
I mean, the discussions are getting very deep here. We've already waited all the way down to the wire. 12 seconds left on the clock to make this first pick actually happen. I mean, they've got to settle the score. Time's running out.
Slowly leaves it up to fate. Give me whatever pops.
Whatever pops up first.
And a first pick Fredrin.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
That's what the 1-1 ban was for.
For real?
Because it makes DXS think about Trinity, Trinity-style marksmen, right? Anybody who can abuse the Trinity or just locking in the carry in general. If you go for the Harith, it does take a longer time. And by then, how much damage has your team taken because of the Fredrin?
That, and also without the Kalea, you are not worried about Fredrin getting isolated and blown up before he builds up his energy stacks.
Also true.
If they want to run a Harith comp, part of a Kimmy comp, they better have someone that can really control the Fredrin.
I think the Madang is okay to a degree. Again, everything comes in degrees. Oh, they're gonna go straight into
Whoa! Huh?
this early on?
Kimmy makes sense. Glue this early?
Faramis looks very juicy now.
Okay, wait. No, JP is gonna Faramis and then DX is going to Valentina. That's the plan, basically.
I don't know.
Does that make it any better? I feel like it doesn't really make it that much better.
Yeah, if every time Faramis sees Glue, he's gonna pop.
And you could still go Vexana instead.
You could go Vexana.
Either or is fine, but I think that the Glue definitely was a bit of a mistake from the side of DXS, unless they know for sure, or they're willing to roll the dice against JP to say, we want you to get closer, because if you get closer, Kimmy's going to get more value once her passive activates.
That is true. Of course, there's a Faramis pick, and a Granger. I don't know how this Glue is going to play the game, unless he can stick onto the Fredrin, which is probably the most easiest target to stick on.
I mean, it has to be like an insta stick, right? You cannot stay in that spreaded form.
Whoa, they're not going Valentina.
They have a plan, all right.
I was thinking about the X-Point, since it was previously banned out by JP in the second phase in preparation of the Fredrin. But this means that Valentina is going to get banned here.
Oh yeah.
Could be another case of DXS going for a composition that is not as clear-cut, right? Like a lot of things have to fall into place. And sure, X-Bor you can technically, you do with the Fredrin good, you can technically do with the NetherRealm, but it comes down to the timing of your last Sanity. When do you want to let it rip?
Also, X-Borg is locked into the jungle. You can't flex it since Glue has already been locked in. So
Unless you Glue Roam.
Glue Roam. Are we sure?
No, I don't think you want Glue Roam. Not when there's a
I was thinking if JP banned out the Valentina, DXS could still pick Lucas.
That's not true. Actually, no. That's correct. That's one way to actually play that route. With the ban, considering what the bans are right now, with the Moskov and as well as the Vendetta, as well as the Ling too, are they going to be playing a weak-sided gold lane, or are they going to switch Kimmy into the gold lane?
I think there is a... Oh, wait.
There's an argument for both.
There's an argument they could run higher boost. Okay, wow. If they put Glue Roam, they can run higher boost, right? If not, they're looking for either... Honestly, I want to see Moskov, but Moskov is banned now.
I think they just want to set up for Farsa, right?
Do you take Irithel? I mean, if they want Irithel.
Iritel's not bad, actually.
Let's assume the Kimmy is going mid.
I actually think Iritel's pretty good here. It is the original lane counter, the Granger, and the AoE would help break the NetherRealm.
Yeah, and Fredrin has an incredibly hard time catching up to her too.
Exists the equilibrium.
They don't ban Valentina?
Wow.
Really?
I think they don't necessarily have to. I think that Valentina, again, the question is how many resources do you want to be able to invest in to deal with just the Fredrin? Because I think that Valentina sure does okay into the Fredrin, but it doesn't really deal with the Farmist. Neither does it deal with the Granger very, very well. And plus, we're going in blind, so we don't know what other matchups that she has to worry about.
I think you keep, Irithel. I think you keep the mid lane for last since you saw the Faramis, right?
Yeah.
Like Valentina is going to be there anyways. Bigger problem is, the bigger question for DXS is, how do you balance out the defensive options, right? Like if I go Valentina, the bulk of our damage is going to be in a double marksman. Can they end the fight through the nether?
Go like healing support.
Healing support? I was thinking maybe Florin could fit that build.
Oh boy. Florin is looks
Angela would be good with Irithel.
I don't know about Angela.
Matilda might not be bad.
Okay, I think
actually Matilda's banned.
Matilda's banned.
Between the Angela and Florin, it really determines whether or not you want to play for the earlier stages or the later stages, right? And I think that either or, the early might be what they need.
Oh man.
Okay, there we go. Khalid.
Whoa!
Right. So, speaking of early game, now they've got somewhat of a sustain, but more control with the help of the Khalid to kind of clear out waves and alleviate pressure from lanes at a quicker rate.
Yo, Masha has 4 health bars.
Masha has 4 health bars, and it also makes the enemy goal laner just, again, Irithel, what are you supposed to do? You just get 1 tap sometimes 2 tapped.
Literally in your face kind of comp. Storm, I think, Vexana is still not the worst pick. I still dig it.
I mean, they need something that can deal with the
They need some crowd control. They don't really have the best crowd control either.
Yeah, I think at this point you might as well take the Valentina, but instead they're gonna go with the Bandang as one source appeal on top of that glue.
Oh wait, can't go Vex. I forgot.
Yeah, Kimmy
so-
mid.
Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah, I would have liked it. I would have liked it to be Valentina at that point, but they're locked into it, right? They've got the Bandang for raw peel. They've got the glue for peel as well, but it gets hard countered by this Farmis, and JP, they just know it. They've got a really good draft on their side.
I still question why the glue came out so early if you weren't planning on getting the Valentina as some kind of counter pick, but I guess we'll see, right?
Yeah, we saw that glue, and you know, people play Farmis, their mouths will water. This is a very straightforward Farmis game.
It is a straightforward Farmis game, so now it really depends on the performance of Storm as well as SkyZ. Everybody is designed to get rid of the Call, sorry, not the Call Altar, but the Nether Realm, and more importantly, burn down Zidane. Unless we see something huge from Loliel's, this game, it might go up to 20 minutes again.
Well, DX Soul are battling with playoffs on the line, while JP Niners are battling to avoid relegation on the line. We have come full circle to a game tree once more to keep the streak going, but who will be the one to close it out at the end of the regular season?
Well, if anything, Sapat has definitely found his comfort zone, right? Not really the most proficient in the current XP lane meta, but you give me some damage dealers, Benedetta, Masha, at least he feels more like himself. Obviously mid-name prior, given over to the Kimmy every time she has the max stack on her energies. Rasi playing the exact same pattern. I think DxO making sure that they get Storm out of the lane so they can start facilitating the side waves. I think XP lane is going to be a dead lane anyways.
Yeah, nothing's really going to happen there. First Little Wanderer. Also to the hands of Zidane. Again, it's all about these small wins, right? The early game is not in the favor of DxO, especially with Hazelnut on this Khalid. He's just got a lot of damage to deal with in the earlier stages of the game, that it's just not worth investing your time because he's just going to heal it back up, right? Even for Rasi, all the shots that he's taking is almost basically permanent unless he's got the regenerate. And the information that we see from Hazel to double confirm the position of Keyman allows JP Niners the flexibility of macro decision making.
You see JP Niners just playing incredibly tight together, like Siddhartha mentioned earlier on, but this comp warrants that, right? Also, you are together. The moment Zacuity hits level 4, these objective fights are going to favor the Niners unless DxO makes a huge play or Niner blunders.
It makes sense for them to rotate fairly closely, especially early on with a comp like this, but I'm hoping that they at least try to rotate a little more aggressively as well. They definitely have the presence to be able to do that. Zidane gonna be helping out in the top lane with that wave clear, try to break the equilibrium. Takes a good beating from Rasi and Siska, but they're totally fine.
Yeah, I don't know why they keep on doing this, right? Is this just to make sure that they clear the EXP lane in time so that everybody can participate? Because he's giving up level 5 for this.
Then Hazelnut can do that too, right? More convenient as a Khalid.
This break gonna catch Zidane in the back line. Traction pulse misses, unfortunately. Sabat looking for Storm. Pops the Thunderclap. Doesn't have the damage. Keymin finishes off the turtle. NetherRealm comes out as well. JP Niners are quite low though, and the grab secures first blood on Zidane. Fizzcrack as well. Locks down Zacuity. DxO come out on top.
And Storm gets away from Sabat, who tries to give him a couple Thunderclaps, committing the flicker, but Storm escapes. As much as the Niners have the NetherRealm, if Siska gets the kill while his grab is still active on the target, he resets it.
Chasing Loliel down, raising set.
Okay, no commitment, alright.
I'm okay with that. Hazel not flickering for it, sure. But SkyZ, he's already lost his battle spell. Loliel's losing out his flicker is going to be a bigger wound for him, unfortunately. But it doesn't mean that the JP Niners can't influence the lane. I don't know. This early game is kind of weird for the side of JP Niners. I don't know why they're not getting Hazelnut, rushing to get Hazelnut to level 4 prior to the upcoming fight. Instead, they sent Zidane over. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they could have gotten Masha to start rotating to the mid, and then afterwards send Hazelnut to the top side of the map after they gain position through the mid lane. So,
if it's Zidane, he's hanging in the lane a lot.
Yeah, I don't know why. I really don't understand why he needs to show up like that.
Some kind of buddy system. You just see the way they rotate. They always have to be together. The mid trio never goes anywhere without being somewhat close by, and I feel like that's limiting their potential overall. Makes sense that Hazel isn't really invading since it's an export jungle, but I'm not really seeing enough aggression from this Khalid roam.
Yeah, no invades, and Xborg is eating good. He is 2 levels ahead of Zidane, which shouldn't even be the case, right? Like most of all, I can accept a level deficit, but this is a clear 2 full levels.
It's going to be a slow roll from this point onwards. We'll see whether or not DX Soul is able to extend this lead, which I'm hoping that they can. Ziska gets to walk in for free. They've got vision over ZachUT, so he can technically just start laying it in on them.
Turtle should be free here. Lolil tries to snipe it, but he reveals himself. Traction Pulse, Fist Crack, 2 combo, and he's dead.
Why? Why? Your Fredrin is not there. There's no need to do it. Just give the turtle away. It's the second turtle. And now this lane collapses, right? Like Skydeck cuts the wave. You're getting a guaranteed push. Orange buff now gonna be stolen.
Rassi's just stopping Zidane. Did he get that? No, it was stolen away. Keeman continuing the level lead.
Unfortunate.
Oh, man.
Unfortunate. First item priority starting to come through, and start getting a little uncomfortable for JP. I don't know. They're keeping the grips on the noose a little light. You know, but it's definitely there. It's looming for sure.
Yeah, it's getting pretty sloppy too. This blue pick ends up having a lot more value than, you know, Niners would have liked. 3.6k gold lead, 5.5 minutes in. Like DxO is, they shouldn't be allowed to be this disrespectful, right? Just walking up, pelting you with the Kimmy, with the export, a sub-out force away from his own turret. This is not going well for Niners.
It really isn't. Oh, another fight breaks out.
This crack doesn't really connect, but it's totally fine because the EXO are quite okay not getting anything there anyway. And Hazel's positioning feels so awkward to me. Like he's just hovering near Faramis Fredrin, but not really doing anything with it.
I mean, he's a contact magnet, right? He wants people to hit him. He wants, instead of having to instigate the fight, he wants people to naturally have the need to harass. And I think that's why Hazel that's trying to punish his opponents with, but all of the abilities that I see from the side of DX Soul, even if they want to harass them, are very non-committal. So again, it's basically just a negative effect. Oh!
Traction Pulse doesn't quite find anyone there. Def Sonata keeps DX Soul away. Rassi scouts out Hazelnut. He is by himself, but JP, they're not looking for aggressive plays right now.
I don't think you want to contest this. Why is Zidane walking towards the turtle? There's no point of contention.
Yeah, they're not gonna try this, surely. Okay, they'll back it off.
Oh man, you know what? He could have went bottom, get the beetle, get the orange buff, you know, get that farm rolling, but no, he wastes time going top. He still gets the purple buff, and there's still the path, but with Rassi going bot,
This guy trying to find Lolil, forces the flicker out.
Good flicker, good flicker. If he did flicker, he would have been caught by that traction pulse. Either way.
Yeah, this pathing from Zidane really is not as efficient as you want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not like he is playing the Fredrin. It's not the fastest clear in the world, but I would have imagined that Hazelnut could have sped up that process. If not, why linger around? Because again, bullied out of this lane entirely. Like, Siska gets to walk up in enemy territory, knowing ZachUT can kill him at basically any time.
The EXO are living in their jungle. Thunderclap on Rassi doesn't do much damage yet. Traction Pulse pulls Zidane back into the flamethrower. Raging Sandstorm misses. Hazel, you have flicker. He gets picked off by Storm, and then the last Insanity finishes off ZachUT.
You're right. He had flicker.
He had flicker, not anymore. He flickered afterward.
Oh
man, I hate to say this, but this game is almost pretty much done.
It's getting there. It's getting there. It may not be a 10K-er, but I think like an 8K-er should be enough to get them over the edge. The next couple of item power spikes should be able to make sure that they don't have... wait, no. Storm should technically already have the anti-heal. Same goes for his friend. Actually, where is Sapat on his trajectory for items?
Is that a Divine Glaive for Storm already?
What?
Glowing one Divine Glaive. Man, look at the big screen.
Oh my god.
I think I need new glass.
And then he's going for Concentrated Energy.
That is a little greedy, admittedly, but I think in the position that they're currently in right now, it is completely and utterly justified.
ZachUT is put in a very tough spot too, because you don't really want to press Nether Realm as soon as the fight starts, but he had no choice.
Yep, people were about to start, bodies were about to be dropped.
This is a butt. player Hepstacy is going to see Halbert. He is nowhere close to being online.
Yikes. Yikes.
He's 1.5 items only.
Fist crack, they find. Oh my goodness, Storm does so much damage. Hazelnut, you cannot heal through this, friend. That's another free kill.
Oh boy, this is going from bad to worse. I think you give this Lord. I don't think you even want to attempt to contest this. There's no contest angle.
They're trying, but Ziska by himself. This is the glue that's being countered by Faramis. By the way, he's just standing there and eating everything, and it's totally fine. Kimin gets the Lord. DX Seoul are so far ahead.
You're not putting enough pressure. You gotta put pressure on the glue in that early game, which, again, they were sending Zidane to do that, and Ziska was like, oh, you sent a Fredrin at me? Sure, I'll take that fight any day.
I really think they're underutilizing Hazel, because Hazel, the great thing about him is that there is no committal to him. If you want a wave to be cleared out, he can easily do that no problem and share EXP and gold with you alongside. If not, why would you take the Cousin Blast? Why would you be taking the lead in the first place?
He's cruising around the map. I think he's spending a lot more time cruising around and, you know, getting some effective trades in, but I think the window has closed.
DX Seoul looking for another tower. JP9 what can they do? They literally can't do anything. They cannot walk up at all, even though they're supposed to have bulky boys on their side. They just cannot threaten anything. Ziska is walking up top lane with impunity. Hazel, I don't know what you're doing over here.
What was that?
Just hovering, man.
I mean, they will survive this push. This is the first Lord.
Okay, I mean, technically he's pulling attention away.
I don't think they really care about him.
I agree as well, but as soon as he starts walking to the backline towards Sky Z, I think that's when they start getting a little nervous. See?
Even Stone by himself is able to zone him out. He's level 9. He's lower level than anyone on the EXO. They don't care that he's behind them.
I mean, considering that they're still, like, I don't know, hovering around towards that bottom side rather than focusing everything they have on that inhibitor, means that there is respect to be given involved, right? Let's look at the items, because so far, 2 items already finished by Sapat with rapid boots. Wants to get around the map fast. And Lolios, with his 3, just needs somebody to chunk them out.
Traction Pulse pulls in Zidane again. But the minion wave has been cleared up. So the EXO not going to get too much more done here. They'll just go ahead and steal the jungle camps away. And the same trend is just going to continue. Sapat is getting some split push done though.
Yeah, has to force the recall, so I think this turret should fall in time.
Yeah,
it should get it. It's going to be rinse and repeat until the next Lord spawns. DXO really can do whatever they want at this point. JP9 has sort of missed all the windows, right? Like, Winds of Nature is going to be the next item for Storm.
Yep.
This guy's going Malefic Gun. Unless Sapat commits a Flicker, he's not going to get any kills in the backline. And even if he does, there is no guarantee.
By the way, Hazelnut went Thunderbelt first item. I'm very curious how many stacks he has. Because he has not hit anyone in the past like 5 minutes. Fist break, fist crack on Zidane. NetherRealm comes out, Traction Pulse locks him down. Zidane just cannot move and he's getting burnt down, but will eventually be able to back off.
That's Lord. No NetherRealm for the next 40 seconds. DXO, they can easily posture at Lord. The Niners have no way to walk up. All they need is to put this Badang and the glue right in front of JP Niners and let the rest of the team do the work.
Nothing to worry about though. Hazel's already on the job, monitoring the current positions as well as health. They're gonna try
to force it. Fist crack. Loliel able to dash away from it. Zidane melts so fast. Oh, that's a good appraiser's draft. Takes Skyzed down, but he just heals back up. Lord is still alive. Raging Sandstorm to escape. Hazelnut is no longer in the fight. Kimin secures the Lord away. Look at the backline. Skyzed gonna be bursted away. Thunderclap actually finds a kill. The first kill of the game for JP Niners.
And Hazelnut gets his 100th assist in his career off of that kill. Finally, some value being given, right? Not the Raging Sandstorm, that one completely missed. He used it to run away, but they were able to chase down Skyzad, who wished he had that Malefic Gun just a few seconds earlier. But no worries, just a 1,000 gold swing for JP Niners. DXO still has the second Lord.
It's not enough of a conversion just yet, but we need to see how much damage DXO is able to apply with this Lord-empowered wave. It's either they get multiple splits, they get multiple inhibitors, or if they're willing to do so, actually fight underneath the inhibitor turret, cause a scuffle to happen, break the inhibitor turret after, and then at least ZachQT probably would have used his ult by then. Zidane might even be back at Fountain trying to go for a heal.
Well, Lord just crashing in bottom. All the waves are synced up. DX Soul putting in a lot of pressure, but JPR doing a pretty good job of responding to it. Bot inhibitor will fall. Conceal comes out. Rasi doesn't quite land the wall on Hazelnut. He's able to back away, but the mid inhibitor will also fall. JP9ers literally cannot clear this Lord. They have like no damage at all. Top inhibitor will go down as well, and DX Soul are still pretty healthy overall. Rasi gets the fist break, finds Zidane. Here comes this guy as well. NetherRealm gonna be used. Raging Sandstorm actually hits people for once, but it doesn't really do anything. Sapa trying to find SkyZ, but he's all alone 1v4. And in the meantime, Siska is surviving everything. The Faramis counters glue, by the way. Zach QT gonna get picked up. Mega kill going over. SkyZ finishes off Zidane. Crystal is wide open. Hazel not gonna be able to heal past that one. Immortality is spent, but it is totally fine because DXL are just throwing their bodies in. The game is already over, and DXL take the victory.
Hey, Rossi's gone off the stage to head on over to say hello to an antagonist.
The walk of fame for Rasi as DXO locks in playoffs, which means the 5th slot has been confirmed. JP9ers fall in the hands. DXO might be burdened by a curse, but it's not enough to stop them from moving forward. JP9ers will have to take a bow. And that means their chances of escaping 9th place relegation has also been extinguished. So many storylines concluding in this regular season. DXO earning their spot.
Hey, we're getting rid of those loose ends. Even Coach Theo knows what they have just achieved. Heading back onto the stage, the DXS fans are out in those with the family, but most importantly, the most excited I've heard them in a couple of weeks.
Ready to go wild, young and dangerous as they were known in MAL. They spent Season 1 losing out in the best of 5 against Barracuda, and now they make it in after a full year and straight into playoffs. History has definitely been made by these bunch of rookies/veterans who have been looking to make a name for themselves across these few seasons. With that being said, let's throw it to Poji to talk to DXO on the stage about their qualification. Poji, stage is yours.
Tahniah DXO secara rasmi layak ke pentas playoff. Dan kepada semua penonton sekarang ni, 31 saja slot lagi di antara Vamos ataupun Todao. Semangat, semangat. Alright, tapi sekarang soalan yang pertama kepada Rasi. Maman. Rasi, you rasa you dah dapat buktikan something ke dekat you punya bekas pasukan? Sebab tadi nampak you pergi depan dan you do something dekat dorang tu.
Kalau itu gurau je dengan Anca sebab aku dekat last season dengan Anca.
Alright, tapi Rasi rasa Rasi dapat buktikan sesuatu tak sekarang ni? Rasi main dekat sini dan pergi ke playoff.
Of course, dengan Rasi kita pergi playoff, brother.
Woo! Saya ingat statement tu. Alright, tapi sekarang mungkin terima kasih dengan jawapan tu Siska. Saya nak cakap dengan Siska. Soalan dengan Siska ni a bit personal.
Okay.
Apa jadi dengan korang? Kenapa selalu 2-1
Tak tahu lah, sebelum saya dia cakap dah memang curse, tak tahu lah 2-1.
Sebab dekat dalam game pertama kita nampak korang dah betul-betul jadi. Game kedua pun jadi juga. Tapi dekat dalam game yang kedua tu, oh my god. Tapi game yang ketiga, lain macam brother. Playoff, apa perasaannya?
Happy lah. Dan ni juga first season saya dan saya dapat apa? First season, first playoff juga.
First playoff. Okay, baik-baik. Tahniah. Tapi bila kita dah cakap pasal playoff, Storm. Kita ada Storm. Storm, last season you didn't manage to get into playoff. But this season, you managed to get into playoff with the X-Souls. So, how do you feel about it?
Really happy because I really miss competing in the playoffs. And I really still want to redeem myself from all the losses before.
Alright. So, but then, for your personal opinion, who do you want to face in playoff? Is there any specific team?
HomeBois. Definitely HomeBois. I think that since all eyes are on them right now because they have win streak, I really want to beat them.
Alright. No. HomeBois no win streak.
Because my idol mid laner is there.
SRG. SRG win streak.
SRG, no. they in their own world. HomeBois dulu. Okay. Tapi itu respect kepada HomeBois juga. Sebenarnya ada team yang bersedia untuk bersaing dengan anda. Thank you Storm. Dan sekarang saya rasa kita dah pun bersedia untuk announce kita punya MVP. So kepada family members, siapa MVP in 3, 2, 1.
Alright. Saya rasa Coach Tio. Macam tu kan. Anyone? Wah, rahsianya. Siska. Alright Siska. Tahniah sekali lagi. Jadi, Siska menjadi MVP lagi sekali dan mungkin juga berpeluang menjadi, macam kita sedia faham lah kan, pemain terbaik untuk rookie season ni. Apa perasaan anda?
Happy lah.
Happy?
Happy.
Macam biasa happy. Perasaan panjang sikit. Selain macam happy, mungkin kepada peminat ataupun keluarga yang mendoakan ke macam mana?
Ya, mungkin ni sebab family saya datang, saya macam ada buff sikit boleh MVP.
Wow, semua ahli keluarga ada dekat sini ke?
Tak ada fans juga datang. Family Kimi semua.
Okay. Jadi seronok lah. Okay, mungkin boleh share sikit dengan Coach Tio. Coach Tio, I have something to ask to you. So, Coach, you once mentioned that you want to help your team discover their potential. But now that your team has managed to get into playoff, that you think you already managed to prove it to all of the team that this is the best of your team?
Even we qualified already in playoffs, I'm still not satisfied in my player performance. So yeah, we're still doing our best to show their full potential.
Alright.
But right now I'm still happy because it's their first season, and then yeah, they qualified in playoffs.
Baik. Okay. Thank you. Actually, saya tanya dia sebab dia pernah cakap dia nak mencari potensi sebenar pemain-pemain diorang ni. Adakah dia dah berpuas hati dan juga seronok sebab dah layak ke playoff. Tapi dia cakap dia masih lagi belum puas hati dan dia masih lagi nak push selagi boleh. Dan itu adalah dia punya cita-cita juga. Terima kasih kepada Coach. Dan juga soalan terakhir, saya nak tanya dekat Kimin. Mana Kimin kita? Kita punya jungle kita. Alright Kimin, sekali lagi keluarga awak datang. Setakat keluarga je, kakak ada, fan-fan yang ada banner banting semua dekat situ. Ada tak apa-apa yang awak nak ucapkan kepada mereka semua? Sebab Siska pun cakap semua ini adalah buff kepada pasukan anda.
Untuk my family, untuk Kak Long, ibu, abang saya juga. Terima kasih datang. Dengan budak-budak taman sekali datang.
Wow.
Thank you for always be my side always. Thank you.
Korang memang mantap. The real family members. Alright. Itu sahaja daripada pemain-pemain kita. Korang dah pun buktikan playoff tempat korang. Tahniah lagi sekali. Dan sekarang tanpa kita melengahkan masa, let's go back to the cast untuk dengar dekat mana kesilapan JP Niners kat game tadi. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Poji. You heard it from DXO. Once again, congratulations making it to playoffs in their first season in the league. And one of the biggest winners is Siska, our MVP of the match, playing Phobius and Glue in both the games that they won, and really just being a total menace to JP Niners.
Siska loves being a menace, and he does the job so well. The Phobius was so difficult to delete in game number 1 that it bought so much space for the rest of DX. And then in game 3, literally getting countered by the Faramis. We questioned this pick so much for being locked in so early in the draft because we knew Faramis is gonna blow this hero up. And Siska says, no, I'm gonna be impossible to delete anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't believe that he got away with this. Yes, he was extremely careful with the way that he, spreads in the middle of the fight. But even so, he got the job done. I think a lot of it just really boils down to the utilization of JP Niners. How do they influence the lanes to get priority when necessary? That's a big thing that they missed in this previous game, because at that point, with nothing going for them, DXO was able to convert a lot of the movements that they got away from JP Niners into structures, into stolen camps, and that technically should not be the case.
You know what the craziest thing is? The game ends, JP Niner is 3-12 in terms of total kills. Lolia almost has the same net worth as SkyZ.
Yep.
Olia's trying, man.
And he just needed a little more time. I think not just him. I think, unfortunately, even Subbot needed to start participating in these fights earlier. And that's only when you see SkyZ, right? That's the big issue. We didn't see SkyZ in a majority of these fights. And by the time he actually comes in, he comes in super late because Storm was already dealing a lot of damage.
And maybe what Innocent said was right. He said that Lo Liao just needed a team that can carry him. Oh, who knows? They still have a best of 5 to play after the regular season ends. We'll see if Niners can keep their slot. But hey, Rasi advancing to playoffs last season with Niners, dropping out in 6th place against Red in the play-ins 0-3. Let's see if he can make it further this season.
And not to mention, Storm's last time in MPL Malaysia was being relegated with RSG MY. So this is a huge step forward, and I'm really happy to see the support that him and the rest of DxSoul are getting from the fans and their family for coming by and giving them the buff they needed. But this game 3 really was terribly played by JP9s. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This was a terrible performance. I did not see Hazelnut's impact anywhere in the game.
Yeah.
They were stuck too close together without making use of it to try and move into enemy half of the map. There were no ganks, there was no pressure, there was no like forcing resources. They played literally like AI. I'm gonna say it right now.
The epic gameplay, we call it. The skills balance themselves out. And I think one thing that when you look at Faramin's countering Glue is also the timing, right? The timing to punish Glue has completely changed. Back then you wait for the ult, but this time you're waiting for spread, and if he grabs onto someone, Faramin loses the entire counter properties. That's something that I think JP9ers maybe are not used to dealing with. I don't ever think I saw any fireworks in that game, right? Never got a Ghost Bursters onto Siska when he's in the Gobu form. And then there's the Zidane running around like a headless chicken, which was also pretty confusing. I think overall JP9ers just started autopiloting at one point.
Yeah, definitely autopiloting, but at the same time it was like playing to scale and hoping that the side lanes were going to be enough. Let's look at our key players though. It's going to be Keeman from the side DxSoul getting our rich guy, the carry going over the Loliels, Zidane as a sandbag, and Rasi as the best wingman. I don't know. I feel like Rasi's game was a lot more straightforward in comparison to, because again, he wasn't overthinking the scenario. I think that JP9ers were the ones overthinking and not truly utilizing Hazelnut's Concussive Blast and the Tornadoes to actually generate pressure, if not at least gain priority over the lane so that everybody can move out of it at the same time.
Because a lot of times you see Hazelnut and Rasi, they were just hovering around each other, right? Like sometimes you would go for the engage, and sure, you know, you're not going to damage Rasi too much, but you want that pressure. And Hazelnut, he's cruising. It's he got his first assist at like what, 10 minutes into the game? I don't remember.
Yeah, pretty chill.
Yeah, he was chilling.
I really want to know how many Thunderbelt stacks he had at the end, because I don't feel like it was a good number. Just look, what's he doing here? What is he doing? Just go somewhere else if you're not gonna join the fight. And then like DxSoul can literally do whatever they want, right?
Look at Hazelnut.
It's so easy.
And then there's this one.
The pain. I guess I mean, it really depends on what the comms sounded like. Was it like, oh, I can look for an engage, I've got that flicker, and then JP9ers call it off as he's ulting. It's just like, don't do it, don't go. Please,
I don't know.
Don't flick. We can't follow it up. No damage.
I don't even understand. I don't know what I was looking at this game. This is one of the worst games I have seen the whole season.
Don't worry. I'm pretty sure this is not the worst on record.
On record.
On record is not, but so far today, it definitely is a low note to end on for JP9ers. After the Game 2 victory, you would think that Game 3, they had a clear idea, right, with the draft. It was very straightforward what they wanted to do. I think even Palms and Antagonists had the right direction for the team. But I don't know, is it outclassed by Theo, or is JP9ers really just lagging behind this game?
I think they're just lagging behind this game, unfortunately. Just not in the right headspace to be able to like think a little bit further ahead. If not, think about the overall rotations. I think right now they're kind of just lost in the sauce right now. They're lost.
DxSoul last game in the regular season has that, you know, is it a good note, even though they didn't break the curse?
I mean, they didn't break the curse, but I think it's a good note.
Yeah.
You get the win, your third game was very convincing, and you get playoffs on your debut season. I think there's nothing to be like disappointed about. Yes, it would have been nice if you got the clean sweep, but what matters is now you have the chance to move on to the playoffs and improve on that.
Yeah, just a great story for DXS, right? Started when they came in week 1, their first series was against OB, and we were saying that this is a MAL classic, you know, we had some doubts. Week 2, or like the second series, play HomeBois, took a game, and we were like, okay, this team has something to prove. By week 6, I agree. I think they have proven more than enough. Coming up though, Vamos against AERO, another important match. One last playoff slots. Vamos just needs 1 point. Quick words, expectations.
Expectations, high expectations.
I think it'll be fun and very interesting to see the new jungler.
With that being said, we're gonna head for a short break and leave you with a mic check. When we come back later on, it's another important best of 3 between Team Vamos and AERO Esports. We'll be right back.
Dia paksa aku guys.
Aku ulti ni.
Aku tutup Ultimos kau.
Sumpah dia mati guys. Sumpah dia mati guys. Sumpah dia mati.
Nice.
Ingat respect guys. Respect.
Aman.
Tengok lane juga.
Dapat.
Pede enggak?
Pede.
Orang di pop edit.
Konsil Z.
Bakap sika.
I go to Parsha guys.
Tengok aku Zed.
Parsha no flick. Link. Wait. Just load, you cannot help. Or can.
Can. Minion spawn.
Just reset first, you guys.
Aku lihat korang. Tahu.
Boleh.
Boleh kah?
Boleh.
Sorry guys.
Bagus. Yes.
Di lock tower.
Lock. Copy lah.
Saya.
Stand kali ya.
I stand Harit. Harit nopuri.
Mati.
Stand Harit.
Dia ulti aku kali ya.
Si Bennett.
Boleh main kali ya.
Fighting guys.
Bennett solo.
Mati.
Set alert.
Aku macam boleh dapat Zaz. Guys. Cen. Baik.
Tahu.
Nice moves.
Boleh trail lagi ni.
Dah beli kan?
Boleh main lagi guys.
Aku stand dia. Main slow. Tengok one-one-nya. Kalau boleh. Belum one-one-nya.
Fire. Lo. Ni.
Aku amat.
Ada badang guys. Careful.
8 second.
Boleh.
Lama tak rasa menang. Lama tak rasa menang.
Nice.
Fox on lock in base. Okay.
Nice game. Let's try.
Simi.
Ranger.
No dash. Hero.
Fadrin.
Hero.
Masha is kiri.
Aku masih kat aku kan?
Tak game.
Aman.
Hero. Don't 50.
Nice.
Geng.
Dua kat aku kan?
Baik mati juga.
Apa lah?
Ada orang kat belakang ni.
Santai.
Glue.
Farah.
Aku kuat.
3 second.
And double.
Santai guys.
Tak boleh tak. Alhamdulillah.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Dengan 100 plus zero. Coba try taste 100 plus zero. Hey.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目
Aku hembus, yeah. aku hembus, kata simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
The run to playoffs continues as we just witnessed DxO lock in the 5th slot in the top 6, which means only 1 more opening remains. And the race is between Vamos and Todak. Welcome back to the MPL MY Season 15, Week 6, Day 2. And between Vamos and Todak, Vamos gets first dib. They get to call shotgun as they go up against AERO Esports next to see if they can lock Todak out of playoff contention forever. My name is Husky, and on the desk with me, I got Gideon on my left and Sadafa on my right. This one is a series to behold because it either sends Vamos straight into playoffs or Todak gets to fight tomorrow.
Yep, it's still kind of unbelievable to think about the situation we're in. Vamos and Todak, 2 teams that have had very successful histories in MPL MY. Literally 2nd and 3rd place last season are now vying for the final playoff spot. I don't know how it ended up like this, but you're right, Husky. It is now down to Vamos. If they're able to get a victory against AERO, they instantly can wave bye-bye to Todak and move on to the playoffs. But if they don't get even a single point here, there's still a chance for Todak to claw their way back.
I think this is a reflection of the quality of games that we're getting here out of MPL MY. As teams get better, especially for those in the upper echelon, and not to mention that now it's not just about, hey, we've got an MAL to think about on top of it. There are less spots for the playoffs for teams of that caliber, of that quality. And it's very evident here in this particular season. And even last year's season as well, we were starting to see a couple of shapes that kind of look like it. As much as we are dominated by usually 2 teams coming in looking for an EWC spot, if not M7 happening down the road, I think that at this point, they just need to protect themselves, be consistent, have that quality to make sure that you always reach above and beyond.
Yeah, reach above and beyond and protect yourself as well with head and shoulders. You need some quality for your scalp too. You know what they say, your body is a temple and your scalp is the most important part of your body. The Head & Shoulders is our official shampoo partner, up to 100% dandruff-free, plus itch protection. 100% protection, you can wipe out dandruff and itch. It's dermatologically tested. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itches, so get yours now. And also, make sure that you look clean and shiny on stage.
Yep, as we've heard from the surveys, 100% of people would rather lose their less predominant hand than their scalp. Keep that in mind as you're going in. Got to protect yourself 5 times. Penetration keeps it clean. Now, hopefully, the games are going to be clean in this upcoming game, because after watching our first best of 3 series, we're hoping that at least there's a bump in quality, or at least a real fight that's going to happen, rather than just rolling over and just letting it happen.
Yeah, and that goes for either side as well, because everyone needs to remember that Hazel is not going to be with AERO Esports today, as far as we're aware. So we'll have to see whether or not the new jungler to come in will be able to handle things, especially up against Team Vamos.
Yeah, Team Vamos have also had a very rough season, right? Probably the lowest points in not just the organization, but for some of the players involved, right? They have been at the highest of highs, have won trophies, they have made it to the international stage 2 seasons in a row, but now the line is drawn. 1 point and Vamos breaks through. I think seeing Vamos' journey, like Sadafa mentioned, from getting the first slot to M6 and now leading the first slot into 6th place to qualify for playoffs is a drastic, change. I think Vamos still has a good chance, right? Looking at the state of AERO right now and the roster that they're going to be bringing in.
Here's the shocking thing about Vamos. I personally felt like coming into this, what this meta is asking for, a snowball-heavy meta since, beginning of last year, right? Well, halfway through last year. Coming into this year, I think a lot of other teams have adjusted a lot better to the meta. I think that one of those teams being AERO, and that's when they had Hazel, because initially the big problem was I can't get into position to land my retribution. I can't even steal these objectives away, and neither am I winning the 1v1 matchup on the opposite end. So they bring Hazel into the lineup, and you see that the team kind of really turns into a real team once these smaller issues have been settled. So now that without Hazel, does that mean that AERO is going back into that position of I cannot even contest you in retribution, or do they take a completely new approach?
Yeah, we've seen AERO cycle through 3 different junglers, right? We had Rindo, Hazel, and now it's Ran QT. We've seen him play in the MAL. In fact, he was in Barracuda Beta, which was the team that Mal QT was in back in Season 1. So coming in onto the MPL stage in a very, very crucial series for them, it's to fight for 3rd place, but most importantly is to try and stop Vamos from advancing.
Yeah, it would be pretty petty to do so, especially considering that AERO Esports is basically locked in on their spot, already heading on to the playoffs with no real chance of moving up to the upper brackets. The only thing on the line is going to be that pride of a victory. And now we want to talk a little bit of the impact of the different transfer players throughout this season.
Wow, and I gotta say, this is, for those who want a better depiction, on the left side, on the white side of it, are transfers that have impact. On the right, not so much.
Not so much. As you can tell, the transfers also include imports, with Ivan, Bell, Rundell, and as well as Hazel all having really big impacts as soon as we saw them touch the Land of Dawn and really changing the landscape for their respective teams. On the right side, however, I really thought that Clockhood and as well as AERO 404 could give a completely different look to what Vamos was offering us last season, but that wasn't enough. Gebe and Magma, I would have to say, unfortunately, just didn't make that cut. Maxon as well as Hazelnut definitely was needed for the JP Niners, but we only see Hazelnut at the very end. And of course, Dinesh for Team Ray. Even for him, I think they needed a mid laner, and I think unfortunately, he's probably at the same level as AJ.
Yeah, I think, he doesn't really bring any new flavor. It's same archetype as what AJ brings to the table, at least from references we can take from last season. Yeah, I mean, Gabby McMahon is the punching bag, right? You gotta ask for a refund.
If we look directly at the numbers, Gabby and Magma have unfortunately had the most notable negative impact on the win rate of their team.
They cut the win rate by half.
Literally in half. We have to remember that the first half of games for Todak was against easier teams, and then the later half was against tougher teams, but there's also a pretty obvious example. And then on the opposite side, you have Ivan and Vel, who literally shot up the win rate of 12% last season to 87 this season. So, yeah.
Numbers don't lie.
Numbers don't lie. I mean, HomeBois almost got relegated, right? And now they are locked in second place and seeded in the playoffs. But this is not about the HomeBois, right? This is about the HomeBois who are now Team Vamos. So let's take a look at who has Vamos fielded for this series, as we have Clawkun, Zorn, Chibi, Nespresso, and Smooth. Personally, I would prefer to see AERO 404, Chibi taking a 1 weekend worth of break before coming back into one of their most important series. But I felt like AERO 404 was giving us the right flavor for the team. I don't know what you guys think.
I think that AERO 404 was definitely more suited for this meta than Chibi is, right? His pocket picks don't really work in this particular scenario of what the meta is willing to offer, unless his team is highly coordinated at every stage of the game. Is his Nolan doable? Yes, technically is Martis. To a degree, you know, really specific scenarios, but it was mainly that Nolan I was hoping to see overall, because AERO 404, he plays a mean Fanny, and it makes the blue side so much better.
Yeah, don't have to ban, not needing to ban Fanny on blue side is always great. But they're up against AERO Esports, who also has a different jungler instead of Hazel. We have RanQT joined by Aaron this time instead of Reza in the XP lane with Kim, Zkif, and Kusei.
An interesting bit of a shift up, perhaps to give Aaron a little bit more of a chance to prove himself up on that stage, since previously we had heard that Reza was officially part of the main lineup after his performance in Scrims. This is going to be a testing point, not just for RanQT, but for the AERO Esports roster as a whole, to see whether or not Hazel has left a lasting impact rather than just being a pillar that they gravitate towards. How well can they perform in his absence?
Yeah, on top of that is also the kingdoms, and everyone online was saying that because Hazel brought such a big change to AERO, is it really just Hazel, or did AERO as a whole improve? I think this is a great testing ground to see AERO without Hazel. Are they going to revert to what Gideon mentioned, how they were before, or are they going to keep up evolving? The teams are ready to get on stage for the most important series of their lives. Let's bring them onto the stage.
Just 1 point stands between them and the playoffs. One final shot. No mistakes, no second chances. Can they rise and prove they're still a threat to the throne? Step into the arena, Team Vamos!
No mercy was shown as they shattered MV's upper bracket hopes yesterday. This time, they bring in RanQT to hold the retribution and shut down Team Vamos. Will Coach Bomb unleash another unique draft and strategy today? Get ready to fly with AERO Esports!
And now introducing the coaching staffs of the two teams and head of League Ops Franklin, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of Team Vamos, we have Coach Zaya and Pao Weeburn. And from the side of AERO Esports, we have Coach Bam. To keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams, it's a true sign of professionalism. And at the same time, armbands will be worn by both team captains, who will always lead the team's movement and strategies in the game. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. This is MPL MY.
This is going to be a very important series for Team Vamos up here. For AERO Esports, it's a chance to test out their roster, see what their players have truly learned, and they can mesh with a brand new addition. But for Vamos, it is playoff lives on the line.
AERO going to take first pick with a 56% win rate. Pretty good options here, and honestly works in the favor of Vamos as well. They don't mind going into that second pick. It truly will tell us whether or not they are worried about RANQT potentially playing Fanny or not.
That, and also Vamos look at the track record from week 1 until now. They have some pretty interesting approach in the first pick too. But when we look at the head-to-head of these two teams, obviously Vamos has always been edging out in team total kills. They play one less game compared to AERO, but still bloodier than their opponents.
Way bloodier. First blood rate, you can see that there's a 28% overall difference. Hero pool is roughly about the same with only a 1 variant. There's also a 0.3 in average KDA, which honestly isn't that big of a deal, but when you see the damage dealt, that's when you see the big difference between the squads. Win rate, unfortunately, is still 7% in AERO's favor, but it just goes to show the personality, right? Vamos wants to play for the early game. They want to play for those early fights. And AERO, I think they've got a more macro-centric, team fight-oriented lineup.
Yeah, I agree. AERO Esports is the more decisive team overall, and you can tell that when they make something happen, there's a very deliberate decision behind their actions to force things out of their opponents. Whereas Team Vamos has always been about that momentum. They want to run down their targets, they want to get as early of a lead as possible, and preferably end the game as early as possible at the same time. I'm actually kind of interested in the fact that they have a slightly higher hero pool compared to AERO, because for this whole season, I've been under the impression that the biggest issue from Vamos has been that hero pool.
Yeah, I think primarily it's in the jungle itself, right? Let's take a look at the jungler's game win rate between the junglers of both teams. We have Rindo, who played 10 games and having half of that win, 50% win rate. Is the first match for RANQT, of course. Hazel came in, also played 10 games, but having a 70% win rate. And then you look at to the side of Vamos, Chibi with 15 games played, only winning 6 out of that, 40% win rate. And for AERO 404, clean slate, 4 out of 4.
Yep, I think that right now, in terms of just the raw numbers, AERO 404 is looking a lot better than GB. But I also think at the same time, it really just boils down to what kind of strategies that they're going for, right? These early game strategies require your junglers, especially if you are the kind of jungler who needs to be able to get ahead fast. Hayabusas, the Joys in the meta currently, something which we don't see very often from GB.
Yeah, I wish we got to see a little bit more of that, because we have to remember that Chibi used to be an assassin jungler all the way back when he first debuted. It's kind of interesting to see how his skills may have deteriorated a little bit because of the length of the tank jungle meta. He even tried bringing out the Ling once earlier in the season, and the results were not the best compared to some other junglers who feel like they've just been waiting for a chance to play the hero again. So hopefully, he's going to be able to lock that in a little bit. In the meantime, though, we have a very quick video from Hazel for you guys to check out.
Halo guys, aku pergi dulu ya bentar ke graduasi. Buat RANQT, semangat terus ya mainnya. Buat yang lain juga, semangat.
Hazel winning in MPL MY and winning in live, graduating from school. He's now back in Indonesia, but he's going to come back for playoffs. Don't worry about that, AERO fans. You will see AERO in playoffs anyways. But just to follow up on just Chibi general, right? Last time we saw him play, it was against, well, not last time, but one of the times we saw him play that he had an abysmal loss was against Todak, right? And it was a comeback from Todak where we saw Chibi on the Lucas. A lot of common mistakes that you feel like Chibi would definitely have not made. Let's hope that the break that he got in week 5 was enough for that mental reset. Because for AERO 404, he's unburdened by all these pressure. But for Chibi, now coming back and understanding that they need to get a point off of AERO, who is in 3rd place right now, it's not going to be easy.
It isn't going to be easy, but at the same time, I feel like his mistakes in that particular game were more justified because the teams were making some pretty weird calls, and that kind of put him in some compromised position as the Lucas. But now that we're heading into the drafting phase, I'm hoping that we do get to see him redeem himself on that Lucas one more time. It really fits the Vamos style of early game snowball.
Yeah, I think so as well. It really makes sense on paper, but let's see what happens, because the draft for Game 1 has officially begun. And And AERO Esports already being very interesting, getting rid of the Phobias, but also the Joy and the Ling in the first phase.
Wow, right out the gate, just attacking pressure points on Team Vamos, trying to shut down Smooth. Obviously, Phobias has to go, but also making sure that Chibi doesn't gain access to 2 out of the few priority late game junglers. Right? I would thought that maybe they would look at Hayabusa, but since they are on that first pick, that's what AERO is looking forward to.
They might be setting up for Chip, actually, because the Ling was a big issue when they tried to play Chip in their previous game.
No, I totally agree with you here. I think, Chip is definitely a big shout-out, but Loyi at the same time is also available. Baxia going to be the immediate lock-in just to try and make sure that Vamos isn't going to get too crazy with the Kalia. We've heard from Zoran, it's not his particular favorite, it's not his entire cup of tea, but at the very least, even if you have Fredrin, right, getting picked up for the side of Vamos, Baxia can put some work in.
Yeah, they also experienced firsthand, got taught into Baxia, not the best. Hylos as well, it doesn't work the best too.
Beautiful.
So they go for a pivot. Badang, Loyi, which was a highly contested pick for AERO too, right? They love these 2 heroes.
They really do. I would have imagined that it was like Loyi Chip in this particular case for the side of Vamos, at least then. Truly have global presence. Now we come back to AERO. Ranger gets locked in almost immediately after, posing a couple of newer questions, and more so to put Kosei onto something that he's comfortable with.
I think Kosei plays a very important role for AERO Esports here. If he's able to win out gold lane in advance, that already denies any sort of early game pressure that Vamos would be able to take advantage of. It's going to be paired up alongside that Kalea, so with Kalea Baxia, AERO should have pretty solid early game rotation ability. It does also mean that Baxia is locked into that EXP lane.
Do you think there's a chance that Baxia still goes jungle? I mean, we've seen it once.
I guess it's been a while.
Yeah, it was played by Onyx ID, if I remember correctly. But we'll see if that's the case, right? Some flex potential still remains for AERO, but Lucas comes out once more for Vamos.
Okay, I'm all down for Lucas here. Let's see how the second phase is going to go, because Valentina going to be the immediate ban. Zaya taking full advantage of this red side, which again, Vamos is a lot more comfortable on.
So far, this is looking pretty solid for Vamos, actually. Their opening draft feels very their style and very solid overall. And the fact that they've stolen away signature picks from both Kim and Zkif at the same time is a great way to start things off.
And Lucas is one of the few heroes that really doesn't mind just going right on top of a Loyi diversion or coming through a chip portal, because he can just press ultimate, get that extra stat, be immune to crowd control, and go to work. Right? So the risk factor involved is lower than any other particular hero. AERO starting to attack Nespresko's hero pool with that Moscow ban. We already have eliminated Kimmy, Granger, and also the Harif. So I wonder if Nets will start thinking about a carry, for example.
Well, I think right now the big issue is what do these carries want to play into, and I think that they get rid of the Novaria. I'm not, I don't know about this one, because Vamos could have done 2 things. One, either they immediately figure out what matchup they want and then go for the other, because now it's either Hayabusa or even the Fredrin going to the side of AERO Esports for all intents and purposes, and then we have to wonder about what are their answers to it, because now 2 Trinity Marksmen are gone. One that deals with tanks very, very well. The others that's able to kite but does pretty well against assassins in particular.
But what this also means is that in general, almost all of Nespresko's comfort picks in the gold lane have been banned away, right? The Moskov carry and Harif are all gone, and these are usually the heroes that he will default to, even with other meta options available. So AERO Esports is definitely targeting on that part. As for Novaria ban, I think it makes a lot of sense, because this is something you'd commonly get rid of if you're playing the Loyi, to make sure they just don't scout out your diversion.
That, and also you have Kalea, Granger, right? Artillery, go for the Claude for Vamos. I pretty much expected, right? Like Sadafa just mentioned, even if there are things like Irithel, Clay in 1-1, they will still go for the Claude as a safe pick. Benedetta picked up again, but this time it's on the side of AERO Esports for Eren.
Okay.
No, this can't be Eren. Eren never plays Benedetta.
Is it Benedetta jungle?
It could be.
Wait, I think, I think
it is.
Has played before, yeah. It is a Benedetta jungle.
And then the Cho, last pick, is one's signature hero. Let's see who's gonna be playing this.
No, it's Eren.
Really?
It is Eren Benedetta, okay. So that Baxia does get flexed into the jungle.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
I have always known Aaron to be more of a utility sandbag EXP lane style. This is probably something he's played before sometime in the past, but it has been so long that I genuinely don't remember.
I mean, Aaron used to be the Yuzong Paquito guy. Yes, he had a couple of games on Benedetta, but nothing that stood out too much in comparison to his counterparts. Either way, we got a packed house to watch this game. Let's break it down for you. From the side of AERO, it's all about sandbagging your opponents, right? Making sure that Chibi doesn't get too far ahead. With force priority from their side of the EXP, that means they can take that position first. If Clawkun can't get behind them, I don't know, man. Because Selena, she's going to be keeping her eyes pried open to find them.
Well, one thing's for sure, both these teams are eager for victory. Whether for pride, rather to hold on to an everlasting throne that seems to be slipping away, there is equal parts a goal, and that is victory in game number 1. As we jump into the land of Dawn, let's see what RanQT can bring to the table.
Baxia, we all know him to be very disruptive and pretty fast with just the clear, just because he moves around the map way quicker than most of the heroes in the game, despite being a tank, right? Like, having that reset on his wheel makes it great as well. Whereas more towards Team Vamos, they have a comp that has a decent mix of early, mid, and late game damage. Nespresso is going to be the insurance policy when the game goes late. There's very little threat when he faces off against Kusei thanks to BMI. Zorn and Clawkun will be the one that's trying to move around and make plays happen.
Yeah, these are all the moves that we're expecting to see. But if we're let's look for it from Team Vamos' side, right? Because they have a very simple style, and it's all about getting that early game.
Clawkun gonna get jumped on. A beautiful shield unity. First blood going over to Kim straight away.
Really nicely done. They forced out his Purify as well. Some good arrows, and even Kim really capitalizing on the situation, flickering forward despite the fact that they could have given the kill over to RanQT. No chances, no options. But again, Team Vamos want to play for this early game strategy. It starts at level 4, but up till then, unless Chibi can find an ideal 1v1 with plenty of space to run down his opponents, I don't see it happening.
Trying to set up for bait too, but I think Zigib is not going to take it.
Everyone's trying to bait them. Looks like Chibi will try to go for the flank. Here comes RanQT as well.
Oh, wow.
Doing good damage, but the flicker out. Zigib gonna survive all of it. Chibi gets the 2-man flash combo, but he still ends up dying.
The Kim's arrow, point blank, that was the extra tick of damage that was needed to take down Chibi. AERO already off to a great start. You stop the Lucas. That's his first Sacred Beast from Muse. Now he will fall behind in level. RanQT can take a purple buff and have Retribution back up for the turtle. Or let's go straight for the turtle.
Hey man, I mean, Chibi died pretty early in that transformation. He still has plenty of meter left. He still has his ult ready to go. He can unleash the beast, but I don't think that AERO Esports ain't gonna do it without punishment.
Aaron gonna eat a lot of damage.
Oh,
Eye for an eye!
Wow!
Man stun! Tsunami Slam, pulse move, and the electrify the blow, and Kim gets the snipe on Zorn in the backline. Here comes the diversion. Clawkun gonna bring Chibi with him. Does he pop the Sacred Beast Bomb? He's gonna hold on to it for a bit, eventually uses it, and gets the Beast Bomb snipe, finishing Aaron off. But what does it cost? His own life in return.
I think that's totally fine. Dying in a situation, especially in a trade like that, yes, it's unideal, but at least even RanQT was being part of that fight. So, you don't lose as much. Oh my god.
The Abyssal Arrow, it actually connected, but they know it's better not to commit on that one.
Ah, thank god. Zorn is level 4 and is nearby to deter them. Overall, things have been going well, but Kim Selena right now doing a lot of work. I mean, the 2 stun eye for an eye from Aaron is already pretty good, but let's see if they can kind of keep up with this pace.
He's gonna get dragged into the tower, Petrified!
Oh, no!
Smooth has just been outplayed on his own signature hero.
Oh.
This is not looking good for Vamos, at least for in the first 3.5 minutes. The people on AERO who wants to snowball are having a great game. 2-0 for Kim, 2-0 for RanQT, and now Aaron solo kills Smooth in the XP lane. AERO Esports have essentially freed all of their lanes up.
Oh yeah, a 2.3k lead at this point of time. I'm looking at the difference in terms of EXP. Kim is a level above Clawkun. Aaron's a level above Smooth, who just got his Thunder Melt, so he's still pretty relevant, assuming that he can get more stacks. RanQT also has a full level on Chibi. It's just all across the board looking so good for Vamos.
Oh, the Tsunami Slam pulls Zorn backwards. He has to flicker away. He'll survive and make sure Chibi gets the buff, but that's no battle spell for the roamer.
2 minutes without flicker, at the cost of a tsunami slam, so worth it. Rank QT can walk around and do whatever he wants. Chibi will have to start respecting AERO Esports. I have a feeling Vamos will still try to fight this because of the Sacred Beast form, but AERO Esports, if Kim continues to land all these abyssal arrows, Vamos is going to keep on getting punished.
Yeah, but we need to see the duality here, right? We need to see the yin-yang reaction coming out of this Loi more often. That's 2 times we've seen in these fights that Clockwood was unable to make it occur at the right time.
Well, now the next turtle gonna be contested. Team Vamos are the ones in control of it first. Abyssal Arrow hits Chibi! Aaron's just waiting for a chance to go in, though. Sacred Beast form! Aaron steals the turtle away! And Kim gets the killing spree. Purify used by Clockun just to make sure he gets out. But AERO Esports got so much more than they should have there. Here comes the diversion. The flank from Zorn immediately avoided. And again, ZK jumps on Clockun from behind.
It was an abyssal trap in the bush, I think, right? Clockun shows up, instantly eats the trap. Yeah, in no situation Vamos would have been able to do that, but Aaron is putting in work on this Benedetta. Rank QT going for the invade. Zorn forced away. Mid-tier 1 is going to fall. And on top of that, Rank QT, he's running Bloody Retribution.
Oh my god, he stole the orange buff from Chibi in front of 2 people. He's taking negative damage right now.
This Bloody Retribution from Rank QT is softening up Team Vamos too, right? It steals HP based on your max extra, bonus health. So Vamos, even with Chibi having the extra stat, he is not as durable as the team wants him to be.
He really isn't. This early game is basically done for by the Team Vamos. Zeke has already gotten his fleeting time. And
6
now,
minutes?
Yeah, it's 6 minutes. Now it's just going to be forceful engages from the side of AERO Esports. They just have to coordinate it because the majority of Vamos decided, you know what, we've already lost mid-tier 1. Let's sack bot tier 1.
Electro final blow from Aaron, and he avoids everything. He's alive! Here comes Rank QT. He stops the rest. Abyssal Arrow will hit smooth, but the way the dragon keeps Kim backwards. Team Vamos get nothing.
I don't understand. Why did they think that was a good idea? They're like, oh yeah, let's do it against the Benedetta player who has the Electro final blow. Like, did everybody forget how it works?
Yeah, for 4-man trying to run down a turret does nothing, right? The structure took 0 damage. Aaron farms a free wave, recalls, and now pivots to bottom side.
And this is without Petrify.
Yeah.
And this is him timing his eye for an eye very, very well, knowing that they don't have technically single spot CC, both of which Zorn and as well as Clockun tried to land at the same time. Probably should have waited for half a second.
And Kuse is having the easiest game of his life so far.
Oh yeah.
His teammates win the lane for him. He takes bot tier 1, and everyone was like, all right, just go top, right? Do whatever you want. Take double wave. Now participate in Turtle. If Vamos shows up, just take them out. You got Sky Piercer. You are all set.
He is so strong right now.
5K.
Team Vamos, smartly enough, decide we're not going to do anything about this. We haven't seen any TPs from Clockwood be of any great effect. Haven't found the flank angles around AERO Esports even.
Yeah, I really haven't seen diversions coming into any real result from Clockun so far, and not even really to open up the map. Another buff gonna be stolen away by Ran QT, who is now 2 levels up on Chibi. I can see there was even another attempt at gank up top by Zorn, and Aaron just dashes away.
And there's no way they take Aaron now, and Smooth has to just forfeit the bottom tier 2. He can't even show himself, right? There's no place for Smooth to be on. He wants to hold his way back to keep the Holy Shoe up, but it popped 8 minutes in.
Really good stuff coming in from AERO Esports here. As they maintain control, Rank QT decides, I'm just going to clear up the buff. You know, I'm not even going to leave the small camp. We're so far ahead. Like, look at this. Taking no damage at all, even from the Claw, building into that Trinity.
And Smooth getting held hostage just due to the state of the game. He's forced to freeze the wave and have Chibi come in and clear it up because Smooth, he has lost his rights to earn gold. And now it goes to Chibi and Nespresco.
Yep, at this point, the most that he can do, and honestly, he would be pretty happy with just farming Thunderbelt stacks, but every interaction against AERO is always lethal.
Nespresco needs to be careful here. Does he have Purify? He does. He's gonna use it. Blazing Purify! Aaron chases him down! Literally cuts off the escape route.
That was a lit play. Aaron really just freestyling on Team Vamos. Solo killing Smooth, catching Nespresco out of BMI Purify, surviving a 4-man push top lane. What can he not do? I mean, Vamos finally got their first turret thanks to Chibi split pushing in the bottom lane, but First Lord is coming up.
I am really happy with Aaron's performance this game. Like, I did not give this man enough stocks on aggressive EXP.
I missed him, dude. I missed him so much.
It's been a while. Oh,
Conceal. Rakuti literally walks into the bush. He's like, okay, come at me, bro. Tsunami Slam pulls Chibi backwards and he gets sniped. Almost bursted down, but Z keeps the one onto it, dying. Waves the dragon, finds Kosei, but the rest of his team is gone. Zorn jumped into the jaws of the beast with no help.
Man, that could have gone a lot worse for Vamos. So that was actually the best case scenario for Vamos, right? Losing their roamer to trade a roamer from AERO Esports. And a rank QT face checking that bush actually saved AERO Esports from any potential dive. So Vamos, they stopped the Lord attempt. AERO Esports needs to do some housekeeping with Nespresso pushing bot lane, and then give Chibi more time to keep on farming.
Well, actually, it was the trap coming in from Kim placed in the Tri-Brush, which gave them all the information. That's why Rank QT instantly was moving over towards Tri-Brush to make first contact against the majority of Team Vamos, knowing that he probably wouldn't die. However, another TP towards the mid side, and Aaron, again, he is just fast, too fast for Team Vamos to handle.
They gotta stop trying to find Aaron because they're just gonna find them in return. Tsunami Slam into the Electro, and Chibi is melted away instantly. The flicker forward, Kosei with the double kill, looking for Smooth, he finds it. Two-man title strike, knockout forces another BMI out. AERO Esports not letting up on the pressure.
That fleeting time value, right? Vamos, they didn't expect the Tsunami Slam to be back up so fast, and I think ZK is gonna have it ready in another 10 seconds. This Lord is gonna help AERO Esports start threatening the structures, and Holy Shield in top and bottom lane has been popped. And the Lord coming in from the top lane, Aaron will set up bottom wave. AERO Esports will have a very synced up push.
Looking very, very good. BOD already completed on Kosei. This Granger is so rich right now. I'm not sure if Team Vamos will be able to keep all their structures alive here. The holy defense is already being burnt away. Chibi is in the back though. Diversion sending Zorn and Chibi in the back. They're looking for the back line. Can they find it? Zkeep stops him with the Tsunami Slam. Meanwhile, the rest of them are dealing with Team Vamos. Electro Final Blow being used defensively. AERO Esports on full disengage mode. Zkeep even throwing his body in just to eat a little bit more damage for Aaron. They take only Kosei as a casualty.
Really nicely done from AERO Esports. I mean, Kosei, he was going to die no matter what, right? He tries to dodge the third hit of Jeet Kune Do, dashes out of the raid, no Purify, and you can see that Zorn has his eyes locked on him the entire time. Take away Kosei, take away a majority of their damage. Aaron, unfortunately, tries to cut them off with the Electro Final Blow, and Vamos just doesn't care, right? They still had enough play space. They weren't forced into it and aren't running away from it. That's what you want to see from Vamos in times like now.
Leaning back to the insurance policy of Nespresso and some big diversion plays from Clawkun. They stopped the siege, they kept all inhibitors up. AERO Esports still hold a staggering goal advantage of 7.2k, but the more time Vamos can buy for themselves, the better the odds will look.
Yeah, they do still have Nespresso to potentially rely on towards the late game. The Claude has only died once actually, and he has already completed 3 items. Went for the Malefic Gun to finish things off, and now the Trinity is officially completed. So he can still actually do something as long as space is made.
Look at Zkif. Fleeting time into immortality, right? He is ready to throw body just to snowball AERO even further. Aaron obviously going for full damage. Could be a BOD coming up next for him. I think housekeeping is going to favor AERO slightly more, right? Aaron will constantly be pushing and pulling against Espresso in the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Team Vamos just have to catch him lacking, right? They got to make sure that Aaron doesn't have an eye for an eye. If they can get the Electro Final Blow early before the neutral fight, that would also be ideal. But as soon as you see them make first contact, it's so fast that Rank QT can actually rejoin that fight and to start peeling for him by deploying the Tortoise Poissons. Either way, right, AERO has a lot more range than what Team Vamos is expecting whenever they make first contact.
So you have to really play with that diversion too. Wherever Kim does not have eyes on, that's the point of attack, point of engage from Team Vamos. And until then, AERO Esports will continuously keep them at the arm's range. Look at all the abyssal traps that are put in areas where AERO Esports is expecting a diversion to come from.
Yep. Then, yep, great. Have Kosei sit on top of that orange buff. Just needs to sit within that bush. Oh no, they put a trap there as well. They switched the positions even more. Now, diversion towards that top side, utilizing that BMI to get Nespresso back into the fight after clearing waves.
Yeah, they know they're not going to really achieve much in the team fight with the diversion, so use it to get some macro going. Zkif going to be scouting them out in the Tri-Brush. Electro final blow cancelled, but the eye for an eye stun Smooth back in return. ZK gonna eat all his HP, but somehow gets away! And the Lord has been secured by RanQT.
Honestly, the teamwork from AERO Esports was great, right? Kim moving forward just to block the Beast Blast from Vamos. They don't even expend the immortality of ZK if he only lost the Flicker, which is going to be back up thanks to pull yourself together anyways.
Man, I mean, unlucky, I guess. Unlucky. What else can you really say about that? I think that in Vamos' position, this is starting to become pretty unwinnable, right? I think that if unless Chibi is able to get Kosei as well as Kim together and kills them both, can Espresso do it? I think he can do it against Kosei. I don't think he can deal enough damage to RanQT. I think Kim should be squishy enough to get one-shot by the Blazing Duet. No. ZK can keep him healed. This is a tough one. Maybe with the Winds of Nature, possibly. But still really tough for Vamos to bring this back.
Yeah, both marksmen just got their Winds of Nature. Kosei got it, and then Espresso, because the Lord should be taken care of. The arrow, glowing 1+ wishing lantern is actually going to start stinging. The Lord does go down. AERO Esports shouldn't get more than just one.
Lecto final blow gonna just be used to cut off Team Vamos. Zorn gets Magic Kundo, but instantly lifted up with the Tsunami Slam. Beast Bomb not doing enough damage. Aaron responds with the killing spree. They punish the Cho for trying to get the back flank.
Great Petrify, great crowd control chain. Tsunami Slam into Tidal Strike, into Aaron's Petrify on top of it. No Cho means no engage.
Conceal comes out. AERO Esports are looking for the end game right now. Aaron on the flank. Abyssal Arrow finds Kier. That's going to be the Loi locked down. Purify going to be used. Clock Kun able to escape. Electro doing good damage. Tsunami Slam allows ZK to escape. And Espresso shuts down Aaron. Jumps back in. ZK going to be blown up with the Yin Yang reaction. Kosei still alive. Still doing artillery fire. RanQT loses the immortality though. Team Vamos mount the defense, and now the diversion's gonna be used. They're looking for Kosei. He's stranded in the mid lane. There is nothing RanQT can do. Killing spray for Nespresso.
Honestly, Vamos surviving that fight just with the items they got. Winter Crown, Immortality. They bought so much time for themselves. The bait from Clockhood, he purposely eat the arrow. He pressed Purify, and Smooth gets a great fist break into a fist crack counter engage, and the Winter Crown timing to buy time, forcing AERO to overextend and commit to a fight that they eventually lost. But still, AERO got the whole Vamos base.
Oh yeah, I mean, despite having... It did come at a cost though. It did come at a 3K cost. Vamos, don't mind, they're still in the game at the very least. And now we are coming to the part of the game where final items are going to start pulling through. From the side of Chibi, it looks like he is opted to make sure that his build is more Bruiser-esque rather than pure damage. He is getting Magic Blade just to make, a Magic Dagger just to make sure that he can actually survive. Generally, based on what we've seen, Team Vamos, it really comes down to, can I find this flank? Another TP.
I'm gonna go over to the Lord. ZK gonna find Zorn first. Tsunami Slam pulls him back into the team, blows him up before the fight even starts. Conceal kind of wasted their fist crack as well from Smooth, not really finding what they need. Electro final blow misses, but the two-man Petrify. Aaron finds the backline, but it's not quite enough. Nespresso picks up the double kill. He's gonna be able to find it with the Blazing Duet. Abyssal Arrow cuts them off. Another stun coming in. Chibi is trapped. Kosei picks him off, and they're gonna find Clockhood as well. He has been abandoned by the rest of his team. Another Tsunami Slam finishes things off. AERO Esports are now 4v2. They got their eyes on the crystal. They got their eyes on the prize. Smooth and Nespresso, can they defend the Flicker Tidal Strike? Nespresso is shut down. The fist crack only finds one, and the Winter Crown only delays the inevitable. It's a mega kill for Kosei. AERO Esports have taken game number 1.
Fighting fire with fire. Vamos likes to play fast, and AERO accepted the challenge and play even faster. First, they won out the game with individual brilliance and freestyling from Aaron, from Kim, from Ran, and then it transitioned to a full-on team performance towards the end.
Really snowballing their way through. That's an early game we wanted to see from Vamos, dished out by AERO. I think so far, RanQT on this Boxia definitely provided a lot of help, and you can see even Coach Bam. Holy, Aaron, that was one hell of a Benedetta game to get them over the first obstacle of the early to mid game.
How many years has it been since Aaron has played a hero like Benedetta on the MPL stage? And when he finally shows it off again, He escapes the 4-man gank up top. He gets a 2-man eye for an eye stun, cuts off the BMI, and is consistently a thorn in the side of Team Vamos. AERO Esports has shown us that Hazel has left an impact all right, and they do not need him around to still perform.
I think, you know, no discredit to Hazel, but like that was an Aaron show, and as well as Kim. Again, both of these guys who are supposedly the utility team players now taking hard carry roles and hard initiation roles. Some great Abyssal Arrow pickoffs, some great Electo final blows to cut the team fights in half. Generally, they look more like a team right now. Great communication, because again, majority of the game was, oh, is Zekeef in a position? Oh, we just saw them TP over here. Let's instantly engage on Zorn, who's standing right next to a trap.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this play out before, right? And it goes all the way back to week 1 when SRG OG played Vamos, punish Zorn, right? He's on that show, we got a Kalea, we punish him, we remove him from the picture. Smooth was also, coincidentally, on that Badang, that series, that game itself. AERO Esports definitely taking some notes from the past. But let's go backstage and check out the MVP of game number 1 from AERO Esports. It is going to be Kim on that Selena. And you only got the MVP because Aaron died twice, right?
Hey, he's still paying tribute to his boy, Hazel. You know, shout outs to him. Our MVP this game, it's great to see him on a more carry-oriented style, right? Very big payoffs when you land these Abyssal Arrows, but that's assuming you hit them in the first place. If not, you're dependent so much on the traps for a majority of your damage, almost guaranteed damage, but the vision that it provides allows you to deal with the Loi Yi.
Yeah, the vision is the really big thing here, because yes, Kim was landing arrows left and right and was really good at setting up, but it is those traps being put in strategic bushes and locations around the map that made sure Vamos could never really get an ambush off. Vamos specifically banned out Novaria to make sure that they could like diversion or set up traps around the map, and then Kim just says, well, I have other options.
And there's also a very small detail, right? Every single time he lands an arrow on the Chibi, Chibi has to instantly make a choice. Do I out now? Right? He's baiting out the Sacred Beast form earlier than Vamos would have liked. I mean, Vamos, credits to them, have some very good ideas as well with Clocko's diversion, picking off Kusei 2 times, and saving the game with great item utilization. But AERO Esports were just too far ahead with their lead.
They really were. There was no way to kind of split the front and back. As much as Team Vamos has some like pretty good divers on their side, Chibi can't necessarily do alone unless AERO Esports are the ones who overextend. And unfortunately, they didn't overextend too much. Most of the time when they did, they've already gotten their big profit at the end.
You see a lot of situations where the fight got really close between both teams, but AERO somehow always managed to cut their losses, right? Like the way that they move, the way that they protect each other. So many times, Zekeef gets away with almost no health, saves his immortality. Kim blocking shots for his teammate, as is on a Selena. AERO Esports really were working as a unit.
You would think that looking at this draft, AERO Esports has a lineup that's pretty all-in, right? Besides the Benedetta. If everyone engages, it's very unlikely they're getting out, and yet somehow they're able to do so. Even in a situation where they're pushing up against the base, and Chibi gets sent into the backline with the diversion and picks off Kosei, AERO Esports somehow doesn't lose anyone else. It is so good to see how cleanly they disengage from all of these and force Vamos into uncomfortable spots on the map.
It's really tough to say how they've improved in this short period of time, right? Did they, open up the next chapter? Did Coach Bob unlock something inside of them? Is this something that Ran QT is providing to the team inside of the game that we are not seeing other than his raw mechanics?
I think it's just the fact that now there's another option for their jungler pool, which just the Baxia makes AERO Esports even more unpredictable, right? Like, who would thought that a draft like this is going to come out with Benedetta, Selena, and then a Baxia? And mind you, this is the Baxia first pick that I think it dissuades Vamos from going for Gatot, Hylos, Kalea. But on top of that, it became a flex that AERO utilized in the second phase.
Looking at these numbers as well, it's insane. Ran QT ate 140,000 damage, which is literally about as much as the total output of Team Vamos. If you look at all their numbers put together, that's how much damage Ran QT ate. Kim barely got tickled the entire game as well. Their positioning was so good.
I think... Yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right on that. In terms of the numbers, there's no denying that the values are extremely high. I just would have imagined that there'd be more impact off of the counter initiation from Smooth during these team fights, right? I think that Team Vamos, it's not like they couldn't clap back hard enough. It's just very small micro-mechanic mistakes.
Yeah, and a lot of times it comes down to the stagger that Zkif and Aaron provides, right? All the constant crowd control that is disrupting Team Vamos. Smooth, once he throws out all his abilities and loses that CC immunity, he just gets controlled. Man, this
gets locked down too hard.
Even you look at the Hall of Fame, like Nets is the only one, you know, who's on it as the rich guy on the clock, right? Playing safe for majority of the game, but there's only so much that he can contribute compared to Kusei as the carry, you know, Rank QT as both the wingman and the sandbag.
As the jungler, by the way, this is one way to make a statement back on the stage. Everyone gonna be comparing you against one of the most notable new import junglers we've had this season. I imagine it's a lot of pressure, very big shoes to fill, and yet Rank QT has done exactly that. I think we can all be very impressed by what he has been able to achieve here. And yeah, AERO Esports had just really good team synergy. The way they moved around the map together, the shot calls were clean, and you could tell that the team was ready to follow up on it. In comparison, Vamos felt very scattered a lot of the time.
I think AERO, you know, from the first when we first saw the roster prior to the start of the season, there were high expectations for the first rendition of the roster, and then the first 2 weeks not really the best. Week 3, some improvements, but still a lot of holes to pluck. Hazel comes in, big shift in their performance, and now they're on the up and up.
They really are. I think that right now, if well, at least for AERO, if they can keep up with this pace, that'd be great coming into the playoffs as well. Even so, Vamos, not exactly in the most comfortable position. I think that, man, I just wasn't expecting AERO Esports to play like so early game, get such a lead that early on. Like, I would have imagined that Aaron, only once you start hitting level 4, it starts to happen. But even prior to that, Kim just landing arrows, forcing out Clawcut to use his Purify, calling in the cavalry of Rank QT at level 3, might I add. At level 3 is what surprised me the most about this squad.
Yeah, I'm really surprised, honestly, by how quickly Aaron was unlocked from his lane. We knew that Benedetta was probably going to have prio against Smooth, but the way Aaron so effortlessly handled one of the best EXP laners in MPL MY speaks to his confidence and the faith he has in his abilities and the role he plays in this team. The fact that he's able to rack up such a lead and create that space, and AERO Esports are immediately capable of taking advantage of it, shows that there has been an improvement in the way they view the game as a whole. And now, I'm sweating a little bit for Vamos. Can they actually take the point they need?
It became slightly harder for Team Vamos, and August Todak, they're breathing half a side of relief. If this goes 0-2, it's going to be great for Todak's chances tomorrow. And again, AERO, Hazel coming in was the time that they started going on the up. Yep. And it was also the exact moment they took that 1 point from SRG OG. Coincidence? Maybe at that time, but right now, I think not. And I think it's a good time to also calm down a bit and take a swig of that 100+. Refresh with 0 sugar and 0 calories and the same great 100+ taste that you've always loved. No matter the occasion, sugar-free and calorie-free 100+ 0 is here to keep you replenished so you can get the most out of every moment.
Every single moment is going to matter here, especially for Vamos. I think right now, there's a very high likelihood, if they continue to play the same way that they did in their previous game, that they could be bowing out 2-0 against AERO. Of all teams, another team who has already secured their spot in the playoffs.
And that's the last thing you want happening, right? There is literally no stakes on the line for AERO Esports right now. Whether they win, whether they lose, it does not affect their placement in the playoffs at all. And Team Vamos are the ones who are desperately hoping to make it to the next stage. Again, runner-up from Season 14, by the way. So there's a lot on the line.
There's a lot. Even the players, right? Except for AERO 4, everyone has a track record leading up to this point. But for now, we want to hear what Poji has to say with a special edition of Courtside Report. Poji, take it away.
Hello semua, dan ini adalah saya Poji. Sekarang ni kita ada segmen yang terbaru iaitu Beyond The Meta, satu segmen yang akan menceritakan berkenaan dengan berita terkini dalam dunia Mobile Legends daripada Malaysia hingga ke negara serantau. Tak kisahlah berita, gosip ataupun apa-apa sahaja update terkini mengenai MLB bilahkan. Dan sekarang tanpa kita melengahkan masa, berita yang pertama adalah berkenaan dengan farewell dekat pasukan Todak pada 19 Mei hari itu. Badan pengurusan Todak telah pun mengucapkan selamat tinggal kepada manager Ashi, Coach Kuja dan juga Coach Saiful. Bayangkan kalau hari itu birthday dia kena farewell. Sakit dan juga berat. Tapi tak apa, itu adalah keputusan daripada badan pengurusan dan juga yang paling penting sekali. Untuk pertembungan esok, Todak takkan ada coach. Jadi apa yang bakal mereka lakukan, kita tak tahu dan sama-sama juga kita harapkan yang terbaik untuk Todak sebab sekarang ni Zaim dan juga Momo belum pernah lagi terlepas playoff. Kalau kata diorang terlepas playoff, sakit. Tapi itu berita daripada Malaysia. Berita dekat Indonesia pula sekarang. Skor sekarang adalah 1-0 untuk pasukan EVOS yang sedang menentang pasukan Navi. Tapi untuk pasukan EVOS ni, sedih jugalah kalau kita fikirkan semula sebab EVOS pun belum pernah terlepas untuk ke playoff bagi Albert dan juga Kayeye. Sayangnya cubaan mereka untuk ke playoff hanyalah tinggal kenangan dan juga harapan kerana segala-galanya telah terlepas. Boleh cuba usaha, bukan season kali ini, season depan buat semula. Berita yang ketiga daripada Filipina, iaitu untuk Filipina ni jangan lupa untuk pusingan play-in akan bermula pada 28 Mei ini. Jadi anda jangan lupa untuk tune in dan enjoy bersama-sama tentang perkembangan pasukan Filipina sebab kita akan tengok sama ada pasukan Onyx Filipin ataupun Falcon Filipin ni untuk mendominasi untuk cawangan sana. Dan kan kita tahu diorang tu pasukan-pasukan yang kuat. Tapi pada masa yang sama juga, korang jangan lupa untuk dapatkan tiket playoff bagi phase yang pertama. Itu pada 31 dan juga 1 Jun nanti sebab tiket dah pun mula dijual sekarang dekat Tiket To You. Kalau kata korang masih lagi belum beli tiket, inilah masanya. Kalau nanti dah sold out, korang dah tak dapat apa-apa dah. Dan sekarang kita dah pun bersedia untuk masuk semula dekat pertembungan kita di antara Vamos dan juga AERO Esport. Boleh ke Vamos ni cuba mendapatkan 1 poin cepat? Cuma 1 saja poin diperlukan untuk mereka melayakkan diri ke pusingan playoff. Kalau kata tak dapat, ini juga adalah kali pertama untuk pasukan Vamos gagal ke peringkat playoff. Dan juga untuk pasukan AERO, begitu dahsyat anda. Ya, kita doakan kedua-duanya kejayaan dan apa-apa pun. Itu saja daripada saya. Kita tengok apa kata caster sekarang. Let's go.
Thank you, Poji. Yes, just like he mentioned, this is going to be the first time Vamos misses playoffs if they lose 0-2 to AERO and if Todak 2-0 JP9ers tomorrow. But you know what they say, the hardest point to get is that last point. Crossing the finishing line. It's not how you start, it's how you end. And Vamos, they just need 1 point, but that game 1 is not giving us enough confidence. Era 404 now joins the fray to play the most important match for Team Vamos in the regular season.
So far, 100% win rate every single time that he's shown himself on stage in the land of Dawn. Has done crazy for this squad, but that just means that Vamos is playing blue side, is it not?
I would think so. It would be the power play, especially when you have a jungler that not many teams know about yet. Era 404 may have a 100% win rate, but all things considered, he doesn't actually have that many games on the MPL stage yet. So it could be a chance for Vamos to take a victory through a surprise play.
Yeah. We also talked to Coach Bam about playing without Hazel for today, and he says that playing without Hazel is a good test to see where we stand, especially for our local players. Netizens say that Hazel carries the team, but MLBB is a team game and Hazel cannot carry all 4 of them alone. And I agree, right? Hazel, sure, he has great highlight reel moments, but the rest of AERO also stepped up to the occasion. In fact, sometimes I forget that Zkif is a rookie in the league with his level of performance.
Oh yeah, I definitely think he has been one of the better performing players on the team. Same goes for Kim as well. But now we're seeing a completely different side of them. I don't know why it took this long to finally see AERO in a position where they can get stuff done in the games. But at the same time, it feels like Rank QT is a decent fill-in. I feel, at least in terms of the raw chemistry and the way that they're playing the game, they're moving together at the very least. But he's not a tank jungler, right? Which doesn't really tell you, oh, how great are his mechanics so far. It's just, he can play for a team, that's one attribute down. Does he have the raw mechanics to play other assassins? Because now he faces off against a younger jungler, and honestly, I think it's gonna be difficult. He might just end up on Frederick, for all we know.
Oh, that would be something that I would like to see. But AERO Esports, we also talked to them. How did they bounce back after the first game against MV? And Kusei said that they just couldn't play their game at that time, right? But because they feel like Chip is pretty hard to use in tournaments. And for ZKF, he says that, yeah, if the enemy has high mobility, Chip is harder to play, and he himself is not that good at the hero, so don't ban Chip.
Very cheeky there, ZKF. I do have to agree a little bit. I felt like ZKF wasn't very comfortable on the Chip just from the way that he was playing that game initially, and it just so happened that they were matched up against a Ling, so it was very easy for him to escape from any sort of shortcut situations, plus Badang catches, which did not work out well. AERO did eventually reverse the series though, so I think that shows that they are capable of adaptation, and they are aware of their own individual flaws. I think that's a very important thing. These players are very confident on that stage.
Especially Kim, the ball of energy when things get rolling, right? He's the one that's popping off. He's the one that's shouting at the enemy team. In good faith, of course, in good faith and sportsmanship. But I said earlier on, I wanted to see AERO 404. They finally filled him. Yep. I said that up to this point, he's unburdened. But now I think he has the toughest job to complete, which is to take one game to send his team to playoffs. He could be the hero, or they could leave it all up to fate tomorrow.
I agree, but at the same time, I think, you know, some of the underperforming members there, Clockhood and as well as Smooth, really got themselves handed down, just absolutely taking it up. But now we head into the drafting phase. Let's see whether they get a couple of better picks, because previously it's about building a team composition designed around a particular style. Now they have to take into consideration that, hey, they got some pretty good laners on the opposite end. Might we add that into the consideration?
Well, it does look like there's been a bit of a shift here. AERO Esports still choosing the Bandit Joy and the Ling, but this time getting rid of Kalea instead. And Team Vamos respecting the Baxia, banning it out from RanQT.
Wow, very different approach.
Are they giving RanQT Fanny?
They're challenging him, basically. Oh boy!
All right.
Here we go!
All right, RanQT. This is your moment. Harif on Nesfresco was banned out in game 1. There is a couple of solutions, right? I mean, we've seen Vamos, they looked to Franco, they first faced Franco before for Zorn. That could be one way to deal with it. The Phobius is still up on the table if they want to take it for Smooth. Yeah. Previously banned out in game 1 by AERO. So that could be a good opening tool, Phobius Harif.
Let's go for...
The Kimmy is also open.
Kimmy... Yeah, but Kimmy Harif feels like a...
Yeah,
it's like an overkill, you know?
I feel like you're super squishy, like especially when you're Kimmy into the Fanny. Like, what are you realistically going to do?
But that means AERO has a chance of picking it up themselves.
I think it makes more sense for them than it is for Vamos.
Yeah, I agree. Though they they love the Loi Pei, right? Like they played the Loi Badang. That's how they took games off of SRG. Put the Hylos in as well as that sandbag.
Alright, this makes a lot of sense. Good adjustments from AERO here. Kim going to be able to play back on his signature Loi pickup, one of the most aggressive Loi players in MPL MY. And since we have RanQT on a damage jungler this time, we will see the Hylos return, most likely going to EXP, but it can still be flexed.
Not to mention, there's still the glue left on the table for AERO, right?
Yeah. I think that the Hylos is definitely going to be flexed. The Suyo is a good Swiss Army knife for Vamos. You have ways to get on top of Loi, outplay, maybe even potentially outplay the Fanny. Some CC as well in the mix. I think it's fine. I think right now I'm curious to know what Vamos' position is on that second phase, whether or not they even consider Glue to be a threat in the first place, and if so, do they have a support that can actually deal with a potential high loss in that EXP against the Phobius, right? It's gonna sandbag, so therefore you need an initiator.
The thing is, because the second phase, Vamos is gonna be the first one that starts banning, right? So by the time you get to the last map for AERO, if they're setting up for Glue, Vamos has even tougher decisions to make. So they go with the Kimmy ban first, which I do agree, as it could be a possibility for Kusei without the Granger.
Granger and Kimmy banned out. Normally you would see something like the Moskov being locked in versus Harif, but that is also countered by the Phobia. So Vamos might feel okay with letting it through. The Selena can be banned out by AERO instead, since they already have their mid laner locked in. The ZK Badang is still open, but I wonder if it's something AERO would go for, since those walls could actually disrupt a Fanny depending on how they're placed.
I mean, I suppose, but I think there's also a couple of picks that are kind of slipping through the cracks right now, and I wonder if Coach Bam is aware of them. One of them is going to be the chip. We haven't seen it banned out throughout the second phase at all, or even the first phase. It was banned out in game number 1, but now Zaya is the one who's banning it out, and they are the ones who have first pick of the second phase.
Because I had a feeling when Vamos, they picked chip twice and they lost. Against HomeBois, I think ever since then they have been straying away from the chip themselves. They're feeling less confident about it, but it's gonna be a Badang ban by AERO. So all the familiar picks are out of the picture. This one, is it gonna be a Claw Kun hero? Do they want to save Zorn for last?
Oh, this one is really, really tough. I don't think there's a way to get out of this.
Oh, it's the Cho again. All right.
I mean, they got to, right? They've got to lock in the Cho. I would have imagined it being the Badang this time round, because at least against the Fanny, there is a good enough way to like try to throw out your abilities without getting punished too hard for it. Even so,
what about Jawhead, like pick off, right?
I think Jawhead for pick off. I think even if they wanted to play glue, it's not too bad.
Yeah,
they go with the Farmist. Loi is going to counter anybody who tries to clump up against them. Takes a Purify against the Cho. Yeah, they've got a lot of decent answers.
Yeah, I agree. So, but they opt for the Tigreal. This full-out team fight. And a 1-1.
Wow, okay, very interesting. Pretty high execution ceiling coming in from AERO Esports, since both Fanny and 1-1 are gonna need the space and capacity to actually outplay Vamos. Tigreal, I feel like, is gonna have a little bit of difficulty here, because Cho and Phobias both have very easy ways of canceling the Implosion or Sacred Hammer, potentially, if they catch him at an inopportune timing. But if he is able to land it, the yin-yang reactions are gonna hit very hard.
Yeah, they've got some nice synergies here from the side of AERO. I'm just not sure about the 1-1. Was the 1-1 necessary here? Wasn't there... I mean, Moskov is not too bad in these types of scenarios.
Irithel,
Claude.
I mean, as long as Kusei doesn't make the mistake we saw Skyset make early on, it should be fine. You know, he doesn't man-find Nespresco with the Inspire.
I say it should be fine, but at the same time, like, Smooth is on the opposite end. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't like getting beaten down that hard in game number 1. So he's going to be coming in with some fire in game number 2.
I would imagine so. Hylos does actually hold up the lane pretty well against the Phobias, but Smooth has shown that he is capable of overcoming these differences. And I do agree with you. I imagine he does have a bit of a bone to pick against Aaron after what happened in game number 1. And I feel like there's a lot of pressure on ZK to actually get set up so that Kosei can get his ult.
It'll be pretty easy for him. He's got that flicker on his side. The hard part is when you look at Vamos, they're playing more defensively and reactively to what AERO is capable of doing. But as soon as they hold the lead, it's difficult for them to drop that lead.
Well, they're gonna need to play for that lead here, because if AERO Esports wants to really be the villain of this story, they can take that clean sweep and make it as difficult as possible for Vamos to make it into the playoffs, which means it is up to our very young jungler, AERO 404, carrying the world upon his shoulders.
The whole Vamos fan base is going to be looking at AERO 404. Even though he has a 100% win rate, I'm sure a lot of people still glances through his accomplishments thus far. People are way more familiar with Chibi, but desperate time calls for desperate measure, right? It lives and dies in the hands of AERO 404, and like Gideon mentioned, the rest of Vamos also needs to step up to meet that expectation.
Looks like Smooth going for the concussive blast to try and force priority and try and keep it intact, especially when you're up against high loss. Also Festival of Blood as well. Interesting loadout coming in from Smooth. Even though he doesn't really want the lane to push, he kind of wants to like freeze it underneath his tower to force Aaron to keep wasting his mana. Because once he wastes his mana, then there's basically no point for him to keep on going. It's just doubling down on a losing trade.
He just knows that Aaron will generally clear lane faster than him, so he wants to make sure that he's not sandbagged in lane for too long, and maybe he'll help him out later in the game as well. But He's gonna lose out on that. A lot of that Brave Smite healing. Blade Surge going to miss. Aaron is fine down here.
That's the first contact top side 2. Rank QT bringing Espresso down to half health. He's gonna go for a quick recall. Turtle will spawn. He will grab his purple buff and be ready.
Sacred Hammer gonna push Zorn back, but he's also fine. Everyone's still around level 3, so not quite enough damage yet on the field to really threaten anyone.
No level 4 for ZK, so Vamos doesn't have to worry about big implosion.
ZK's dead. That's gonna be this whole Sever First Blood over to AERO 404. I feel like it's too far up. It's pretty clear that AERO is not really intending to contest this diversion. They're looking for Nespresso instead, sending RanQT up top. Net's gonna hide behind the tower. RanQT not able to find him.
Yeah, really nicely played by Nespresso. Popping that Diamond Force to kind of slow his targets, but more importantly, keep his back against the wall so 1-1 cannot find the crossbow of Tang. I mean, to be fair, they did at least get the Inspire out of Kusei, but besides that, Nespresso loses basically nothing.
Yes, so Vamos getting the first blood for AERO 404 also speeds things up right now. Zorn and Clawcone will be playing for the top side of the map in case RanQT decides to show up once more. I think AERO Esports, they don't mind losing that first blood, though DK will be slow on that implosion, still looking for his level 4.
It's taken some time for him to actually hit it. At this point, making a little too much gold. So, we'll hit this level 4 on a time. As you see the members defend against this, right, we're seeing not a lot of movement coming out from Kim specifically. His waves are always going to be shoved up against Clockwood. Yes, it is annoying, but now any flank angle, any one of these TPs being thrown by Kim could be a changer for the side lanes.
They really need to send ZK into a good angle here. We can see that the Tigreal having a little bit of trouble before that level 4. We have to note, this hero is actually not as tanky as we remember him being. Diamond Force comes out, Blade Surge connects, forces a Purify, and Kosei cannot escape! That's gonna be the goal laner picked off.
Bit of a mistake from Kusei to walk up like that, right? I think if you're the 1-1, you're not going to be able to man fight the Harif anyways. Keep the wave under your tower, call for help if need, but never engage in a fight like that. So Kusei giving up his life when I feel like it's preventable. Vamos now really starting to pump on the gas. Purple buff stolen by AERO 404. He gets his as well. RanQT will now have to play from behind.
This is a rough spot for a Fanny. RanQT definitely depending on that purple buff, and the first couple of ganks that he's tried to go for have just not succeeded. This Fanny has not made an impact on the map yet. Oh, another diversion in. Aaron gonna buy some time against Move. Here comes ZK, 2-man implosion. 1 Purify comes out from Clockwood. Zorn gonna be jumped on. He flickers over the wall, and AERO 404 finds Kosei, a surgical extraction.
Nicely done by AERO 404. He is not missing a beat. He is winning out on the retributions against RanQT and now secures the second turtle in this game. The snowball is complete for Team Vamos for the first 5 minutes of this game, while Nespresso is going to get full plating here. Oh, well, half of the plating, unfortunately. Z-Creep zones him away. That's still a good amount of gold, right? Regardless, Team Vamos are in a phenomenal position as the first items start to roll in.
Yeah, the 1-1 hasn't really had good stocks today. Look at that, first item priority 3 for Vamos. This kick should be a kill.
Yep, he's gonna get kicked over. Cannot even use any of his abilities. Team Vamos just strikes him down.
And Vamos is just gonna keep on stepping on the pedal. This is where you start to put on pressure. Zorn should survive this. Purple buff is up, so Vamos will look to take it. And RanQT, he cannot interact with Vamos at all. He's trying to get resource from the sideway.
Glorious pathway to slow Vamos down, at least keep their tier 1 mid intact, but they are going to trade that purple away. RanQT should be able to get that bot tier 1 at the very least, so they trade something.
So they continue to trade back and forth. Right now, AERO just trying to stay in this game, right? Making sure that RanQT is utilizing this family to split Team Vamos apart, and after every team fight to be that cleaner. Right now, AERO Esports don't have necessarily enough damage, and I am concerned now that the early game is done for. Where does this put Kusei in as well as Kim?
I think for Kusei, we've seen the story just now in the earlier series, and Kusei has to play from behind, but thing is, the situation is slightly different, right? RanQT also wants the sideway, so Kusei, he's not really getting any opportunity to earn gold.
We have Dragon connects with Aaron, and AERO 404 just goes for Kim instead. This young jungler knowing what targets he's looking for.
No, they bide their time. See the side, the split push coming in from this Fanny. It's becoming more and more effective, despite the 2 levels.
Two-man Jeet Kune Do knock off the flicker into the implosion, but the Sacred Hammer doesn't connect. It gets cancelled. Aaron melts away. Aaron 404 goes into the backline, burns them down. Kosei and Zkeeper picked up. Rank UT can do nothing. And Kim is going to be yet another casualty, another victim as Team Vamos take 4.
Another step forward for Team Vamos. They can start to smell that last playoff slot. It's not the end of the world just yet for AERO Esports, but it certainly is approaching criticality. With all of their plans failing, Rank UT not getting a snowball. Only saving grace is that he is deathless, hitting the Malefic Draw. But Kusei, he's not been able to hit his mark. Zkiv's ineffective, and Kim not able to find any good diversion angle due to Vamos' pressure and their lack of damage. Is starting to really show.
Yeah, it's becoming extremely evident, but we might see another fight by this purple side. Again, he's trying his best to kind of defend and give info. Well.
Zorn is 1v4 here. Wave the Dragon kicks Aaron away, but Zorn should eat dust. His first death of the game, Rank UT finally finds a kill.
They have finally been more than they could have chewed. Overall, it's still a 1-8 score with Team Vamos leading by 5.8k. Generally, per capita, they're making more of that shmonies than AERO Esports. Even so, 64 seconds left on the clock, and Rank UT, he's not wasting any time, right? He's always looking for another wave to shove.
The biggest victim right now is Kusei. Not getting enough go. And Vamos, when those Winter Crown starts coming out, I think Kusei is going to lose total effectiveness in these fights, right? Double Purify on the side of Vamos, and you have so much burst damage that threatens him. Clawkun, Nespresso, AERO 404, all of it which Kusei doesn't really have a way to deal with.
Yeah, they don't have like a direct answer to it. I would have hoped at the very least that they were building towards an item that could potentially turn things around, but even so, it really just depends on whether or not we see this Harith pop off when the time comes. Smooth, I'm surprised that he decided to go for the Winter Crown, but mainly just to deal with the crossbow of Tang. I'm assuming he wants to get on top of Kusei and get as many free resets, if not on top of him, generally close to him.
And the seal play, they're looking for Zorn. Flicker in, implosion, pushes Zorn back into the team, but he flickers out. Glorious pathway to stop him once again. Zorn gonna be melted away, but here comes the rest of Team Vamos. Smooth actually takes so much damage. Winter Crown will keep him alive for now. Aaron just barely finishes off, and Kusei gonna be chased down. Aaron 404 with the mega kill, but Rank UT, he's in the back line. Let's go! With the double kill! Team Vamos denies the attempt.
Smooth is the hero of that game. Zorn ends up taking the initial proc across the tank, transfers to Smooth, he eats it up, flickers on top of Rank UT, and just stops the cleanup crew of AERO Esports. This is going to give Team Vamos their first Lord of the game as they keep on snowballing. Nespresso 5-0 and 3, Holy Crystal in hand.
As they take their time back into their towards their own jungle. Orange buff still up for grabs, anybody's game. And I'm trying to figure out how Kusei needs to play this, right? If you go around, Nespresso gets a free 1v1 against you. You need to activate your crossbow of Tang before he kills you, but still maintaining distance against Smooth because I'm just giving him free charges.
I think he needs Malefic Gun. Like it or not, Malefic Gun is the easiest solution to it.
Oh, they're not even going to let him walk up to the wave at all. Vamos, back to their old jiu-jitsu style. Just slowly get their arm around the neck and then lean back and it's over.
At this point, there really is no way AERO can play outside their base. You can see that snipe from AERO 404 doing so much damage as well. Rank UT is trying to get a split push going. The Lord is going to crash in mid, take away that holy defense before going down.
Rank UT is doing a pretty good job, right? Staggers the wave, so there's still a tier 2 turret up for AERO, and that's the top one. AERO just needs to defend against this push.
Vamos are gonna try and force it, but the Glorious Pathway comes out to deny them. Revitalize, keeping Aaron topped up as well. Zkiv's just gonna stand in front there, eats a lot of damage, but the implosion locks down Smooth. He'll sacrifice his own life, but he sets up the kill on the Phobius, and I think that's pretty worth it.
That is great. They kill out Smooth, and they keep the inhibitor up. AERO Esports prevented any sort of base damage, and they get the tier 2 up top thanks to Rank UT. And this, it opens up the side lane, which means more space for this Loyi and the Fanny to navigate.
Yep. as they start to translate it, something that's actually palpable. I think that there might not be enough item slots to turn this around. I think there's so many things they need to worry about. Ideally, they get rid of Clockwood. At the very least, Clockwood or Nespresso, in no particular order. Because Team Vamos, at this point, once we're back at that 7.4k lead, it's just a waiting game.
By the way, AERO 404 score is 404 right now. I feel like I needed to point that out.
Nice. Take a screenshot of that right now.
Do it while you still can, because his Suyo is going damage, man.
How's it going next? Is it going?
He could be going for
Hero Spring. Or Winter Crown?
Winter?
Winter, yeah, it should be a Winter Crown.
I would imagine it's Winter.
Yeah, it should be a Winter.
I'm surprised he didn't get the gloves first, but
oh no, Blood Wings, right. Yeah, the Blood Wings component.
Yep.
There it is.
Espresso as well. He's got 4 items ready to fight AERO Esports, but I think both understand. It's just a matter of waiting, right? You have to have meaning in this fight. If you're fighting for no reason, probably wouldn't make it this far.
Yeah, Malefic Gun, finally, for Kusei. So this should give him some more space when dealing with Smooth and AERO 404, who are just right in range of their abilities to kill him off.
Kusei playing very aggro. Does get the crossbow stacks, but not gonna commit to it, of course. The Lord has just spawned.
Yeah, Malefic Gun effect really makes a difference. They can send Rank QT to the bottom lane and set up that wave if they want, but Rank QT wants the purple buff first.
Dangerous game that they're playing.
Oh, and the conceal gets cancelled. Implosion gonna find him in the back line, and the purple buff is secured by Rank QT. Tries to jump back in, but Glorious Pathway cuts off the rest of Team Vamos. Rank QT doing some good damage, but Nespresso picks up the monster kill. Kosei looking for the crossbow of Tang, but the blade search immediately. AERO 404 is such a threatening presence. They just cannot go forward.
All of them were one proc away from the crossbow of Tang.
QT is still looking for it. Almost executes Clockun, but he's able to fly out. He actually survives.
This is why everyone's calling for Fanny to get stagger when she's mid-cables like that. Getting away with just enough to stop Team Vamos from committing onto a Lord take. Aaron's going to come back to life in time. Zeke still has Flicker, which means Flicker Implosion possibility is going to be there. Now Kim, see if he can take out enough space. His mid lane gets cleared up by Kusei. Rank QT deals with the bottom wave. There will be a slow push in favor of AERO.
Well, considered, AERO Esports are doing a good job of prolonging this game. They know that as long as they can wait a little longer, get more items, it'll be pretty good. Oh, Kosei and Zkip gonna be sent really far into the jungle. Could be risky.
Hope to God that Clockwood didn't see that, because Kusei shows up.
Here's the conceal. Zkip's looking for it. He goes in, but he gets terrified. Doesn't find the implosion. Only lands it on one, but it's a very important target. Kosei gets the shutdown, and Rank QT gonna find Clockwood as well. But the godlike streak on top of Nespresso, he is still a bit of an issue. Zorn gonna try and run away from Kosei. Kosei's just chasing him down. Gets the killing spree. That is going to be a 2-for-3 trade. AERO Esports coming out on top.
This thing slowly let the energy die down here. A 2-for-3 trade in favor of AERO is always a good thing. Once this purple buff is secured, I'm imagining that at least for Rank QT, he's thinking about this Lord, and he's thinking about it big time. Oh!
Rank QT looking for it. Nespresso does so much damage. Legendary for the Hari.
Hey, you gotta respect Lord Smooth, dude. The Phobius, the stagger is deadly towards the Fanny. Rank QT, the amount of times that he got ran at by Smooth and died as a result of the stagger. We need to start keeping tabs of where this Phobius is.
Yeah, I think more importantly, where exactly is Nespresso? The fact that he's 8-0-5, the shutdown goal will be so big. Look at that wave. Look.
Another diversion play. Glorious Pathway comes out. They're going for the bot lane instead. They're trying to get a split push in, but Smooth is already there defending the tower. They're not even going to be able to pick up an inhib for this. Instead, they just sacrifice Aaron over and get nothing in return.
A bit of a mistake from AERO Esports. First Rank QT's attempt to go for a solo kill, and now the diversion play that was...
Rank QT. Oh no, Rank QT, no!
That could be playoffs ticket. I think Vamos knows it. Oracle for Nespresso, 10-0-5. Lord imminent from mid lane. Rank QT is 30 seconds out, so AERO might have to play this 4v5 for a while. They don't have the best wave clear either.
They don't. But now that the Lord is starting to walk on in, what choice do they have? Kim, he's only got so many charges, but good luck. Here comes the Conceal.
Gonna be a 4v5 defense. Conceal cancelled by the Glorious Pathway. Zorn gonna start taking some damage. Zkeep getting CC locked down, but Aaron actually eating most of the damage in the front line and baiting the Lord away for a short while. Kosei, Zkeep gonna need to back off and heal up. Team Vamo is gonna shift their attention over to the top inhibitor. They get it. AERO 404 still does a lot of damage, but AERO Esports will survive.
Yeah, all these considered good juggling from AERO Esports to hold back Vamos' endgame scenario. But Vamos are staring down a 10.8k gold lead. Just staggering over AERO Esports. More than enough money to start going for item swaps. AERO need the team fight of their lives to get this back. Domice finally for Zkeep. Very early Winter Crown for Kim as he keeps getting jumped on.
That's why you have teammates, right? Make sure start opening up the map, or you just stay as 5 to ensure that they don't fall through. Either or. Now that we're like we're in the 50s, right? Not the year, but the amount of gold accumulated by both of these teams. So far, Phobia's full tank build. That is necessary, but I think they just need to peel for Nespresso because he's been doing so much work. He basically like kills everybody on the opposite side given the right amount of time, and ideally you want to get rid of Kusei, then Kim, and then Ryan QT is kind of dependent whether or not he shows up.
Can 2-tap the core members for sure. And now this is problem for AERO. Not the best wave clear. This Fanny is not going to be able to handle huge wave alone. Neither does anyone else on AERO's side. So Vamos, this is checkmate angle. All they need to do, set up the waves, get the next Lord, and run it down for playoffs.
Remember, all Vamos needs is a single point, a single win. If they're able to take this one, doesn't matter what the result is in Game 3, Vamos will secure the final playoff spot and deny it from Todak. And that is the main thing on their mind right now. RanQT will be able to take the purple away. Zon with the flicker kick! RanQT sent into the jaws of the beast. Legendary streak for Nespresso. He finds the double kill. They're still stuck in the Glorious Pathway. Kusei looking for it, but he gets picked off smooth! And Nespresso deals so much damage. It's a triple kill for the Hurry! And a full team wipe for Vamos! AERO Esports have been shown the error of their ways as Team Vamos will demonstrate who the true victors are! With a single victory, Team Vamos will claim the final spot to the MPL MY Season 15 playoffs!
V for Vendetta, V for victory, V for Vamos. They have officially locked in slot number 6 for the playoffs. And Todak fans, their hearts will bleed as tomorrow matters no more. The race is over. Final playoff slot for MPL MY Season 15 has been officially secured by Team Vamos. Congratulations. And AERO 404, 5 out of 5 in the regular season.
You can see all the members from the front room to the backstab. Everybody is happy that Vamos manages to squeeze out and make sure that they get into the playoffs. On the opposite end, AERO is just like, it's just chill, dude. It's all chill, bro. Nothing to worry about.
It's like, they got one game off of first, but hey, we're in playoffs.
We're in playoffs.
That's all it really matters in the end for Vamos, which means that this Game 3 is now a chance for both teams to just have a good time.
This Game 3 is for fun. It's for fun and games, you know. It's for the giggles.
For the fun bucks, man. I mean, yes, it does take away a little bit, but it's unfortunate to see because now Todak on the opposite end not going to be able to make it through, right?
Yeah.
And with Vamos, in their current position, the way that they are winning this game against AERO, somebody has to be doing really, really well. And then they start corralling against that one person who does well. I want to see multiple outs from this team, right? As a means to an end. So far, so good for Nespresso. He shows that he can still play Harif.
Yeah, he's got his comfort pick, signature pick by AERO 404. The young gun, the young prodigy, and today, the hero of Team Vamos put in an almost impossible position and still pull it off with the backup of the rest of the team, but he was the one that really rallied everyone together with great early game aggression, great early game performances that allowed Vamos to keep on snowballing.
The kid's got a gusto, all right. Those early fights, every single time Vamos caught someone, AERO 404 was already thinking, who else can I catch? Who else can I melt down? And really taking advantage of Suyo's early game pressure to instantly aim for backline squishies. It was because of him that initial leads from Vamos were able to turn even larger.
It's a crazy time to be alive, right? I think AERO 404 has really breathed new life into the roster. It's a shame that we only saw 5 games from him so far. Hopefully he gets more screen time in the playoffs, because there's so many conversations floating around, even since the Piala Esports Malaysia, where he's this mystery figure, right, in all the trailers, and when everyone got the first taste of him, they wanted more. And he couldn't have come at a better time to close out the regular season for the team.
That is true. I mean, they're closing out really, really strong. When we're looking based off of the items, that Espresso was playing a pretty disgusting game, but also making sure that he has an Oracle on his side. He didn't need the extra shields. He just had a concentrated energy Oracle. Prior to that, also having the immortality just to start swapping out, because he was already generating so much gold. Unfortunately for Zorn, I think they figured it out very quickly that AERO Esports is trying to punish him as much as he can. 2 ults being thrown towards him as soon as he goes in for a backline dive. That's when you know they're out for you specifically.
Yeah, they're trying to repeat what they did in game 1 with the Kalea, right? Just stop Zorn. But I feel bad for Kuse. He was 1 attack away from crossbow tank, and Nespresco's pops in from 80% HP.
That is ridiculous. He literally disappeared. We couldn't even react, so I don't see how Kosei would have been prepared for something like that, and this is why Hariv continues to be such a threat in the meta. Once you get into that late game, once he's max build, he hits so hard that literally no one from AERO Esports could stand up to him. Rank QT wants to go in, maybe get a cheeky kill. Nope, he's just wiped off the face of the earth.
It's one of the few heroes that is like, oh, Divine Glaive gives you magic penetration, but do I really need it if I deal true damage? You know, the magic penetration is overrated for Harith.
I mean, especially with the lineup that, like, oh, what do I need to make sure that I have magic penetration from? Oh, Zheev, he can like hardly afford it half the game. Same goes for Aaron as well, and they're more worried about AERO 404, who's currently just chunking out the rest of his team. Either or, at least, you know, Smooth, he has a much better showing this time being the frontliner compared to game number 1, where he just got beaten down and Benedetta just flew right past him.
Yeah, it's making Rank QT look like a fool. Every time Rank QT cables in, gets hit with the passive, gets jumped on. There's really no space for this Fanny to play at all, right? The Harith Phobius red side 1-2 is a very popular, very honest opening sequence, but into a Fanny, it just makes so much sense. Good damage to pop the Fanny, and good crowd control to keep her under control.
Fanny is a hotly contested hero, but it unfortunately is a pretty conditional hero as well. You gotta really get that snowball going. Early kills will contribute very heavily to your continued relevance in the game, and if you're not able to keep that up, then it's kind of difficult for you to actually maintain a certain presence in the Land of Dawn. The people that needed to set that up for him, Zkip especially, had a really rough time, and this was what I was worried about. I feel like having a Cho and a Phobius just really denies you opening up the map.
That's why I was thinking of like something like a Jawhead, right? Something that can go for those quick pickoffs instead of focusing on big team fights. They put Glorious Pathway. Whoever runs in has to deal with Claw Kun first, and Claw Kun just keeps them away. Right? Just the Terrify, the Eternal Guard, very hard for AERO Esports to cut through. Hall of Famers, Rich Guy, Nespresco alongside the carry. We got the Sandbag with Aaron this time on the high lows, and of course Beck's Winning Man going over to Claw Kun's Vexana.
Oh, just handing out these prizes here. Sandbag Aaron, oh boy. Coming back into what he knows best, right? Taking a lot of damage. Even so, it just means that game number 3 is just going to be that much more interesting. Unless both sides are like, okay, technically it doesn't matter. We can start mucking around with some of the picks.
I do have a feeling that AERO Esports was trying something with this draft.
Oh, yeah.
I still don't think the Tigreal made a lot of sense considering the heroes they already saw. So maybe it was a little bit of limit testing overall that didn't quite pay off, but was very important for Team Vamos because it gave them that 1 point they desperately were looking for. And we all know Vamos, right? If they get that early lead and you're not able to stop them, this team just runs away with games.
Vamos, they are currently at 13 points. If they win the series, they'll be at 14. But just to give anyone one out there who are still coping with Todak's not able to make it to playoffs. Even if they match Vamos' point, they lose in aggregate. And that's why you got a 2-0 your series. Todak has a horrendous aggregate point stat. They are like, what, -6? There's no way they catch up to Vamos at this point.
I don't think most people understand its importance until it's too late. Fortunately, that's just the case here. Even so, I'm gonna say that at least RanQT, his cable placements and managements are all right. They're not insane per se, but it's just good enough to get away with some of the basic stuff that happens around. However, once you start disrespecting the opponent's Harith, that's when a lot of your problems will begin.
I feel like there needed to be a slightly bigger focus because there were a couple of fights where they were very close to picking off nets. And if that shutdown gold went over to Kosei, it would have turned the game around instantly.
Yeah.
But Nets kept his position, made sure that he wouldn't ever be picked off, thanks to partly AERO Esports splitting up the fight a bit too much themselves as well. Team Vamos were able to find the game.
All Kosei needed was one crossbow tank, and that fight would have ended. Maybe he could have solo ran it down for that 2-0. But some fairy tales are not meant to be. Again, doesn't really affect AERO too much, just losing 1 point. But again, Vamos locks in the final slot for playoffs. Now from this point onwards, we are also unburdened. No stakes for us, no stakes for the teams. It's time to just have fun. Game 3 coming up for Vamos and AERO. How much fun are they gonna have?
That's what I'm curious about. We haven't seen a team really like let loose in a while, knowing that they've already qualified for the playoffs, so therefore this is kind of like a, well, I wouldn't say a nothing game, but it's like, sure, it doesn't really change your standings. The last time we saw that, teams were really mucking about, and that's when it became hard to watch. This time around, after having seen it for like, what, 2, 3 seasons?
Yeah.
Give or take 3.
Yeah.
Give or take 3. I would assume that they are going to be like, oh, here's a core of meta, and then a couple of weirder picks on the side.
Yeah,
Probably.
Even SRG OG, when they play OB, they went full out. They went all out.
Around,
it was a different weight class, but they did it anyways.
Ugh, these guys.
Yeah, I do feel like there's been a shift in the way that MPL MY plays things, where we don't mess around quite as much as we used to. So I agree with Gideon thinking that it's not going to be complete troll. There's still going to be like some kind of solid meta core, and then maybe you'll add on 1 or 2 weirder picks just to test them out.
I think if you are Vamos, right, it's at this point, it's a big morale boost. They made the playoffs, and I think it's also a good time for them to get a even more reset, right? That game 2 was one of the, I would arguably say, the best game from Vamos we have seen in quite a while throughout the regular season, because a lot of the games that they win really didn't feel like they were in control, but that game 2 against AERO, with AERO 4-4, they were in total control.
Yeah, they were exploiting a lot of the mechanics that, again, set plays from AERO, especially in the earlier stages. We got to see a bit of a glimpse of both, right? We saw how Vamos was able to kind of take these small incremental leads and then look for that big 10x down the road. AERO, on the other hand, were trying to fight a little bit on the earlier side, but unfortunately weren't able to get as much information because, again, it's a Lo Yi. You're kind of going in blind. You have to have that Emperor's Eye to kind of foresee and predict what exactly is happening on the map, even if they don't visually show themselves.
Yeah, it's a lot of conditions to be hit here, but now that all the external conditions of the league have been taken off the table, Game 3 is a big question mark. Are these teams going to take it seriously, or do they want to continue testing things out? Maybe AERO Esports has a reason to continue experimenting with what RanQT is capable of. Maybe Vamos just wants to take a game for pride. We don't know. We have no idea what exactly is going to happen.
I personally would prefer if they just play as if there's still stakes, right? And, internet's gonna start complaining once you start picking Johnson, so just keep it serious, keep it serious, keep it fun. Use it as a chance to sharpen your skills, right? Every game counts. I think for Vamos, every single game counts. This is not indicative of, oh, they are gonna survive playoffs. We still don't know. We still need to see the seedings, but one step at a time as we head into the drafting phase of Game 3.
Can't wait to see what they're willing to bring out to the table. I want to see some damage EXP laters. I want to see an actual brawl happen in the laning phase. 3 kills and 3 deaths on either side because they're just, throwing fists at each other.
Triple assassin ban by AERO Esports. I guess Coach Bam was not the most satisfied with Ran QT's Fanny.
I mean, he bans the Fanny so that Ran couldn't pick it. You know, that's sometimes you gotta take some risks, but they do take the Harif away from Nespresso this time. So you take Phoveus if you're smooth?
Probably, right?
There's
Phoveus, Kimmy, there's
I think you just take the Kimmy. I mean, Ling is already banned as well. I feel like you have all the resources necessary to make it work. Kalia, yep. Again, Kimmy looks kind of good. You might be able to pair it up with like a Hayabusa just in case you're worried about an assassin jumping on her.
Yeah. Granger, okay. And Phoveus. Yep.
Phoveus definitely makes sense. There's already a Harif on the opposite side. You don't want to give them Harif and Phoveus, so you obviously lock in the potential counter for yourself. And then you grab the Granger as well for some late game potential. Ooh, Matilda Fredrin gameplay from AERO Esports.
Alright. Go back to the classic. We've seen this before. When Vamos played against Niners, they had the same exact answer to a Matilda Fredrin with the Franco.
Lock them down, you can't take the guiding winds, and then Matilda still has a bit of a channel time to get the circling eagle to knock you up. That way, plenty of answers. The Fredrin might be a little difficult, especially if he gets a bit of a lead. Even so, I'm curious because we're running out of junglers to play.
To live is to what are we getting? We're banning the Paramis. So this to protect the Franco as well. So Lucas for Vamos.
I wonder if they'll go all the way and just ban the Suyo as well, right?
That would be so fun.
Test error 404's hero pool.
I mean, why not, right? Ban the Suyo, then there's Hayabusa left. Hayabusa would be the only one left, actually.
Yeah, if we're talking about assassins purely. Baxia out of the way.
Yeah, there's no Baxia. Fredrin picked up. You look at Hayabusa. I mean, Hanzo is still around. Hayabusa, Hanzo, Alpha. Unless he goes Yishun Shin.
Unless he goes, unless he goes Yishun Shin. And even then, it's not that great, right? Because as soon as the tank jungler starts walking up and starts stealing your green camps, like in front of your face, that's when it becomes unfun. Loyi, good ban for the side of Coach Zaya from Vamos. We come back to AERO and instantly getting rid of the Hayabusa. 5 jungle bans.
Well, giving him the
look at his face.
The King Kong treatment, you know, the King Kong Kyrie treatment.
He's like, these dirty boys. Hanzo.
I mean, it's the ultimate form of respect. You know, like imagine baiting out this many bans against you, and they're still gonna keep it on the lockdown. Kimmy gonna show up here, so double marksman artillery from the side of Vamos.
Yeah. Coach Paui Burn and AERO 404 having a good time. Seems like they've already figured out the solution. Maybe the Hanzo is not okay. Actually, Hanzo is not the easiest to play with a Matilda Fredrin on the other side. Wonder if there's any alternatives that he can show in jungle. Can't really think of any, honestly. Selena jungle.
I mean, Alpha's still not too bad.
Yeah,
Alpha is like okay, but there's Matilda on the opposite end, right? So no matter how hard you commit, unless you one-shot the Fredrin, it doesn't really matter because he's just gonna get pulled away by Matilda.
Export?
Oh yeah.
Not bad.
Oh! There we go!
Gloves are off.
There we go!
Yuzong Savior.
Wow, that's a blast of the past for Aaron.
Yeah, this
is a true Aaron classic.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite. Even when you're looking at smooth side, he's thinking about it as like, oh man.
Oh boy, I know there are no stakes, but come on, I want to play my game.
He's like, you should have told me earlier, and then we could have had the fun matchups.
Yeah, I could have picked Benedetta, you know.
Yeah, that would have been pretty.
Damn you, Zaya!
Shaking his fist on the other end. All right, Suyo going to be the lock-in here. Oh boy. Similar draft to game number 2, but definitely very different tweaks. They still want to hold that front line strong, but there's artillery from the back. You've got the Kimmy, plenty of poke, even Suyo to kind of fit in between the gaps in case AERO Esports gets a little too far. Potential problems, Xavier just chunking you out with the Dawning Light. Yuzong, Black Dragon form, he might be able to catch the mistake of Kimmy walking right next to Granger and sitting side by side.
Yeah. Then also Phoveus needs to work his way to the back line. Yuzong does not. He just runs right through you.
That is the power of the dragon right there. But Yuzong is pretty dependent on being somewhat even or even ahead, ideally, in that lane. So there's a little bit of pressure from Aaron to make sure that he's able to win that out so that he's able to start joining fights alongside this Matilda brethren. There are no more stakes left on this game, but that does not mean that we will not be witnessing brutal conflict upon the land of Dawn. Let's see if it's AERO Esports or Team Vamos who will close out their season with a win.
All right, let's find out, because instantly the buff getting reset here.
That's so annoying.
From the help was Zorn. You should
know.
know.
Full reset too.
You should know. Zeke should have double checked it. Zorn's going to do it again, but this time full rank QT. Yeah, you better block that.
Oh, it didn't work.
It's okay. It's okay. He doesn't. He only loses like half a second off of it. He just wants rank QT to use that retribution. That's why Zorn doesn't mind taking the initial damage from Zeke.
Here he comes. It'd be so funny if the Who actually
so scary.
it.
Kim. Okay, he's gonna get pulled out with guiding winds.
They're still okay.
Think about it, when you deal with a Kimmy, if you accidentally shove your wave without your Roma, you lose the entire lane.
Oh yeah. Oh, here he comes.
AERO 4-4 looking for Aaron. First blood. Taking out the Yuzong in minute 1.
Yup, same classic problems. Aaron is like, wow, he's taking my shot residue like an absolute champ here. He didn't think, I wonder why he's doing that.
Oh, Smooth, are you serious, Smooth?
This is just classic ranked EXP, you know?
Hey man, like that time. And now he goes for the full zone out. That is dirty.
Oh, that's rough.
All right.
Call for the gank.
Oh, this lane is over. That lane is so over.
Poor Aaron. Team Vamos knows how Yuzong is weak if you bully him early.
And he doesn't have level 3, so he can't even catch the wave.
Nope. He's lost out on a good chunk of EXP. Technically 2 minions in that case. That next wave should... Oh, hold on.
Rank QT looking for some revenge here on Zorn. Gonna lock him down hard. Zekif gets the kill though.
So far, so good. Level 4 is about to be achieved by Smooth, and now this is where he needs to get really, really aggressive. Now with all the pathing that has gone, Nets actually doing pretty well against Husei on the opposite side of this matchup.
Rank QT is 1 level behind as well.
The stick field locks down Smooth. He still walks forward, gets the knock up on Kim. AERO 404 secures the turtle, but here comes the Black Dragon looking for Smooth. He's gonna get burnt down. Dawning Light sniped him right in the face. It's gonna be a 1 for turtle trade.
Now they rotate back down, trying to make sure that they have some leverage, some coverage as AERO 404 full level, 2 levels ahead of Ran QT. Without much help, and more importantly, since Kalkun got access to Kimmy, he's been stealing away camps ever so slowly.
And Ran QT, it's hard for him to walk up too. Look at that.
Oh, the hook didn't land. He actually stopped moving for a moment just to make sure.
Oh, I only thought it's the traction pulse that pulled him back.
I'm not sure, actually. It looked like he stopped walking.
It's either that or he got hooked.
Well, there's the hook on the Matilda, right into the Bloody Hunt. AERO 404 hits like a truck, man.
Interesting. Now the double waves for Nespresso. He wants to make sure that he continues getting...
Another hook! Lord is hitting them like crazy! Nespresso gets the snipe down. Rank QT, can he stun him? No, he cannot. He is 1v4. Here comes AERO 404 once again, forcing Rank QT back, and the Traction Pulse finishes him off. Team Vamos take no prisoners.
That's on you, Kim. Going on the recall spam.
They've taken their time with this. So far, despite being zoned out, Aaron actually has a pretty decent chance in Smooth in this 1v1. That's a big problem with Yuzong, right? Especially, wait, what is he running? Oh, he's using Quantum Charge instead of going for Warcry this time around.
He actually recovered in terms of XP, right? He's the same XP as Smooth, despite missing out on big waves just now.
Smooth trying to force the 1v1, but here comes Zekif, making it no longer a 1v1. Second Eagle gets the knockup, and Smooth will flicker back to his tower.
My biggest worry is that this game goes late because both teams are just letting loose.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about
And then you have a Xavier on one end. Oh boy.
Might not be the best.
Somehow connects Bloody Hunt Rakuti! That is Ridiculous!
What?
I would be so mad.
The hook wasn't even on him. That's the problem. It just thought that he was the closer target in comparison to ZP.
Yeah, it's a spaghetti code.
Yeah, that's some spaghetti. Well,
He got attracted by his abs.
Could be. It's so strange to see, though. Oh, okay. Eagle's out. Now what?
Not much.
So as this cook.
Oh, that was close. AERO 404 connects the Blade Surge though. Ouch!
Oh, yikes. That's a full rotation of the Suyo combo. 4.6k gold lead for Team Vamos. Finally, RanQT gets his first purple buff in a long time. They're about to pivot to him.
See how much of a pivot it's going to be. The main damage dealers currently in the mid lane, hard shoving the waves. And it's not like they are making sure that the map is completely... Wow, that forces Flicker out of Kim already? These synergies on the side of Team Vamos, it's no wonder that AERO has been consistently trying to make sure that Kimmy doesn't get through in the draft.
First item, Winter Crown.
You're not cancelling Bloody Hunt from this point onwards. Last time we saw them play JP Niners, it's the same thing. He gets the Winter Crown. Whoever gets hooked instantly gets destroyed.
That is so annoying, and Zorn knows it. At this point, AERO Esports have to play so safe. Despite having a disengage tool, the artillery catch and poke from Team Vamos is proving to be a bit too much to deal with.
Yeah, it's becoming harder and harder to handle it.
Uh-oh, Kim did not realize AERO 404 was there. The retreat comes in, and he just dashes right through him. He gets disemboweled, and the Iron Hook finds RanQT into the Bloody Hunt. Clocker just whittling him down from behind. Yuzong gonna try and block the shots. He does successfully get him back to the base.
And AERO 404 turning Kim into Gojo Satoru in that moment. Just cutting him in half. They still want to fight this?
Second Eagle gets a knock-up, sets up for the Black Dragon form. Here comes for AERO 404. He is so scary. Literally the boogeyman under your bed. But it gets him to the stun. He dashes away.
No way.
Frames the dawning light.
Oh, no.
And Aaron cannot chase him. In fact, the Starlium Dean stuns two of them in turn. Traction Pulse locks down ZK. Smooth chases them away. The shielding keeping AERO alive. But their dignity is taking a lot of damage.
They're getting hard muscled out of their own jungle. Nowhere is safe for AERO Esports, and I think I feel especially bad for RanQT, because what do you do now, right? 4 levels behind. He has not been able to eat good.
I'm feeling some people in the chat. I'd be like, bring Hazel back. RanQT can only play tank junglers.
I mean, he's on a tank jungler. He's supposed to win, right? Right?
Hazel's graduating, everyone. He's furthering his education. Give him a moment.
He's back in the actual kingdom.
Oh boy, this is a very rough game.
Oh, he almost stole the buff.
Do it again, do it again. Get into position, make him nervous, and then throw it when you feel like it.
I'm taking 0 damage from the Dawning Light. I mean, even the gold deficit, Nespresso is almost 3,000 ahead of Kusei.
Oh, RanQT dodges the Iron Hook, decides to go in for the fight instead. Circling Eagle comes out as well, but the Winter Crown keeping Zorn alive, and now the Infernal Pursuit's move, just walking up on them. Zaman Force as well, slowing down the rest, but Nespresso with the double kill finds the snipe. AERO 404 cutting off the back line.
No way.
Aaron gonna be melted away, and a triple goes to Nespresso.
How did Smooth survive? Literally, last tick of his health, and he heals back up with the passive shield to block damage and the ult. Oh, I honestly thought that they could have gone slightly better for AERO Esports, but Vamos have broken the 10k goal advantage ceiling at 8 minutes and 40 seconds in. This game is officially done unless AERO can somehow pull it together.
I don't think how they're going to do that, right? Because if we're looking at battle spells, Clawkun could be punishable, but I don't see him getting caught by the gates by Kim. Zeke can hit like 3 or maybe 4 people, but technically half of them don't matter unless we see Aaron like able to Black Dragon form from a blind angle against Clawkun on top of Nespresso. I don't see it happening because even RanQT can't deal with the damage that's being pumped up by Nespresso or even Clawkun.
Yeah. Not to mention that they have Sky Piercer, so your bulk HP is going to run out. Right? The more Sky Piercer saying Nespresso have. The only hope is that Kim somehow farms up enough damage and just praise at the Dawning Light. This is just Dawning Light every single time is off cooldown.
Yeah, just you gotta make an attempt. Almost back into the V.
And here it is. The signature Vamos style. Error 404 is learning such bad things on the MPL stage.
I think it's the Vamos thing, you know, it's a part of the culture.
They're a terrible influence.
Yeah, what to do? He's 5 out of 5.
Look at what happened to Nets.
Oh, Nets learned the language, you know, that's a step up.
It is a step
I
up.
think he learned a lot more than that.
Error 404 needs to learn Tagalog or something.
Oh, here we go. Now.
Traction Pulse finds 2. Lord crashing in. Ran QT just cannot survive. Guiding Winds pulls in. So there, Flicker Iron Hook! They find Kim. He flickers away. Dawning Light fires back, but it does basically no damage. Black Dragon Form used to escape. The Lord gonna be melted away. Team Vamos still very healthy. Still firing back. Iron Hook connects again! They find Aaron this time. Unstoppable for Nets. Fresco. Zorn is feeling it.
Man, he is a sharpshooter, this one. This Franco, such a menace. Another one.
Oh. I thought that one would hit. Dawning Light in return. The minion waves are slowly being cleared up. Traction Pulse avoided. A 4-man circling Eagle knockup, but it's not enough because Error 404 instantly jumps forward, finds the mega kill, and Team Vamos run them down. It's gonna be a team wipe, and Vamos break down the crystal to take the series.
Team Vamos, of course, with nothing left on their shoulders in the regular season, still close it out strong 2-1 in such a dominating fashion over AERO Esports. The fans rejoice as if they've won the grand finals, but hey, it's a moment to celebrate. If you were in a position of Team Vamos, AERO 4-4, 6 out of 6, 100% a win rate as a rookie debuting in a team that is known for aggressive jungling playstyle.
You can see even Kim saying hi to his friends, man. AERO 4-4 bringing in something new every single day. His energy keeping this team alive. Vamos very happy at least, you know, walking away winner of the series.
Can't wait to go on Facebook and see the things that's going to be said about Toda.
No,
oh,
it's gonna be rough, dude. It's gonna be so rough.
Yeah, just avert your eyes, stay off social media if you don't want to, look at what's about to come, the firestorm that is about to rain on Toda, who have missed their chance. But let Vamos have this moment. They deserve it. So does the fans who have been through this entire regular season with them, thick or thin. Like HomeBois said, loyalty is expensive, and the Vamos fans stay loyal all the way. Let's throw it over to Poji to talk to Team Vamos about the qualification to playoffs. Poji, take it away.
Tepukan gemuruh untuk AERO Esports. Masih juga gemuruh untuk anda. Walaupun anda tewas pada hari ini, korang masih lagi berjaya untuk melayakkan diri ke peringkat playoff. Jadi soalan yang pertama lah, saya nak tanya Coach Bam. Boleh tak Coach Bam? Alright. So, Coach Bam, look like there's a high chance that you will meet again with Team Vamos on the playoff. So, what do you think that you will do to win against them next time?
Next time, I doesn't prepare for now. We will just play. We see.
Just play.
Just play.
Not quite too spicy. Maybe Kim, kita ada brother spicy kita, Kim. Apa benda? Kalau korang jumpa Vamos lagi dekat playoff, sebab dia ada kebarangkalian yang tinggi, korang akan jumpa diorang lagi. Hari ni korang kalah, tapi dekat playoff korang akan tebus balik tak kekalahan tu?
Mungkin sebab Vamos perlukan 1 poin je kan untuk playoff. So mungkin kekalahan hari ni bukan kecewa lah. So mungkin kita boleh repeat kat playoff lah.
Baik. Terima kasih. Nice. Nak, semua family and friends semua ada kat sini. Dan juga sekarang untuk kita punya OG, Aaron, anything nak cakap dekat semua peminat-peminat AERO Esports yang datang hari ini dan memberikan sokongan kepada anda?
Okay, untuk fans-fans yang datang hari ini, terima kasih sebab support kita orang. Untuk fans Vamos juga, untuk bos saya Kak Pen, bos kita orang, terima kasih sebab datang.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Dan itu sahaja daripada AERO Esports. Thank you again. Thank you. Korang dah boleh turun. Enjoy korang punya game hari ini. Dan sekarang kita nak panggil pasukan yang menang hari ini, Team Vamos. Mana Vamos kita? Mana Vamos? Tak apa, Vamos tak ada. Saya wakil. Hai, saya AERO. Bukan. Alright, ini dah sampai. AERO 404 kita. Woohoo! Jemput naik. Jangan malu. Anggap je macam rumah terbuka. Okey. Baik. So, soalan lah kan. Tak ada soalan lah. Sebenarnya tahniah kah kepada pasukan korang semua. Okey. Zon.
Ya.
Soalan yang pertama lah. Apa perasaannya hari ni? Korang dah tunjukkan yang Vamos is back.
Alhamdulillah, kita rasa bersyukur lah sebab kita orang lepas playoff satu dan dapat tunjuk gameplay kita orang lah.
Nice. Tepuklah sikit guys. Woo. Dah lepas playoff kan. Korang rasa macam sekarang bila korang dapat je like ke playoff, sebenarnya ada satu berita yang korang senang untuk pasukan yang lain. So untuk pasukan yang gagal ke playoff, anything nak cakap kat diorang tak? Try again ke macam mana?
Oh, kepada yang gagal Betul lah. Lumrah guys. Kita hidup kan. Memang ada menang, ada kalah. So pada korang yang kalah, it's okay. Sebab aku pun pernah lalui guys. Tak lepas playoff. Tak lepas mana-mana kan. So it's okay lah. Walaupun korang tak lepas, korang boleh cuba lagi next season. Tengok berapa lama aku cuba. 15 season main. Teruskan juga.
Deep. Itu deep. Tapi sekarang kita punya AERO 404. Sini. Kita punya bukan AERO 404 tapi Hero 404. Sebab AERO 404 sekarang masih mengekalkan win streak 100% setiap kali dia main. Alright, untuk AERO. So sekarang masih belum kalah, tak pernah rasa kalah. Rasa akan rasa lagi tak pengalaman menang dan menang seterusnya melayakkan diri ke MSC?
Boleh ke? Boleh. Tapi hari ni luck.
Sebab luck? Rezeki. Wah. Era kita macam okey jadi good boy. Sebab tadi nampak macam tu. Tu cibi. Alamak. Tak gitulah kan. Tapi Era, tadi ada kan kita punya content team ada tanyalah dekat you punya team. And then bila tanya dekat coach cakap Era akan masuk untuk game yang ketiga. Sedor-sedor, game 2 dah sampai. Kenapa masuk awal sangat?
Saleh.
Oh, dia tak boleh jawab. Mungkin Coach Zaya boleh jawab. Coach Zaya. Hello, yes. Coach. Because tadi ada kita punya content team tanya dekat you, Era main tak hari ni? And then you cakap Era akan main game yang ketiga. Tapi sedar-sedar game yang kedua. Kenapa awal sangat?
Aku mau pick hero lain. Kayak Fanny Assassin.
Fanny nak counter lah macam tu. Alright. Good answer. Okay, coach saya nak tanya sikit lah kan. Actually for you guys untuk Vamos kan. Apakah cabaran terbesar untuk Vamos lah sepanjang season ni? Sebab it's not a good season but then again you guys qualified to play off kan. Ada naik, ada turun. So is there any pengajaran sepanjang season ni?
Of course, this season is like a roller coaster. So many up and down. So we have to endure the hardship of the season. But at least we qualifying for playoff. So this is like the God give us a chance.
Good. Baik. Terima kasih. Alright. So berita dah sampai. Sekarang kita nak announce MVP. So korang rasa siapa MVP? Alright. Kita tengok dekat atas. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Zon ke? Zon dah ready nampaknya. Jauh.
Aduh.
Wow. Zon kecewa tak dapat MVP. Tapi tak apa Zon. Satu tim. Setiap kali main, tadi saya cakap awak win rate, menang. Ini bukan setakat menang, setiap kali main je MVP.
Ya, minggu lepas tak dapat.
Saya tak datang kot.
Ya kot.
Tapi okey lah, jadi MVP ni kan. Adakah ini awak nak cakap ke orang lain? Kalau awak turun main je, jaga-jaga, error kat sini, macam tu. Anything nak cakap tak dekat tim-tim yang korang bakal jumpa lepas ni?
Good luck lah. Jangan lupa ban Assassin.
Nice. Alright. So saya nak tanya dekat Smooth dululah, Smooth. So lepas Smooth kita tanya Net, lepas tu kita tanya Smooth, kita bagi Smooth peluang. So untuk Smooth lah kan. So untuk Smooth kan, ada besar kemungkinan yang korang akan bertemu Selangor Red Giant juga. Kalau korang bertemu dengan Selangor Red Giant ni, korang dah prepare ke untuk bertemu dengan diorang? Sebab kalau kita ingat, itu masa week 1, berat keputusannya. Tapi kali ni macam mana? Dah ready ke?
Rasanya kita orang belum ready. Kita orang akan prepare semua benda tu minggu depan.
Semua minggu depan? Okey lah, minggu depan. Jangan future.
Betul.
Alright, nice. Okay, untuk next lah kita nak tanya. Next. Our King Semut nak. Ramai yang mention King Semut. Okay, next. Wow, macam-macam bahasa dekat bawah tu. Next, anything you want to say to all of your fans, family, girlfriend, ex or anyone yang dia datang kat sini?
Untuk fans Vamos, terima kasih pergi dekat stadium juara, and thank you juga dekat fans AERO and sponsor saya Realme, Dotet, apa tu? Zempirex, Dotet lagi. Dan bos, thank you and jumpa di playoffs. Let's go!
Alright, itu dia satu laungan dan juga satu gerakan gempita daripada pasukan Vamos kita. Dan itu sahaja berita yang baik untuk pasukan Vamos. Tahniah ke playoff. Dan itu sahaja daripada saya dan juga pasukan Vamos. Let's go. Kita tengok apakah titik kemenangan untuk pasukan Vamos hari ini. Let's go.
Thank you, Poji. You've heard it. For AERO, they will prep. Well, they didn't really prep much. They will see what happens next week. For Vamos, they're also looking forward. But I know everyone has always been looking forward to AERO 404, which is our MVP of the match. Both games on the Suyo, both near flawless performance.
No surprises that he was going to get the MVP after both the times in the matches. He's still making plays, man. This kid, he knows what he's doing. He knows how to re-gank for your EXP, which again, doesn't happen very often, but puts Smooth in an amazing position. And obviously, capitalizing upon Zorn's picks. My God, how many times did he land those hooks to make this kid shine?
It's not just even capitalizing on Zorn's picks as well. AERO 404, I feel like, is playing exactly the essence of what an assassin should be. He just pops out somewhere random on the screen when you least expect it. You think, oh, this is a front-to-back fight. All of a sudden, AERO 404 is right next to you. And he just melts you away in an instant. Then he just leaves. That's exactly what you need. That's exactly what we want to see. And ever since the season started, so many people had their eyes on AERO 404. This is such a young jungler, unproven on the professional stage. How will he perform? And I think he's answered that question.
Yep. Again, going 6-6, winning all games, 100% win rate in the regular season. Of course, the road from this point onwards is only going to get harder. He is going to, graduate from playing best of 3s to best of 5. Again, players is single elimination, so we wish both teams the best of luck. But this game, I mean, you can hardly call it a game. AERO Easters were clearly outclassed.
Oh, no, it's just small incremental wins, right? Zorn buys an extra second of time by, pulling the buff and resetting it from rank QT, then pulling rank QT after. That's 2 seconds worth of time. With the laning phase considerably going okay for every side from the side laners of Team Vamos. You have AERO 404 re-ganking for Smooth after clearing his entire jungle, but made sure to leave his red side open to fall back into, to then walk away to re-gank down by EXP. So therefore, losing 0 gold throughout the entire process. It's all the small incremental moments that we see from Team Vamos, which collectively gave them their 15 kills and really put AERO Esports behind.
There's genuinely a lot of forethought that Team Vamos put into those early rotations. Like you pointed out, Gideon, they were making sure that their pathing would be the most ideal for not just getting farm in the jungle, but also ganking. The initial hooks from Zorn put Zkif into defense position, basically having to keep an eye on RanQT's farm. And Team Vamos took advantage of that to immediately gank Aaron, the hero they knew would be the most problematic early if they didn't put a lid on him. And they basically denied him from laning at all.
Yeah, the early game for AERO 404, kill off Aaron twice, cut off his wave, and even though Aaron recovered in XP, the network was never the same, right? Because spills over to Kusei's lane and punishing rank QT, he was like, what, 5 levels behind AERO 404 by the end of the game.
It's crazy how everybody on AERO Esports equally, level 10, level 10, level 10, level 10, level 10, each one of them. None of them were able to find any kind of advantages at this point.
I'm surprised that but Zkif caught up to the same level as the rest of his teammates.
I mean, he can only... I don't think he has the highest net worth, obviously. But like, when you know you don't have enough EXP, you just stop gaining it. That's just the roam boots for you.
True, and I highly doubt Zekif was the one dying in a lot of the team fights because he's trying to pull people out, but it's not really working because Zorn is pulling harder, let's just say. And Team Vamos were running them over. AERO Esports definitely went into this game with the thought of messing around a little bit. But Team Vamos were saying, we invented messing around.
And also, I mean...
What is that GPM?
Oh, he has 1,051 GPM. That's the Nespresso our rich guy, as well as the carry. Sandbag goes over the rank QT with Zorn with the best swingman at 13 highest assists.
And with the Bloody Hunt, there's really nothing you can do to get away, and once you get the Winter Crown, it is over. And he's landed some ridiculous hooks this game. Hooks that didn't make sense, hooks that needs to be checked, but you know, who's to say anything, right? Vamos, they've gotten it in the back from the start. I think for AERO, like they said, this win is really nothing to be disappointed about.
Not to be disappointed, but like I still think that at least for AERO's side, Game 1 was probably the best standard that they've got to work with. They know how to deal with Chibi. But then with a different jungler, it could be a little difficult if Zorn gets a, I don't know, an Iron Hook of Destiny here. Like, geez, this is some disgusting stuff that we saw from him. Like, what? Like, what?
Every single time.
It threats the needle.
Oh, really, really cutting it close.
And even though Zorn is just standing there recalling, Nespresso is still able to get away from rank QT and they get the kill in return. The Iron Hook, this one! That is ridiculous! That is actually ridiculous.
That makes no sense. Does Zekif just like, you know, skip over the hook or something? Like it
the hook didn't connect with Ran. Ran connected with the hook.
Basically, yes.
It's giving the, I didn't hit him with my car, he ran into my car.
Just bad vibes, man. Just bad vibes. So sad.
Look at this move. The passive shoe.
Lives, hides up in the air, comes back down to get it. Brave Smite difference. Brave Smite difference. What can I say? Oh, too many moments in this game where it is a little unbelievable. But it's at least nice to see every once in a while that it's like, hey, at least you were able to bring Yuzong into the game. At least you were able to bring in Xavier. Might not exactly have the perfect team composition to make it work, but it was like getting there.
Yeah, I mean, Kim better have a good explanation for Stormy for losing a 100% win rate on Xavier.
Stormy be watching this game thinking, Kim, you better not do it, Kim. That is my win rate.
now they have to meet in playoffs.
They have to meet in playoffs. There's no other way. Oh, dude. A good, fun game here. A 2-1 victory for the side of Vamos at the very least. They get to breathe. They get to move on. But the journey's not over just yet, man. At least for AERO, we can see that they can work without their jungler, and Rank QT kind of fits that role, but we didn't get to see the full extent of him as well.
Yeah, we didn't really have... we've seen three different junglers from AERO Esports. So I guess there's more time for them to prep for playoffs, for phase 1 of playoffs. But for the first time since MPL MY Season 4, Todak misses playoffs. I know when they started missing M Series, it was hard to accept, but people also were willing to open up to the idea that other teams are getting better, receptive towards that idea. But missing playoffs has never been heard of if you're a Todak fan.
Yeah, no, they've had some glory days, but I mean, the golden era is over for Todak, and I think now is back to the drawing board to try and rebuild what they have once lost.
Yeah, from third place, from 1 series away to M6 to missing playoffs the next season. And this is off of a 2-year rebuild, right? 2-year rebuild that led to a close shave, and now another reset button.
I still don't really understand it. The 2-year rebuild looked like it was going in a good direction. Then they decide we're going to take the other direction instead. And this is just the result of that. Hopefully Todak will take this as a learning process. We know that there's going to be a lot of changes coming to the roster coming in the future. But that also means that officially all 6 playoff spots have been secured. And now truly begins the race for MSC.
Yeah, and the stakes are slightly lower this time. You don't have to be the MPL champion. You just need to be the grand finalist, and you book a direct slot to MSC in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. You don't even need to play wildcards.
Yep. Gotta make it through. Top 2 is what every team is looking out here. Thankfully, SRG allowed us to get that second slot, but this is it. This is it.
Yeah, you gotta survive phase 1 first. Phase 1 is the play-ins, right? Single elimination, best of 5. If you don't make it through day number 1, which is next Saturday, the season ends here. But those who make it through to Sunday, at least you get to play upper brackets. At least you get that double elimination format. Well, there's no more stakes left, but coming up, we still have an interesting series. HomeBois against Master Vicious. Anything to look forward to?
I mean, we just want to see these teams duke it out. We want to see them like
These two are
boxing.
brawling teams, man. And they are going to be team fighting, and I hope we get to see a lot of that.
Yeah, and me too. Well, we are going to leave you guys with a mic check for this series, but remember, don't go anywhere because later when we come back, HomeBois takes on Master Vicious. We'll take a break and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Balik.
Ada tipi yang.
Ada tipi yang.
Sabar. Ini kita pikir
internet.
Tipi. Kurang. Sini, maju. Tipi. Dorong kanan. Gas.
Dah baik, kick.
Boleh. Eren jaga atas, Eren.
Boleh.
Look this down.
Korang kiting untuk aku.
I'm looking cho Kip. Go, Kip. Boleh, Kip. Nice one, Kip. Knock down. 1 HP, bro.
Dah.
Mati.
Aku retreat. Just semua.
Boleh, bro. Mati.
Aku stun dua.
Kiting. I can sustain you guys.
No one.
Boleh ah? Ya. Got lot. Ya. Boleh end, bro. Just end, bro.
Kau say.
Ya.
Aku ulti je lah. Nampak agak ulti sikit.
Boleh, bro.
Kenapa solo kill lo?
Ya.
Kill.
Okay.
Bye.
Nice one, guys.
Thank you guys.
Nice one, Ran. Finger.
Aku 5 second. 4 3.
Bulat nice guys.
Aku defend ni. Boleh end lagi. Ui, kena angkat lagi.
Mas try. Yo.
Jaga degrade lah.
Aku cancel.
Kiting. Ada dalam tower.
Betul.
Penny.
Komen. Ini no flick. Oi! Dino!
Tengok net. Nice one.
Rata dia. Udah.
Dah, jangan mati. Chill.
Atas.
Nice!
Sumpah di season.
Winter! Oi!
Sumpah.
Wah, Dino! Alhamdulillah. Man, tarik dulu bro.
Dia tak ada ni petrify.
Sabar guys. Punching mania. Ada minat.
Lagi.
Ada punching mania ni.
Kita baik blue lah.
Apa nak kena punching mania?
Aku. Jangan sabar nak flicker. Mana stand kau?
Hero dulu guys, hero.
Dapat tu ah.
Hero.
Ya.
Dapat Fredin. Tarik punching mania.
Alah mati.
Allah. Tak ada minat.
Ada.
Oi,
Minyak.
Nice game. Alhamdulillah.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Dengan 100 plus zero. Coba, try, taste. 100 plus zero. Hey.
とは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legacy. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When HomeBois won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because HomeBois has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rundung terpaksa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah. Let me hear you say. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Aku hembus kata simas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 15, Week 6, Day number 2. After a gruesome full best of 3 between Vamos and AERO Esports, the weight has been lifted off of everyone else. There's nothing else at stake, but we still have games to go through. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Gideon Q and Sadafa as we prep ourselves for the final series of the day. It's HomeBois and Monster Vicious.
This one's going to be interesting. Of course, everybody was hoping there was going to be more weight on it, but considering that these are the teams who are moving on to the playoffs, MV has shown a lot of promise. HomeBois have shown a lot of promise. Unfortunately, both have lost to SRG. So who among them are better?
Ooh, that is a good question, isn't it? I think there's some similarities in the way that these two teams play, right? They're both brawl types. They like catching, they like team fighting. Mid-game tends to be that power spike. So more similarities than differences here. And it is finally a chance for them to prove who actually is the stronger team.
Yeah, and on top of that, prior to the start of week number 6, there were a lot of possibilities for MV to even overtake HomeBois in their second spot. But sadly, dropping a single point to AERO Esports and eventually a loss denied them that opportunity. Either way, it is a match to look forward to, and you guys can even catch it on Astro Arena. Don't miss a single moment of MPL MY Season 15. You can catch all the live action on your TV screens only with Astro Arena. From epic clashes to highlights, worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before, right from your living room.
It's so exciting and the ratings have been so good. We changed our lower third this time. So thank you to Astro Arena. Big shout out to everybody watching at home straight from their TV sets. Either ways, this game, I'm hoping that both teams, even though there's no stakes, are going to be like, all right, this is more of like who can bench more, right? You already have the weight set up. You just need to, try a new PB against each other.
This is where you live until failure, as they call it.
It is a question, though, of how seriously do these teams intend to take it? We're saying that it's a chance for them to prove their strength, but is it really for themselves, right? Are they going to take a page out of AERO's book, try something a little bit different like that Yuzong earlier, or is it truly a revenge mission for Monster Vicious? Because they did get swept by HomeBois 2-0 last season.
Now, that was a curse that Monster Vicious had to bear for Season 14, where they could take down the strongest of teams but drop to those at the lower part of the standings. Either way, I think for HomeBois as a squad, this rebuild has been nothing but impressive, right? Again, they've locked in upper bracket, so they don't have to play the day 1 of phase number 1. But on top of that, the introduction of wide hero pools that the player has, and Coach Erpang and Jesvan really showcase that this team is multi-dimensional.
Yeah, no, this was a huge risk coming in from Daddy Hood, the owner of the HomeBois. Having seen his previous team now turned into a completely new entity, he had to refill his last roster with a lot of players that we were hoping was going to give them that extra bit of oomph to get them over the line. If not, start back at ground zero. But with all the experience that he has, honestly, this risk ended up working out. I thought maybe by the end of the year, this team would start to look good. But in this season alone, they've kind of proven that all of those years of failures have added up to make this team what it is right now.
You always think logically that when you revamp a lineup, when you change up notable players, that it is going to take a while for the team to really get off the ground. But sometimes things just click, right? I think we've already seen that from SRG OG as well. The first season where Innocent and Cram popped in saw a new era of the team and of the league as a whole. So I think HomeBois have definitely found a bit of that mojo for themselves, and now they want to continue proving it at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, very little teams have seen a rebuild quite as big, quite as a magnitude as HomeBois, and there's a universe where they could win a second trophy with a completely different lineup. Who knows that, right? And at least secure a slot to MSC if they don't win in the grand finals. But let's check out the HomeBois lineup one more time before they close out their regular season run. On the side of the HomeBois, we got Izanami, Ivan, Amal, MelQT, and Val. All of them have proven their mettle. Whether you love them or hate them, you cannot deny that the HomeBois have shown that they are one of the greats.
Hopefully, I'm hoping that we see that HomeBois are able to play a riskier style of composition to really show where that ceiling is for the team as a whole. We've seen Izanami on damage dealers and more utility style mid laners. We've seen Amal. He definitely has a ceiling that he's trying to break, but then we look at Ivan as well as Vel. We don't know where Ivan is going to be overall. MelQT has hit a certain ceiling of his own, calling it ordinary mage, but even for Vel, when push comes to shove, that's when you see him get a little weaker.
Yeah, I feel like those Ivan and Val are currently the ceiling, right? I want to see the rest of HomeBois match up to them. But for MV, they are trying to do the same as well. They got Roundel, Nova Escobar, Uni, Ruff, and Zeno, and they have constantly broken their ceiling every season.
But has it been enough is the main question. Monster Vicious has remained fairly consistent with this same lineup throughout their arrival in MPL Malaysia, but have not quite been able to take that next step forward. The ceiling, very clear here. But the players themselves are something to really respect. Every single player has demonstrated that they're capable of great things. All it comes down to that consistency and how well they can pull it together.
This is the best testing ground for MV. If they can just even draw a single game for HomeBois, it would be some cause for celebration. Let's bring both teams onto the stage.
They failed to qualify for the playoffs last season, but they never gave up. And now they have risen stronger to lock in an upper bracket slot. Will the new era rise all the way and claim their second trophy? Give it up for HomeBois!
Forced to accept defeat, and with it, the chance for an upper bracket slot slipped away. But today, they return to close the regular season with pride and a final statement victory. Can they avenge last season's loss against HomeBois? Please welcome up to the stage, Monster Vicious!
Introducing the brains of the coaching staff of both teams and the head of League Offs, Franklin, will ensure fair play and professional integrity in all of the matches. From the side of HomeBois, we got Coach Erpang and Jesvin, and from the side of Monster Vicious is Coach Haru and Sora. Keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, and armbands will be worn by both team captains who will lead the team's movements and strategies in the game. This is a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. This is MPL Malaysia. Let's get it rolling, people.
The ball is officially in the court and it is rolling all right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the best time to place your bets because both these teams are honestly equally matched considering the circumstances. Again, a big focus onto that team fighting as well as general flexibility in the drafts will be the main factors that determine who comes out on top.
I think when it comes to the drafting phase, HomeBois have a significant advantage. We've seen, both teams have made the mistake of over-preparing for a particular matchup just to get sidebarred at the end. In terms of adaptability, it feels like Erpang is that kind of guy. If he doesn't overthink the scenario, is able to get a pretty good draft. However, Monster Vicious, on the other hand, they're very, well, I would say their drafting style is very selfish towards themselves, and that could go either way.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the comparison for HomeBois match win-lose from Season 14 and 15, right? Season 15 so far, they've only dropped one series, and that's against SRG OG. Aside from that, they clean sweep everyone else, dropping one game to DxSo. You compare it to Season 14, it is a great improvement where they've only won 2 series, clean sweeping RSGMY and Monster Vicious.
To be fair, if Monster Vicious are able to win out in this match, that means at least from Season 14 to Season 15, HomeBois have reversed their scores.
It would also mean that they remain consistent, right? MV, known as the team that is able to win against strong teams, lose to weak teams. HomeBois was definitely a weak team last season. So now that they're a strong team, maybe MV will get a indirect buff.
Hey, I don't know, but MV is starting to look more and more like a Bigatron or like a Geek fan. You don't know when they're gonna start like having a little too much fun, or when they're like, okay, it's game time, boys.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they still have I'm not sure if they have someone like Beloyski in their team, but I can see the resemblance of Bigatron. We also need to look at the roam and mid stats comparison, right? For HomeBois, we got Ivan and Izanami. For MV, we got Nova, Escobar, and Roundel. KDA-wise, it is fair to say, on Monster Vicious, they're a lot more bloody, but when you look at total assists and KP, it is HomeBois who are playing together a lot more.
Oh, for sure. I think that Ivan and as well as Izanami work really well when they're working in their mid-trio. That's their preferred style. I think that MV has a bit of an advantage when it comes down to the flexibility. Roundel and Nova X Kobar don't necessarily have to be together, and there's natural synergy between Roundel and Nova X Kobar with some of the other members. Zeno more inclined to Nova X Kobar, Roundel more inclined towards the rough side of the map.
Yeah, there's definitely benefits to each approach to the game where, like you mentioned, Gideon, Monster Vicious has a little more flexibility with it since they are able to form more independent units that can do their own thing across the map. But I think that when it comes down to the big 5v5s, HomeBois just feel a lot more coordinated. When someone makes a call, the entire team is ready to follow up on it.
Yeah, very different personalities on both sides of the aisle. As we hop into the draft of Game 1, HomeBois blue side, MV red, right off the bat, Hayabusa, Hanzo, Fredrin, all removed. Chip being the number 4 hero to get banned.
Interesting. Erpang is targeting Uni in a very interesting way, right? Again, there's a lot of power picks, and I think both of these teams are on the same idea of, we don't really care about the relationship of having a Kalia on top of a Kimmy and then thinking about the glue later down the line and towards the second phase. I think both of these teams understand Kalia and Kimmy are manageable now that Baxia has entered the premises. I think there's an argument that Haru could consider banning out the Kimmy being on the red side.
That, and also the Baxia also negates that Hylos and Gatot, right? Like the relationship between Baxia and a lot of the current meta heroes is pretty toxic.
Oh yeah,
towards the meta heroes.
Pretty terrible, honestly.
And that's why teams are willing to actually first pick the hero these days. But what's also interesting is the Fanny ban on the blue side. Now, Amal doesn't play a lot of Fanny, but he is capable of bringing the hero out. So with HomeBois removing that on blue side, they clearly have a plan. Ooh, Baxia ban.
So the Baxia ban, it opens up a trade where if you take Kalea, I have Gatot for myself, the Harif is on the table, Fulvius is also an option.
Kimmy.
And the Kimmy as well, yeah, Izanami does play a mean Kimmy.
I think this is first pick Kimmy for sure for the side of HomeBois, right? Unless they want to kind of avoid that option and put Kalia as well as Kimmy in a package deal for MV. You take one or the other, or you take both, there's still responses after.
You could take Kalea and then maybe a Link Blue 2 or 3. I mean, this
that's not bad, yeah.
One of the approaches the SRG OG took with some tweaks in the first pick. So they will go for the Kimmy instead. Now, I wonder if MV will respond with that potential Link pick.
Here's the really scary part, right? Because you've already seen 3 junglers banned by the side of Erpang. If they lock Link in now, that gives a very clear indication for HomeBois to start pivoting their comp to stronger side lanes to try and go for these early invades. Kalia and as well as Ling have been the selection for the side of Monster Vicious. Now, I'm expecting to see a Gatot here at least for the side of HomeBois as a flex pick. That third one, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I would agree with the Gatot. Obvious counter pick to the Kalea. But is there anything else that HomeBois would be eyeing at this stage? Maybe they might want to lock in their jungler in advance, since a lot of assassins have already been banned out by themselves.
Yes. Not only that, they've lost access to the Fredrin too, right? Like, teams that play HomeBois right now, they respect that Fredrin by a lot. Baxia, that maybe would have been something that they'd like to try, also removed by Haru, so they had to fall back to the classic Joy and Fulvius, which makes a lot of sense. Like, the opening of Link Kalea already gives big advantages because good backline dive, great late game scaling, but also you have good isolation tools with the Kalea and Link. In this case, I think MV, with this strong of a start, I still think the Gatot, well, not the Gatot, I still think that right now, if they go for a marksman, it wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, but marksman isn't too bad, but also at the same time, I think that Haru is thinking about like, hey, is glue usable in a comp like this? Getting on top of the Joy is extremely difficult. Being able to zone out Kimmy is always possible, but then you're just a meat stick that's building up her passive. And it looks like they're going to go with the glue. We know that the second phase is going to be a ban towards the counters for glue and then securing themselves the marksman after. If that is the case, then we should be seeing that the HomeBois should be banning out the marksmans instead here in the phase 2.
It makes a lot of sense to me, and so far the coaches do seem to be playing for their individual strengths. The glue meant to make sure that they're going to have lane prio on the EXP side so that the Phobias can't start affecting the map. And since you are going to be playing that Ling jungle, it's very important for MV to maintain mostly map control towards the early stages, which means high priority towards getting lane counters in the gold and EXP lanes.
Yeah, and with the glue for MV side, it also solidifies the entire playbook, well, the foundations of MV's playbook, right? I have someone to dive the backline, but I can dominate the lane, but at the same time, it's not really high committal because glue facilitates the link, whereas Kalea, again, you can isolate any single target you want, but you also get to keep your backline safe. There's a very good separation of duty that MV has allocated for their players that doesn't really jeopardize the rest of the draft.
The Badang ban seems a little awkward for me. I feel like it would have been nice for MV to actually get the Badang for themselves. At least then you have a potential way to kind of like protect yourself. But they've already locked in both their support as well as EXP laner at this stage of the game, which makes this a little difficult. But HomeBois, Erbong, he's right on the money. Making sure that he's getting rid of marksmen, especially marksmen are able to affect the lane, force priority out, and actually work as a potential combo with Kalea.
The combo is definitely there, but it's up to the teams whether or not they decide to actually go in for it. With the Beatrix banned out, HomeBois is definitely going the direction of banning out marksmen, the way that you pointed out earlier, Gideon. And there isn't any marksman locked in just yet. The Kimmy can still be flexed, but considering Izanami's proficiency with the hero, it still seems like a very likely mid lane pickup, which also means HomeBois is going to need a pretty solid frontliner, such as the Gatot, which is banned out by Monster Vicious.
Okay, so they're saying we want you. All right, so MV is playing the gamble here. They're going to be locking in their marksman. I'm guessing it's going to be a Moskov on the side of MV, right? Now, Kimmy has two options. Either I get flexed into the gold lane or get thrown into the mid lane. I doubt it's going to be in the mid lane more so that, again, Haru has conveniently let open a majority of the bans.
Yeah, there's the Moskov, there is Irithel, I think Ruff has plenty of options. Even in the mid, if I still want someone to pair with the Kalea, I have the Farsight, which is the most direct option. Or if they are feeling comfortable for round there, the Xavier is not too bad of a pick as well, right? You get to really sandbag HomeBois.
Kind of. Only because this Joy poses so much threat. I think there needs to be some level of safety. I think Farsa would be the safest for the side of MV, and then you let kind of HomeBois decide at the very end. But that's on if you're willing to give up the Moskov in the first place. Wow.
Okay.
They go 1-1 instead.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay, locking in the 1-1 in advance.
1-1 stocks has been horrible today.
Yeah.
Every 1-1 game has been a loss.
It has not been the best, and usually it's been picked up specifically to counter Fredrin compositions, which in this case, this is not a Fredrin lineup. In fact, most of the heroes on the HomeBois side are going to be quite difficult to build crossbow or tang off of, so MV is planning to heavily combo alongside the catch potential of Kalea and Glue.
And Kimmy does make it slightly hard for 1-1 to navigate. If you get hit by Traction Pulse, you cannot use your built-in Purify until the suction happens, and by the time it happens, it's already too late. Unless you're Kelra.
Unless you're Kelra, then you're different.
You're different. Then you just dodge it at the frame, you know?
On frame
on
1.
Frame. You just dodge it on frame 1 when it procs.
Whoa! Rangers as well as the Franco for the side of the HomeBois. I like this a lot. At least with Franco, you can completely say, no, you don't get, one person doesn't get to play that game. And if it happens to be Glue, that's totally fine because Kalea, 1-1, and Ling are a lot more manageable, and it does force them to use abilities to try to go for the cancel in the first place. Hovius needs to make sure that this Ling is in check. If anybody is low, then that's perfect for the Joy. Kimmy must play a self-sustaining game along alongside with the pressure that Franco is able to provide for her. As soon as that hook is done, that's when Kimmy's like, okay, thanks, bye, I'm out of here, Franco.
Yeah, there's a very high requirement for individual performance coming in from the side of the HomeBois, because now Phoveus is going to be the main tank. Franco is not really going to be fulfilling that position. He is meant to try and catch people off guard. And there's a lot of dive potential from MV that the backliners of HomeBois will have to kind of handle on their own, especially now that the Farsile's out as well. They'll even have artillery to worry about. So it's gonna take a good amount of solid gameplay to make this happen.
Yep, we've got a winning lane in EXP for the side of Monster Vicious. The gold lane is where it gets a little 50-50. It's more inclined for the Granger, but that's only until the later stages of the game. And the real question is, how many Death Sonata shots can you actually land against a constant moving Wan at level 4? When it comes down to the mid lane, it's generally pretty even. We've seen Izanami work with Ivan before, but when it comes down to just raw wave clear, how much is Nova Escobar willing to sacrifice to make that happen? This is assuming level 1 and then immediately after Lethal Wanderer.
Yeah, I think, you know, for HomeBois, at least Izanami is a lot more independent on the Kimmy, right? Charge up an energy bar, that wave clear, he won't be threatened. I'm more inclined to look at Roundel and Nova working together.
But will it be enough is the question, because this is now a brawl, a duel between two teams that are specialized in team fighting. HomeBois sitting comfortably from their perch in the upper bracket, challenging the monsters who were eager to climb for that throne. And now they meet in the land of Dawn to vie for supremacy.
Interesting. Hook already landed towards Roundel's side. It looked like Uni didn't get much of a leash here overall. Maybe just to try and defend themselves against the Franco. Izanami just chunking, absolutely chunking their targets.
And they ran out of a Stormtrooper. That's the Stormtrooper in the entire Star Wars universe that has the highest accuracy rating.
We'll see the accuracy by the end of this one. I guarantee there's going to be some random shots that you just shoot it out because you like the sound.
But I'll also say in the first minute, Izanami has a higher accuracy rate than any Stormtrooper we've seen throughout the Star Wars franchise.
That is facts.
Yeah, that is actually facts.
Generally, as we've seen, in terms of the battle spells, everybody taking a flicker here. Even though there is a Kalia, Izanami is the only one who said, you know what, I'm a little scared. I'm gonna be a good boy and take a Purify.
Also went for Quantum Charge, so this is not meant to be a super late game scaling Kimmy, but I think that is the right choice since Envy has so much dive.
Honestly, I think that that making sure that you have the Quantum Charge is actually really good in these types of matchups, especially against mages. Oh, you want to close the distance? Proc it, and then just start running at your target.
I mean, even Izanami showing that trigger discipline, you know, he's willing to tap his auto attacks. Most gamers I've seen don't let go of the attack button.
They start spinning around with it.
Spinning around.
So far, Nova Escobar looking to hit level 4.
Oh, Iron Hook finds Xenon, gets knocked up with the Dark Wave, he gets a 3-man stun. Vel gonna be able to zone him away. And Amal secures the turtle. Uni not interested in contesting, and the Traction Pulse forces a flicker.
All right, not bad, not bad. Monster Vicious, good decisions to be made here. Their composition requires a little bit of time. Ruff needs about mid-game. Rundell would like his first item, and Uni is going to need so much gold this game to be able to threaten Izanami's position with and without the Blade Tempest.
And with that turtle, Amal already finds himself a level ahead of this Ling, which means Monster Vicious needs a lot more time, and I think they got their priorities straight, right? It's about getting this Ling online so that he can start threatening the backline, and of course, through Ivan's Bloody Hunt as well, something that Monster Vicious needs to consider once that game goes late.
Traction Pulse right into the Iron Hook. A beautiful setup. Gives first blood to Amal and instantly runs into the back with the electrifying beats. HomeBois gonna draw the first kill.
Nova didn't see that coming at all. He had the flicker and he didn't use it, but he didn't expect the interaction.
Yeah, I mean, that is some synergy between Izanami and Ivan. They are on the same page as of right now. Monster Vicious, we haven't seen any significant rotations come out from their side. The most we've seen is making sure that Nova Escobar hits level 4, and even afterwards, HomeBois may...
Izanami's still committed. Izanami has Purified, but Tempest Blaze comes in. Ivan at the hook! But Izanami, unfortunately, will still fall.
What a prediction that was!
Well, if Uni died, that would have been a highlight play from Ivan. How did he predict the Tempest of Blade? I mean, you drop in the center, but the frame to connect any spells is actually very small.
The timing is good, but it's also kind of on Uni because again, he has a 1/3 chance of going to one of the 3 swords nearest to Izanami, one of them being directly on top of Izanami, but he could have taken a different path as well. Oh, dangerous stuff, dangerous stuff. Let's see how many more hooks Ivan can land, because so far, as all these rotations are being made, we're seeing that even Zeno is taking a bit of his own pay cut.
He's been trying to help out his team with those rotations, and so far, he was forced to blow his flicker. We just came back off cooldown, but at the same time, not able to save Izanami.
Ivan's just gonna walk off flicker. He cannot land the bloody hunt. Ruff dashes away from him. MPL dashes away, but here comes Amal. Electrifying beats will finish the job.
Beautifully played.
Poor dude. He just wanted that last weakness points. Ivan just would not let him get near him. He's just walking in a 45-degree angle so that auto attack will only hit the exposed point.
Ivan, the hook bloody hunt sets up the kill. MelQT finds one.
God damn it, just miss a hook. Look a little human.
Value for money for MelQT.
MelQT trying to dodge. He gets hit by everything.
Yo. Hey,
yo. Careful,
please.
the flicker forward. No! Mel almost dodges it, but Roundel finishes the job.
Hey, yo, MelQT, he may be the ordinary marksman, but he didn't need to take that many shots. He was taking more shots than necessary.
In fact, that's what he gets out of that.
Uni trying to go for the 1v1. Amal, does he have his
map?
He does.
There's no vision.
Oh, the one sword is out of the map.
Zeno is between the mid towers for some reason. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Vel into the feathered airstrike. That's killing spree for Roundel. But Izanami also executes Zeno. 1-for-1 trade. Thalium Beam misses. Nova pops the flicker and conceal just to get away.
Then it got bloody pretty quickly. HomeBois still ended up on the winning side. 1.1k gold advantage. Monster Vicious losing rough. Roundel is doing really well. He's eating good.
He's eating very good. 100% KP as of right now. And so far, I think they've already hit the item power spikes they were looking for. Uni able to kind of deal with Amal before the Holy Crystal. And until then, he's making sure that he's finding his own self-sufficient gold on the opposite side of the map, allowing allowing Zeno and as well as Ruff to have coverage, but also participate in the upcoming interactions. As we see that the HomeBois don't really have an answer to the Ling unless they bloody hunt him down.
It's a glowing one for Izanami. And I think MelQT should be sitting at like 14 Sky Piercer stacks, right? He got his Sky Piercer, got a kill, and then he went down and came back and got another kill. So they're still making that money's worth.
Traction Pulse finds Roundel into the Dark Wave. Instant shutdown from MelQT.
Did he not have wings by wings there?
With the channel time, I think you get pulled back either way.
Dang.
Yeah, because it takes a bit of while to transform, and it's enough time to get pulled back.
Vel very deep in. Tsunami Slam gonna pull him back towards Ruff. I'm not sure if that's the right idea. Crossbow of 10 comes out, but Ruff is getting crushed instead. He'll finally use his ultimate. Vel still alive! And Ivan finds Uni!
He is an entire Inspire Crossbow tank and survives. Ivan now gets the Winter Crown. No more cancelling on the Bloody Hunt.
Yep. They're looking for one more. They see Ruff. Amal's got his eyes on the prize. Roundel gonna flicker over the wall. No kills here. Oh! Another traction hook! And Vel gets the kill.
Oh my god, what do you even do against that?
Amal in trouble. I think he's gonna get killed here. Yup, no way he's escaping. Roundel gets one in return.
At least Monster Vicious are trying to fight back, right? We're seeing them retaliate against the HomeBois in small ways. They are losing structures though, and that's gonna eventually spill into the lead that Udi has been trying to develop for himself. Yes, he is a level down, but he is making a decent amount of gold throughout the 7-minute game. We do see the Blood Wings being purchased by Roundel. MelQT already completed with third item. Malefic Roar in the bag.
Yeah, Roundel getting shut down as well. Getting shut down, MelQT. His 4th kill of the game. That should be 24 Sky Piercer stacks. And once they start adding up, and it's so easy to set up for MelQT too, right? Any hook, any traction pulse into a hook, traction pulse into a Dark Wave, MelQT instantly gets a kill. Oh, Holy Crystal.
Traction hook. There's another one, but the two-man tidal strike cancels it. Feathered airstrike blasting the back line. But MelQT picks up the killing spree. Now Uni is looking for him. He gets it. Double kill. Shut down from the Ling. Uni now a little bit stuck. He doesn't quite have the energy. He will finally dash away. Meanwhile, Vel has chased Roundel into another country. And looks like Amal's interested to do the same. But Uni just stands on the wall and denies his electrifying beats.
Yep, he's gonna stay chill for now. Ruff is gonna, knowing that he doesn't have the electrifying beats, can actually wait his time. Yep, he's calling Uni back to give him his buff. Nicely done. Oh my god, this traction hook is ridiculous. Even when you see the counter engage coming in from Nova X Kobar, I think the only one who can really save the scenario is Xeno. And like, I don't know if he gets on top of Ivan and pulls him out of the way mid-bloody hunt. That should cancel the channel.
But Ivan has the Winter Crown, right? So you can't even target him. And Nova jumped in and instantly got bloody hunted.
Oh.
Yeah, they pulled Xeno, but they got Nova.
Really can't do much about this. Right now, we're just not seeing enough coming in from Xeno, right? No matter who he's been able to like kind of jump on, they have mobility options. Izanami has mobility options, MLQD has mobility options, even Bell has a flicker in case he's going to get pulled out of the way, so he's not even the top of the list in terms of priority.
I think we can ask the content team to just make a compilation of the amount of traction hooks. We probably got like 5 so far.
Something like that. The combo is good. We talked about this during the draft, right? HomeBois, when someone makes a call, the whole team is ready. Monster Vicious, at this point, probably understand that Xeno and Nova are going to be pretty sacrificial. Another one! They find Xeno. Title Strike to cancel. Feather Air Strike cancel instantly with the Dark Wave. Electrifying beats into 4, melting them down. Crossbow of Tang will get 1 trade. Vel will fall, but it is still worth it. Uni looking for a chance to go in. MelQT a little bit exposed here. Dashes over the wall, but he cannot finish him off. Uni wants it, but he cannot find them.
Oh, both core members left with 1 hit before death. Uni really wish he could have gotten at least 1.
Why? Why didn't he put his swords past the wall? I don't get it. I don't get it. He could have gone for a double dash. I guess he already used the Finch Voice at that point, right? So he's just trying to maximize, thinking that 1 dash was going, 1 Divine Blade was going to be enough to take him out. I mean, Uni is there. He's got the 3 items. He has the confidence to do so. But MelQT now, having the Winds of Nature, going to be able to protect himself. Izanami has been the main target time and time again. But it's such good ideas coming out from Monster Vicious.
We all know what's coming. Oh, he didn't go for the hook this time, but Slam going to pull the Phobias forward. Predator Strike comes out once again. MelQT pelting them with the artillery. AERO looking for a chance to enter. Vel has been melted away, but the electrifying beats will finish off Nova X Kobar. Xeno gets a 2-man stun in return. AERO kind of left alone. Round nearly picks him up. Round trying to dash around, but AERO bounces around of Izanami with the jetpack. Nearly finishes him off. In the meantime, on the other side, we have a 2v2. MelQT can be protected by Ivan, gets the execute on top of Xeno, and Uni forced to retreat.
Wow, Ivan held on to the bloody hunt for the entire fight and only used it at the end. This should give them the lead on the Lord, but Uni...
What? What is that hook? What is that hook? But somehow Ivan's the one who ends up falling because of the Lord. MelQT! The ordinary marksman with the triple kill and the Lord.
Oh my god.
The Team of the Week.
God.
He is going into the Team of the Week recommendation for this. Forget about the traction hook. That is the ordinary marksman doing extraordinary stuff. The timings are impeccable. First a hook into a Lord knockup. He kills Roundel, flickers, Winds of Nature, blows up Uni, and runs down the rest of MV. Just instant replay.
One more time.
Look
One
at
more
this.
time.
Oh my...
What is that?
What was that hook?
Okay, look, there's a good chance that it could have been an accident. He was looking for Uni, and it just so happened that Roundel was wings by wings just behind the wall. You know what I'm saying? Like, how else can we explain that?
Ah, look at it. It's a plane, it's a bird, it's Ling. Oh, I got Farsa.
I got Farsa instead because the Feathered Airstrike had already been used at that point. The only person you wanted to stop is Uni to contest the retreat, right? So it's technically Uni's fault that Roundel got hooked.
They outhook by Xeno! How? Immortality gone, Title Strike misses, finds a Tsunami Slam onto AERO, pulls him back into team. That's gonna be one no, AERO's still alive. Uni finally finishes him off. Is blade stuck against the wall! Oh. Triple kill! But he finds the shutdown back on MelQT. Izanami still alive. It is a 1v3. Roundel trades, but it is not enough. Val and Izanami are still standing. And because of that, HomeBois will close things out with a excellent and cleanly done game number 1.
Oh my goodness. Well played to both of these teams. They're putting one hell of a show for our full crowd here at Stadium Juara. They came all the way to check this matchup. They're getting banged for buck.
Man, yeah, MV know that they've invested that game. Can't even be mad. First few minutes, very slow and steady. Everyone just wants to farm. You take your turtle, I take my camp. Halfway through, 6 minutes onwards, got pretty bloody. People started brawling, throwing haymakers at one another. And then it's just HomeBois styling on everyone. Izanami has his highlights, Ivan has his highlight, Val soloing the entire MV team. And then there's MelQT just doing Mel stuff.
Holy cow, what a game that was. What an absolute banger of a game. And you can see that even MV was trying to make adjustments in the game itself. Nova changing targets from I'm gonna pick up anybody I see to I'm gonna need to take these tanks out. Literally engages in onto Franco, flickers to pick up Phoveus to bring it deeper into his side after seeing him use the Dark Wave. What an absolute Chad move.
Oh man, what a game though. We knew that the match between these two teams was going to be very brawly. But that, I think, already exceeded even those expectations. This is officially the coining of a new combo. We are going to see Kimi Franco duos in ranked from now on, and I am not looking forward to it. But HomeBois did so well.
Man, I'm 14 stars from Immortal, man. Please don't introduce these new stuff right before season ends. We got MelQT, MVP of the game, you know, just styling on MV like he does on against every other team. In a content piece, he put Ruff as E rank. But if he keeps doing this, Ruff is gonna fall down to F rank.
It's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be so brutal. 14 kills, 3 deaths, 4 assists. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough when it comes down to the junglers. Uni, so many times, every single time that he wanted to go for the big play, puts a sword, if not 2 swords, into out-of-bound regions, literally outside of the map. No access to it. He could have killed like 3 to 4 people 3 to 4 times in this game alone.
Yeah, there was even an instance at the top lane. One of his sword was outside the bush.
Oh yeah.
The other one, one was outside bounds. The other one, he picked it up, didn't have vision. He was poking grass.
He was poking nothing, dude.
Oh, that's so sad. Some of these were definitely Uni's blunders, but some of them were also manipulated by the HomeBois. I think in that final base push, when they saw the Tempest come out, they all
grabbed to the
wall.
Yeah.
Right, making sure you're not getting all your swords here, sir. And that's exactly what happened.
Which do you want? You want some quick damage, or do you want the knock up? Which is it, buddy? You gotta pick and choose. Oh my goodness, what a crazy game this was. MelQT picking up a majority of those kills, but Izanami walking away with 17 assists. You would have imagined that he got at least one of those kills, which he did, but more than that at least. Now I'm looking over at Ivan, also 17 assists. Yeah, that's how many times?
Nothing speaks more than a dynamic duo than Izanami and Ivan. Both getting 1 kills, both same assists. And just together, Izanami is, oh, Ivan is ready.
That was so crazy.
I still remember back in season 7, I think, when they won champion as part of RSG, Izanami was part of the Izaka Tsunami duo. I think it's officially time to coin the new duo, right? The Ivan Nami team is too good. It's too strong. Every single time a call is made, the team is ready to follow up on it. And then Val is right there to take the front line. MelQT basically has no heat at all. And despite his best efforts, Uni just found himself a little bit short each time of getting the shutdown he really needed.
Hey man, I think we can call that even Nami in that case.
Yeah.
Oh, gotta give it to them. Hey, at least Monster Vicious just didn't take it lying down. They didn't just roll over and be like, take me as you need me. Ruff put in the effort. He nearly tried to come up with a super play of his own, going head-to-head against Izanami, on top of dealing with Ivan, on top of dealing with Amal as well, all of which got really close.
Yeah, even Roundel had a fantastic start, right? He was like, what, 4-1? And then it all went downhill. All these hooks and a random Lord knockup. But the one that I feel the worst for is Zeno.
Oh yeah.
Didn't really get to do much.
Didn't get to play much of the game. He's like, I gotta get on top of Vel. Vel jumps for my backline. I gotta stop everybody else. Ivan is already in the middle of the Bloody Hunt and he can't stop it. All of the targets he wants to jump on, he cannot apply stacks to eventually use his ult to displace his opponents. Literally could not do anything about it. I think the closest that he probably could have done is probably get on top of Vel, if not Ivan, force them to either flicker or force them to kind of displace themselves and then call in the rest of the feathered airstrikes, the engagements from maybe Nova X Kobar if they overextend. But I'm looking more towards Uni, who waited for very long periods of time to get into these fights rather than kind of being the assassin who initiates it. Use that link, walk on that ground. You're about to get hit by CC, Fitch points out of there.
There really is no, small skirmish moments, right? It's either a hook into a kill or just full-on team fight.
Pretty much. Like, Monster Vicious were trying to slow down the game. I think they were trying to be more decisive, get farm on Uni and Ruff. The problem is, because of that, they are always vulnerable, because HomeBois is always hunting.
Man, the game sped up so fast. I think even Monster Vicious were caught off guard.
Honestly, I hope Monster Vicious and HomeBois are like regular scrim partners, because their scrims would be so fun to watch. Jeez. Hopefully these boys had a good time, because now we need to start thinking about adaptations, right? Even though our rich guy is going to be, and carry is going to be Mel QT, Xeno, and as well as, best moving man, Ivan. Xeno, unfortunately, yes, he is a sandbag. I do expect a little bit more if you're going to be able to lock in glue confidently, knowing that the draft has to pivot to ensure that, hey, we might need to consider a couple of counter picks.
I think they just had no solution for the Franco pick, right? The Franco pick was a big deterrent. Only Glue can kind of go in, because if Nova goes in, he just straight up dies. But without Nova, Glue can't really function on its own too. So it's a rough spot that Monster Vicious has been put in, but Erpan's brilliance. I really didn't expect this Franco to be an option.
Yeah, the thing is, when we talked about this during the draft as well, is that HomeBois draft is supposed to be a little harder to execute. Again, depends very heavily on individual mechanics, since the heroes don't really have a logical positioning in teamfights, whereas Monster Vicious should, on paper, be able to dive them quite often. But then we saw the duos, we saw the combos, and man, it is so clean every single time.
Oh yeah, and it's not even just the Iron Hook. It's also the Dark Wave coming in from Vel sometimes. Sometimes it's even just Mel QT slowing them down just enough to make sure that Ivan lands that hook. And then this hook, of course, targeting Uni, but ended up pulling in Roundel.
And then the hero play from Mel QT, thinking, this is my moment. Jumps in, gets one kill. Wind of Nature gets another, secures the triple, and even the Lord at the same time.
There's just so many bullets flying around from HomeBois, right? You can't even differentiate which one. Look at that, they both have the same color tone. Which one is Mel?
Oh, which one is which? I don't know. Oh, but poor Uni. He tried his best. He really tried his best.
Can't even get his sword. Oh, man. Ivan's hook accuracy. I wonder how much hooks he landed. Probably 90% this game.
Yeah, I don't think he missed too many, to be fair. And even if he missed, he hit somebody else. Oh, it works out well, but now it's time for adaptations, because this is a combination that MV is going to be thinking about for a while. It's like, okay, we thought letting Kimmy through was a good idea, but now letting Kimmy as well as Franco walk by, probably not as great.
I think Kimmy is the one that you need to ban now, right? They banned Fredrin, they banned Baxia, and then they realized that, okay, maybe Baxia might be a tad overkill. If they ban Kimmy, Baxia becomes a secondary problem.
Yeah, I think, like, what MV was trying to think about was just to get some of that late game scaling in so that they have a fallback, but you can't really afford to give over early prior to a team like HomeBois.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, but here we gotta shout out our streamers as well, our re-streamers. Of course, the leaderboard on your screen. We got X-Men Jahat in 5th, Obad Cop 96 in 4 solos, Maharaja Solos in 3rd place, Ombong Haha in 2nd, and of course, the ordinary marksman guy. The guy who said Makuti is an ordinary marksman. Fix, don't say it's not you, it is you.
The origin of the name right here.
Oh, I will never forget the reaction. It's like, it's not me. No, it's you.
No.
It's you. Come on, it's you. I know you don't watch English, but it's you.
Oh boy.
Memang kau lah orangnya. Hey, shout out Sultan Rig.
Shout out to all the restreamers on the leaderboard. For those who are looking to get on that leaderboard, here is your competition. It's time competition. It keeps on changing every single time. But also a big shout out to everybody who follows the social media. Yes, of course, MPL MY has social media. Don't forget to follow the MPL MY social pages now to stay updated with all the latest and exciting information about MPL MY. You can find various updates and info about the teams and the players there. We're on every platform, including X, the Everything app.
If you want side piece that you might missed out on live broadcast, is there interviews, press conference, match results, upcoming matches, and good memes.
Instagram threads.
Anything is possible. We've got all sorts of things. So maybe you're followed on some of the platforms, but not the others. Make sure to follow on there as well. You never know what you might be missing.
Yeah, and we don't want to miss anything. And we want to keep this action going. But I heard that Poji has something special for us. So Poji, courtside, what you got?
Terima kasih, Caster. Dan sekarang saya Poji dalam slot kita seperti biasa. Beyond the meta. Sebab sekarang ni playoff dah semakin hampir, tapi jangan lupa MSC pun dah dekat. Kita memetik sedikitlah bak kata pepatah Ros. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di land of dawn. Jadi kita kena tahu siapakah lawan-lawan kita yang dah pun book slot untuk MSC. Untuk yang pertama sekali kita ada CFU Gaming. Itu CFU Gaming dah pun menang dekat Grand Final MPL KH tu. Mereka ni mengalahkan Galaxy Legend. Sebab Galaxy Legend ni adalah juara untuk regular season, tapi diorang kalah dekat upper bracket dengan CFU ni. Lepas kalah je terus tak jumpa jalan kemenangan. Tapi surprise untuk CFU ni dia ada player tambahan, iaitu Boxy. Itu bekas pemain daripada C Yusun. Mungkin untuk Boxy ni dia ada bawa something yang special, dan juga mungkin CFU ni akan bertemu lagi untuk kata throwback sikit lah masa dekat MC hari tu. Selain daripada tu, kita ada berita sedikit daripada NACT. Untuk NACT, seperti yang korang tahu, BTK dah pun dapat tempah slot untuk pergi ke pertandingan MSC juga, di mana mereka sekarang dah pun menang untuk Grand Final diorang tu 4-2. Dan untuk pengetahuan korang semua, NACT ni ada satu organisasi besar dah pun collab dengan diorang, itu Seoul Esport. Seoul Esport ni dia ada banyak game sebenarnya untuk permainan-permainan esport, tapi manajemen diorang cakap kan untuk Mobile Legend ni inilah yang paling diorang nak fokus, sebab Mobile Legend best katanya. Tapi bila kita bercakap tentang BTK yang dah pun berubah menjadi Seoul Esport ni, tahukah korang Mobazen dah tak ada dekat situ. Uchiha Mobazen no longer. Ramai yang kecewa. Sabar. Tapi kita ada Best Player One. Korang tahu tak Best Player One cakap apa bila diorang menang hari tu? Best Player One cakap, I'm excited to meet with Malaysia team. Wah, dia challenge kita, bro. Sebab dia orang kena taunting masa MC1 je, dia orang panas. Itu nampak tu. Itulah dianya tu. Tapi ceritanya tak apa. Kita tengok sebab dia orang nak repeat balik dengan Vamos. So hopefully apa yang dia orang harapkan tu jadi, dan juga pada masa yang sama Vamos boleh tembus dekat MSC. Dan sekarang ni berita yang terakhir, kalau kata korang nak tahu, kalau minggu lepas kita dah bercerita tentang Navi Malaysia, itu pasukan Malaysia tu sendiri untuk ladies. Kita jangan lupa kita ada juga pertandingan lain, itu MWI, yang di mana coach tempatan kita, Coach Rexwin. Nampak? Hi Rexwin. Okay, jom. Mewing sikit. Wah, dia handsome dia. So, untuk pengetahuan korang, untuk Rexwin ni, dia dah pun berjaya untuk menjadi pengacara. Pengacara tu saya. Dia jadi jurulatih. Dia jadi coach untuk pasukan GG, Gaimin Gladiator. Dan sedikit info tambahan, untuk Gaimin Gladiator ni bukan Rexwin je yang ada dekat situ sebagai orang Malaysia. Kita ada Arya juga, itu sebagai wakil perempuan Malaysia yang akan bermain untuk pasukan Eropah ini. Dan itu sahaja berita terkini untuk seluruh berita serantau berkenaan dengan Mobile Legend. Seluruh tim ni dah pun book slot untuk MSC. Dekat Malaysia, kita belum tahu lagi siapa. Itu sahaja daripada saya untuk What's Behind the Meta. Macam tu. So inilah gosip, inilah cerita, inilah semua kisah tentang Mobile Legend punya isu. Sampai kita berjumpa lagi. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Poji, for the updates on the global scene of MLBB. So CFU Gaming and Seoul Esports, formerly known as Blood 30 King, will be in MSC. You know, Japanese qualifiers is also happening. You know, Division Gaming, Kingdom of Magic. Cool. It was pretty cool as well. We also have 2 slots for that. I'm looking forward to seeing BP1 because I can't wait to send them packing. Sorry, Trex.
Hey, I'm actually a fan of BP1. You know, I follow his streams. I've been catching up with what he's been up to.
I'm just personally traumatized by the name CFU Gaming. You remember what happened?
Hey, we have innocent
at M6. It was close. It was very close.
Hey, man, without CFU, we wouldn't have made some of the greatest plays of all time.
Yeah, you are traumatized by CFU, they are traumatized by Innocent.
That's true.
So we talked to Jeswin about the loss against SRG OG. Since losing to SRG, is there any stress to catch up to them? And he said after the SRG match, we were more aware of our weaknesses in our gameplay. We're not too focused on the win streak anymore. Daddyhood also said it's better to lose now than in the playoffs. So for now, the team's condition is still fine.
Okay. Since at least they have the correct mentality about it, right? It's better to lose now, get improved later, you know, the rough gist of it. Overall, at least based on what we're seeing, the HomeBois are in a very good spot compared to everybody else in the league. Even MV, as we saw previously, can't expect everything to go well for them.
I think it's also, this series also is a test to see the gap between the second place team and the third place team, right? If HomeBois are giving MV a beating like what they received from SRG OG, then I think we might have a power gap issue heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, it would kind of be saying in advance that we already know who our MSC representatives are going to be, and while that it would be nice to know that our teams are this strong, it also takes away a little bit of that mystery that we want to have around. So let's see if Monster Vicious are going to be able to fight back in game number 2.
Hey, things can change. Things can change in a short period of time. It looks like the draft is exactly the same.
Same, yeah. So HomeBois still get blue side.
So they can Kimmy first pick again.
Of course they will Kimmy first pick.
Yeah, they're not gonna say one of that.
MV would just MV was like, I'm tired of your shenanigans. Franco.
I'm sick of this. Let me show you what Nova X Kobar can do.
Tigreal.
Tigreal instant response.
No, that's still Kalea, right? You pick Kalea here, right? But I feel like
to say
there's a reason. There's also like a reason to let the Kalea go, right?
I think.
And then you take a
roll the dice. Yeah.
You roll the dice with Kalea?
I think you roll the dice. Yeah. Go for it, Kalea. Now the second pick.
Hina.
They're gonna switch to Lucas here. They want Lucas.
Seems that way.
Come on, Aim, I'll show them you're a Lucas.
Yeah, take the Lucas.
Take the Lucas.
Take the Lucas.
I'll play into your counter match.
Take the Lucas and then Val plays it.
Yeah. Keeping it spicy.
Wait, but this is a Phoveus angle, right?
Yes, for sure.
A great Phoveus angle.
Really good Phoveus angle, generally speaking. I would like to imagine that MV this time around is going to change up what their EXP is going to look like. The Joy got through the last time, and this is where we were expecting it to eventually get picked up for the side of the HomeBois at the very least. On top of that, Franco as well.
They went for the Joy Phoveus in game 1.
I think Phoveus is still a pretty safe pick at this stage for the HomeBois. They could even steal the Ling away. I wasn't sure if they would first phase Franco, but well, it works so well that why not?
Yeah, and that's an instant glue lock-in for the side of the HomeBois, knowing that MV have already shown what their mid-duo is going to look like. And that's the problem with showing your mid-duo because of this one hero.
Yeah, that and also showing a Valentina this early on.
Hey, look, if you're not locking in Lucas now, I don't know what to tell you. If not, why go for the Valentina?
I don't know. If you take Lucas, once Ivan gets Winter Crown, it's going to be the same story, right? He bites you.
Hey, not if you bite him first.
But dang.
You got Valentina. You just gotta bite him first. What are you gonna do? Winter Crown this?
I guess you can. Yeah, you can bite him first.
You're gonna blow up.
Both of them press it at the same time, suppressing each other.
Around there will not survive long enough for the full duration to go through. He just disappears.
That'll be funny. But this time they do go for the Badang, and I think that Badang is a much safer option just in general. Kalea can actually take on the glue in the EXP lane. Not that big of a deal. He heals, you heal, nothing really happens. Your clear is generally weak. His clear slightly better, but if you take a custom blast, it doesn't make a difference. Badang, very good at canceling out Bloody Hunt.
He is, so I'm somewhat okay with the Badang, but showing Valentina and Badang in the first phase is something that I'm really not a big fan of. It feels a little bit too safe. And again, you're not going to get a lot of priority with these two particular picks, so that's something to worry about. But now both teams can be targeting the junglers, with Suyo and Joy both being banned first.
Man, aside from Chip, it has all been jungler banned. So what do we have left? We have... Well, there's no Hayabusa left. There's no Joy.
There's no
Ling.
Joy.
Alpha Ling. There's Alpha.
There is Alpha. I mean, Alpha is kind of like okay in these.
Not gonna play Harley.
No, I don't think they'll play Harley. The lineup's too tanky and there's no guaranteed way for like you to get your damage onto Kimmy while everybody else is just body blocking the cards.
Lucas is just being left open as a Gambit.
Yeah.
I think for all intents and purposes, it makes sense for MB.
Okay, they ban Alpha. Now HomeBois needs to choose, right? Who like do you ban it on last jungler?
Ban Link and roll the dice.
Ban Link and see if they take Lucas.
Yeah, or you ban out Lucas, roll the dice.
It makes much more sense to ban Lucas at this point.
Yeah, and if they take Link, what else is there for Amal?
Yi Shunshin, baby!
Let's go!
That's the only reason what I'm setting this up for. There's no other reason to have it. At this point, you might as well just go Julian at this point.
Oh, there is
I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen Julian.
Let's play Amon.
Probably not. I mean, there's
Actually, it's not the worst, mainly because going invisible is very helpful against single target lockdown.
Yeah, against like Nova.
Yeah, against Nova Escobar on this Kalia.
So they roll the Lucas dice.
Ignoring Lucas?
Give it to him!
Give it to Uni. You know you want it.
Or, joke's on you, sir. Uni will play Yi Shunshin and HomeBois locks in the Lucas.
I think the game ends. The jungle matchup is already skewed.
It is, well, it kind of depends on the performance.
It does feel like MV is trying to force HomeBois to pick Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas jungle did lose earlier on.
Well, I mean, MV is the prominent holder of winning on Lucas.
Yes.
They've got a decent win rate on it. It's not bad.
Yeah. It's even first phase, right? Like, this is probably one of the only few series that they don't first phase the Lucas.
If they really want to force it, pick Marksman first. Yep, okay.
Okay, alright.
I'll give the question to you,
I
sir.
see you.
Why 1-1 again?
They gotta fix the win rate, dude. He's at 0 out of 3 today.
Oh my goodness.
One was been having a rough day, but surprisingly, Ruff's performance on 1-1 was the best out of the 3 games we've seen.
I'll give it to him because again, glue is particularly difficult if you're a marksman. If you're a marksman who can't really react to what glue does in the game, right? If glue is able to get onto your backline, stack up, and stick on you, if he just has a glowing wand, if not just a cursed helm, it hurts.
It does.
It really hurts. This is without the abilities. He's just punching you.
HomeBois can probably just lock in Granger again, I imagine. Let's see what jungler is going to be. They do. All right. Oh, they go Beatrix.
Okay, what else does MV have left?
Show us
traction hook into Banner's Rage sounds pretty nice.
That's true.
Me the Allus for disengage.
Oh god.
Show me. What else do they have in terms of
Wait, Kalea jungle.
Balmond.
Show me.
That makes sense.
Export.
That makes a lot more sense.
Forgot about export.
Yeah, that's so boring though.
Man, if only they didn't ban Chip and they banned export instead. And we had a true jungle contest.
Then it's just like, oh, I give you first pick Chip and then I get Kimmy. I don't think that's too great of a trade either way.
Do you guys remember near the start of this the regular season, there was a Valentina who tried to counter a Lucas and got bodied?
Yeah.
Do you remember who that was?
Sapat. Yeah, I remember.
Okay, all right.
Because I hated that game.
It was pain. It was pain. Such trauma. As we head into this game, here's the rundown of what the comps want to do. For the HomeBois, generally the same idea. Wombo, combo off that traction, and even find the setups for Ivan to find the hooks. Amal doesn't have to go in first. Vel can make contact, and MelQT has a good way to combo not only with Izanami, but also Ivan. On the other hand, it's going to be a slow farm game. You're looking for pickoffs, but this time, I'm hoping that they search for Franco.
The fact that MV put so many resources into forcing the Lucas pick from HomeBois, it had better pay off. Roundel gonna need to play a strong game here on the Valentina, or it will all have been for nothing. Let's see if HomeBois can continue cementing their position in the upper bracket in game number 2.
Yeah.
What? It just started, Ivan.
Oh,
hold on.
That was first blood. Thank goodness Roundel hit level 2.
Yeah. They cleared the wave just in time. Nova Escobar's like, I got nothing to punch. I can't heal you, sir. He's like, thumbs up. Okay, no worries. Let's look at the emblems. Master Assassin for MelQT. He's confident he can beat Ruff here.
Yeah, so even early trades, he definitely hurts slightly more.
It's not really like walking up. He's waiting. Okay, he's waiting for the pop and charge to happen, and then tries to walk up, but even then, it's a little awkward. Oh.
Man, Loma just wants to play the game. Come on.
Oh.
Yeah, Roundel's gonna lose prio to Izanami almost all the time here.
No going around that. Yeah, might take such an aggressive angle. Because I was looking at Uni, and it didn't look like he got much of a leash in the first place. So they played for lane prio. Maybe get like a pulse hook. Maybe get like an advantage in the lane itself by positioning yourself aggressively forward, but it doesn't really look like anybody got punished other than Roundel.
Even Izanami wasn't punished, right? He was standing right in front of the enemy melee wave. Well, see, an attempt in the bush.
Tidal Strike will connect Izanami. Gonna be fine though. There's not enough follow-up or damage from MV at this stage.
Just notice the traction hook into Banner's Rage or Nibiru's Passion is even deadlier than the combo we saw in game 1. Because it has an AoE that you cannot provide backup for.
They bought the retreat. They're going for Ivan, picking him off. Bell gets a knock-up, but it's not quite enough. And now the last Insanity doing so much damage. It's a double kill for Uni.
Wow, what a call for the side of Monster Vicious. Instantly using the Retribution and then committing everything they have to ensure that Ivan is not going to be part of that fight. Now by bot side, though, rough. He's got to take a lot less damage here. Ooh.
Okay, Amal did secure that. I think it's very smart though from MV. They knew that they lost in terms of just making the first move in game 1, so they're playing a lot faster.
They're like, aha, this is the one time we're going to get you back, Ivan, before you get the bloody hunt. Until then, good luck, sir.
Yeah, and before Melqt actively joins HomeBois in the fight, right? Monster Vicious has more room to kind of maneuver around the map.
Oh, the Starling Beam into the hook. Novak Povar gonna be able to dash away. Roundel not gonna choose to commit the ult.
Does Mel... Oh, Mel already used his ult earlier. He didn't switch weapons or anything. Man, that's sad. That's so sad.
And Nibiru's Passion's damage racks are slightly slower too. Banner's Rage is definitely the preferred one. I think probably use it to blow out the wave. Wow, just in case he gets hooked.
Definitely forced out. No choice, but you just have to respect it. There's just no going around that hook.
After what happened in game number 1, yeah, you gotta respect it. And I don't think a fight's gonna happen soon enough that using Fistcrack there is gonna be too big a deal, so why not?
Fair point. Both teams, once again.
Whoa! Izanami blasted in the face with the Beast Bomb! I don't know what happened there, but Monster Vicious are striking back.
And Lucas Range, what a strong hero. Izanami flies over the wall, gets chased down underneath his tier 1. Roundel just got the Unleash the Beast back, and this purple buff is pretty much gone.
Yep, it should be. It's a contest. Reggie's coming up in 3 seconds though.
Tidal Strike, Tsunami Slam, gonna pull Bell over. He eats a lot of damage. Iron Hook, Flicker into the tower! Xeno gonna be melted away. Grab on top of the export. Glass Insanity comes out. Uni probably didn't need to do that. He's still gonna have the glue on top of him anyway. And Bell continuing the zone because Roundel has ran out of his Sacred Beast form. HomeBois finding 2.
Great stuff from Ivan Izanami. Isolating Zeno from the rest of Monster Vicious. He cannot provide any backup, cannot stagger, and HomeBois just goes straight for the full dive.
Uni trying to dash in. Last Insanity committed. Who got it? Amal secures the turtle. Now Uni needs to get away. Traction Pulse was him back in. That's a dream, man. Pulled back, but the Fistcrack allows the counter attack. Xeno saving the fight for his team and picking up a double kill in return.
Quantum Charge maybe on top of the river current just gave him way too much speed.
Literally, man became speed. Oh my goodness. Can we just have an entire season of this? Like, this is great. Both teams willing to fight. Both teams adapting to be more aggressive than the other. First person who makes a move, that's the one who wins. You have to have that comp. Wait. Does Melqt see the conceal? Yes, he does.
He does. Oh, nice flicker. Just barely gets away from Nova.
You can hear that crowd just going, oh!
Yep. That's the sound of the collective butt clenching across the entire stadium.
Ooh, the whole team is playing well. Monster Vicious, let's see how long they can actually keep this lead for. HomeBois, they only started getting aggressive once we started getting close to the 7th to the 8th minute. We don't see a huge snowball happening either, but a 2.6k lead is more manageable.
And we're looking to crack this bottom tier 1 too. HomeBois is trying to provide backup, but Uni just puts himself in between the lane and guarantees to rough the tier 1.
LQT just completed that BOD. But he's gonna lose his tier 1. Monster Vicious doing a great job with their rotations and feeling a lot more comfortable about it.
Yeah, first item priorities have already come through. Uni at least got the brute force breastplate. Wants to go fast. He wants to maintain this pressure against the HomeBois at all stages of the game, especially when Izanami is consistently giving triggers.
The Lord's gonna be spawning on the top side too. And dealing with Uni is going to be quite a tough one. Waiting has War Axe. No traction pulse too. So no traction hook combo for this upcoming turtle. I think HomeBois might just consider giving it away.
Yeah, they're moving away from it. They're going to take the T1 on bot side. They don't mind trading for this, and neither do they have the wave mid to capitalize on mid tier 1. Either way, pretty good. Good adjustments from the side of Monster Vicious, right? Because they're even getting a T1 on that top side, and they're covering him, knowing that there's a majority of the members in the river.
It's like all the investment they put into forcing out the Lucas pick from Amal is paying dividends. This X-Borg was clearly always the plan. Traction pulse pulls Nova back, but Izanami in a really weird spot. Zeno gets the killing spree.
That's a mistake.
Clearly overextending without the jetpack. I think they need to start recognizing that they can't really go for the traction hook combo as sparingly as they did in game 1. They still got the Winter Crown for Ivan, first item. I think Uni's first item is like a brute force breastplate. Look at the speed that he has.
Tsunami Slam gonna pull Vel forward into the crossbow of Tang, and two-man fist crack cuts off the mid side. Monster Vicious are attacking from every single angle. Uni picks up the double kill, and the Bandit's Rage is completely avoided as their frontliners melt away. Roundel, will he be picked up? Looks like yes. Mel QT picks up his first kill of the game.
Oh my goodness, I can't tell. The projectiles from Granger to Beatrix on Nibiru, you cannot tell whose projectiles is whose. They're just melting into each other at this point. A 4.2k lead for the side of Monster Vicious. At this point of the game, we're expecting that HomeBois are forced to kind of just give up a majority of their objectives over to Monster Vicious. They haven't been able to find those really big picks, and even if they do, right, a lot of them this time around, Ruff, he's not even a main target anymore, but Zeno has been causing a lot of trouble.
Oh, Vel has been isolated. So well done by Zeno. Unstoppable streak for Uni.
Yeah, this glue, Vel getting a taste of what Zeno went through in game 1. Not able to really do too much. Once they find him, they just blow him up. True damage with the fire missiles of Uni, but also Monster Vicious, they're scaling up way too fast, and HomeBois, they need some time to breathe and farm up.
That Amal is going to show face first, very least. Trying to make sure that they're sticking as close together as possible, because who knows when the next fight is going to break out at this point.
HomeBois knows that they're going to really have to depend on Mel QT here. Traction Pulse to scout, doesn't really find anyone. Novax Kobar with the title strike. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Vel back into the team again. 4-man fist crack catch by Zeno! He's got a bone to pick with the HomeBois. Izanami finds the shutdown though. They're funneling in. Crossbow of Tang secures a double kill. Ruff gonna melt them down. Monster kill streak for Uni. And Monster Vicious come out on top again.
What an adjustment to HomeBois. Ivanami playstyle. Really denying that entire traction hook shenanigan. You don't want to hook Zeno, you don't want to hook Uni, and Nova Escobar has a lot more space to play with this time. Not to mention Roundel stealing the Sacred Beast form, and at any given time can just dive HomeBois.
Yeah, I think that Amal, he's really struggling in this game. These fights end too quick. He's not finding the backline targets that he's looking for, right? He can't get on top of Ruff. Keeps on moving around. Zeno is a little too tanky for his comfort. Roundel just takes his ult majority of the time. And even Nova X Kobar has a means of escape.
Wonder if they want to consider like an early winter crown. Just so if you get kidnapped, you get to stall time. Like, Vel has not been able to play the game at all. His net worth, second lowest in the game. Slightly behind Ivan.
Oh, as long as he has gold more than Ivan at the very least. Both getting passive, at least he's getting some passive EXP as well as gold. Nova X Kobar with that conceal, very daunting, right? I'm even trying to figure out like why is he walking up that far?
He's just scouting, he's just showing his dominance because he knows that his presence alone will cause HomeBois to shiver. Look at Uni, look at the damage output of this X-Borg as well. More items being completed now. Malefic Gun complete on Ruff. The 1-1 gonna be able to attack from even safer distances. Lord gonna be crashing up top. Holy Defense mid has also been burnt away. Lord will fall, but there's still enhanced minion waves. Kidnap again on Vel. Traction Pulse pulls them in, but Uni already got the Godlike. The glue melts so quickly. Flicker, Bloody Hunt, but it's not enough. Bennett's Rage does pick up Dino though. Melqt looking for an aim-out, jumps back in. Monster Vicious is so low, but the crossbow of Tang has come out. Bounces to everyone. He gets the triple. Win on nature, Melqt in a 1v3 situation. He's trying to hit forward. He picks up the 1-1, but he gets shut down. It is going to be a team-wide. Monster Vicious have free reign in the base of the HomeBois. Vel, he will respawn, but he's 1v3 and he's so squishy. Tsunami Slam, they just kidnap him to the other side of the base because he's trying to stop Uni, but how can one man stop Tree? He's trying to pull him away, but Roundell's still there. We are going to another full series, ladies and gentlemen.
And that is why we are the most entertaining region. 3 games, 3 series served up hot. HomeBois is really getting put in their place. They try to go for the same playbook, but Monster Vicious came prepared. Traction hook, not this time. I have mobility to get away from your control zone. And that last fight, great item utilization. Winter Crown to juggle the aggro of the turret. Melqt almost saved the game, but Monster Vicious were just too far ahead.
Too far ahead indeed. Well played. This crowd, our full house here at Stadium Juara, is getting every little bit of value from this game. All 3 matches and each one very, very exciting. I think so far, at least this is a good adjustment from the side of Coach Haru and as well Sorapayo. Both of them really came up with something great here, making sure that having the X-Borg is a good means of attack, but making sure that they change their priority list. Now it's, okay, sure, you can have the Kimmy, but until she has her passive up, we're just going to kill your Franco instead.
Yeah, that, and also I think this is a minor badge of honor. Monster Vicious becoming the 3rd team in the regular season that was able to draw a game from HomeBois, right? SRG OG beating them. DXS was the first team that did so, but MV, welcome to the Hall of Fame.
All right.
Yay!
Turns out that the power gap among the top 3 may be not quite as large as we thought previously. But I do feel like things could have gone a little bit better if the bait wasn't bitten at the end, right? If the Lucas was just kind of ignored the whole time, I do get the feeling that HomeBois may have forgotten about the X-Borg until the very end there, and that cost them.
Yeah, I think we also forgot about the X-Borg. We were like, oh, if they pick Lucas, what else is there? X-Borg was the solution. And of course, the X-Borg player, Uni, MVP of the game. I mean, what do you even do against him, right? And of course, the Chinese writing, 台上10年功, 台上10分钟, 台下10年功. 10 minutes on the stage takes 10 years of hard work behind the scenes.
Yep.
I'm gonna... Yes!
Yes!
That's what it said. Yes! I totally knew that. Give it up for our MVP of the game, Uni. 7-1-12, 805 GPM. Goes for tank emblems, impure rage, monster hunter, and an extra bit of vitality to ensure that he survives 100% kill participation.
This is gritty little guy. Went for brute force breastplate first item. It's not even the war axe. He went for brute force breastplate first, and people wonder why he was running so fast.
So too quick. He's got that speed. He's got that speed in him.
When you really look back at how this game went, you can tell that this was the plan all along. Forced them to pick the Lucas into the Valentina, into the X-Borg, by banning literally everything else. And if it didn't work, if Amal had some other pick in the back pocket, there's a good chance that Monster Vicious's plans would not have gone quite as well. But sometimes you gotta take those risks, and those risks paid off this time. There was not a single traction hook combo coming out. Vel was just melting down every single time, and Melqt tried. You saw the embers, the attempts, but it's a bit too much of an uphill battle.
Yeah, if he had just a bit more time, maybe a rose gold meteor, right? Even a magic blade, that could have made all the difference in this game. Either way, I think For HomeBois, game 2, they clearly got really comfortable after game 1's win. They went for almost the exact same archetype. The core identity is the same. Traction pulse into a hook, into a big combo. But they never really got to pull it off because MV just kept on running at them.
Oh yeah, didn't give them time to recuperate, to breathe even. AML unfortunately wasn't able to recover from the damage. 2 items at max he was able to complete. Third one just in the middle on the way. Really needed that extra bit of survivability. Really needed those Queen's wings. Even so, Izanami also getting pretty heavily punished by the last Insanity from Uri. If he gets put down to at least 2/3 of his health, Uri just goes right in. Long lasting, and if you happen to break it early, that means, unfortunately, Izanami dies faster.
Even Val committed to the pull yourself together, right? Like, he really wants to get into the thick of it, but he cannot move. I've never seen a glue getting punished like this, well, except for the previous game. Yeah. Glue hasn't had a good series so far.
Zeno and Val just trading places here. And although Uni was the MVP, I think we do need to give a shout out to Zeno this game. He got some really good catches, locking down Val in really awkward positions. Then that big 4-man fist crack in the backline when Monster Vicious initiated on Val near the bottom lane. He had a great eye for opportunity and the space to do so.
This first pick, Valentina, ended up working out well, right? Again, because of them forcing that Lucas pick. But overall, for MV, contrary to game 1 where HomeBois dominated MV, game 2, MV did the exact same thing.
I think I mean, it is a strange place to be because that game only took 11 minutes 57 seconds, 3 seconds off from actually turning to 12. I want to see how game 3 is going to go. Are we going to see HomeBois back on the blue side and Monster Vicious on the red side to make this happen all over again and be like, who gets exporting first? Don't forget, exporting's a thing.
Yeah, very, very honest gameplay from both teams so far. It's not like they are throwing in some random jabs. They are just going straight for the haymaker, the knockout punch. And the game, they speeds up so fast. The game actually felt longer than
it was so honest that I feel like MV was basically showing their hand in the draft the whole time. Yeah. it literally felt like, please pick Lucas. Please, here you go.
You have to pick Lucas. If not, this doesn't work as well as we think it does.
Erpan was like, okay.
All right, sure.
All right, we'll do it.
We took a game off of you. You take a game off of us. Last one, it's a free-for-all.
MVP, Hall of Famers. We got Rich Guy, who is Uni on the export, the carry, Mel QT on his Beatrix, Sandbag, Val on the glue, and of course the export again, best wingman. 7 kills and 12 assists.
Oh man, the overall team dynamic between both sides, great chemistry, great synergy. Really just boils down to what they can do in the draft and how they adapt according to the game, because we didn't get to see much of that from the side of the HomeBois, right? Not a lot of things that they could have looked at etch value out of the MV lineup, because when you look at the MV lineup, there's no particularly good target to punish.
Yeah, this is an incredibly fast game too, right? Like, the fight ends, MV wins the fight, they start taking space from HomeBois, HomeBois comes back, wants to get resources, MV starts the fight again, and it's just rinse and repeat until HomeBois eventually just broke in half.
Yeah, this fight especially was very important because HomeBois had actually managed to pull all 3 members of MV back towards them, but it ended up being a bad choice because Zeno instantly reflected with a 3-man fist crack and allowing MV to actually pay them back. That gave a huge early game lead from which HomeBois could never actually recover.
Oh, look at that. The 4-man. I mean, so many moments that we see that Zeno is actually able to actually play the game, to be fair, compared to game number 1.
Yeah, and of course, there's the crossbow tank that went off as well. This final fight, the crossbow tank made all the difference. All Mel QT needed was one more hit, one more shot.
Mel QT was doing such a good job. He was literally doing all the damage. The Bennett's Rage and Nibiru's Passion all landed on the targets they needed to. If not for this crossbow, I think Mel could have actually won the fight on his own. And even then, he was still able to trade for Ruff. So close from the ordinary marksman.
Doing extraordinary things. Mel QT cementing himself as one of the race, right? Some people might have forgotten about him, but good to see him back on the main stage. One more game, and we will find out who's the victor between these two. Maybe the lines really are blurred, right? Maybe we really, maybe they aren't really that far apart now that MV is able to match HomeBois' pace and beat them at it.
Yeah, I do think so. Man, we are getting treated to quite a long day here, boys.
Yeah. I mean, it gets better and better, right? I mean, we started off pretty slow, you know. It wasn't the best start to a Saturday, and then it got better. You know, Vamos coming back, my boy AERO 404.
True.
Now this is the crescendo of the day.
Oh yeah, it is high octane, high pacing between both of these teams. I do hope that at least we get a little bit of a taste of what is to come eventually down the line during playoffs, which is happening next week. This could be one of the few matchups people can legitimately get excited for if they happen to meet each other.
Yeah, especially for MV, right? Depending on the bracket that they fall into, which we will find out tomorrow, if they do go through play-ins, they've already set a new record for themselves. Because last season, they fell in play-ins 2-3 against Todak. Which brings me to Ruff. He played with Todak before Season 14.
Yep.
Lost to SRG. And then play against Todak, lost to Todak. Hey, but at least he doesn't have to worry about Todak this season. Hey, Ruff is moving up the world.
I was sad last season when MV got eliminated in play-ins. We were all hoping that maybe a full local lineup can go represent us at MSC, at M6, but Todak denied that. And then ended up getting 3rd place. So I guess MV can technically say they lost the 3rd place. But this time, it's a clean slate, right? This time, they have another opportunity. No more Todak in the playoffs. I'm really curious to see how far they'll get.
They'll probably get further this time now that they have an import, right? I mean, that's the whole entire argument that we've been having with a lot of like, when can we have a full local lineup make it through? Most of the time, you're always missing out one role. So it's easier just to get somebody with experience to kind of fulfill that role and build up your team from the ground up.
Yeah, we came pretty close, right? I mean, if MV beat Todak last season, we probably wouldn't have gotten the greatest lower bracket finals in a long time. Either way, one last game before we close up shop for today. And I think for HomeBois and MV, there's still some holes that needs to be plugged when you look back at both games. It's so far has been extremely brawly, right? Like, I want to see some of the more technical parts of the game when things die down, when we are not fighting as much. What is there left in the tank? And I also want to remind you guys that we have the MPL merch. So remember, if you want to get some, you can drop by the TikTok Live at Sunday on 25th May, 6 p.m. and scan the QR code. We have plenty of designs. If you are here at Stadium Jara or you've been here at Stadium Jara, you should know that we showcase them outside the stadium. So grab yourself one because they all look pretty good.
Hey, don't forget that GoJust as well as Rippo is going to be a part of the $10 ringgit discount drop at 6:30 p.m. So make sure on the 25th of May, happening tomorrow, join us on that TikTok live stream.
Book your schedules right now, guys. We don't want to see anyone absent because who knows? You could be someone going home with a new jersey. You could be getting some new merch for yourselves. Make sure to go check that out. For now, the final game of the day is coming up. Will it be the same sort of drafts? Is it finally time to see something different?
I personally want to see something slightly different. I think all these brawls is gonna it's tiring. Tires the players out too, you know. I don't know how long they can fight like that. Especially in both games, XP laners have been really receiving quite a beating.
We get into the spanking of a lifetime, man. Both games, nobody can take it easy. But it's time to get into the drafting phase. Let's see which side they have decided to be on. HomeBois, good luck.
The fact that HomeBois won on blue side and MV is won on red side, right? It gives us a very good balance of what these two teams, the coaching staffs, have brought to the table. But the ban so far has...
History is repeating itself.
All right, let's speed this up. We know what's going to happen.
Is there really no other ban that needed to be prioritized?
Apparently so. This is what they prepared for.
They're playing chess, you know, this... Well, what is it, London opening for all 3 games?
It's the same thing.
They know exactly what they want. Okay, the Fanny ban here. All right.
Kimmy
first pick.
Kimmy or Kalea.
Kimmy, show us Kimmy. If not, you're changing it up, Punk.
Alright, it's Kimmy.
Also Kalea.
Oh, Kalea.
Kalea.
They're willing to give it over.
All right, let's see. All right,
now we see Kimmy. Pick Kimmy Franco. He just swap drafts.
That'll be so funny.
God, that'll be too
Kimmy
good.
Phobius?
Kimmy Fove?
Kimmy Fove?
Are there any other
Harry Phobius would be the one of the safer ones.
Probably. You can also go like Kimmy Gatot straight away.
That's true.
Surprised at how little Gatot we've been seeing.
We haven't seen Gatot. We've seen like one Gatot today, right? Oh no,
I don't think we've seen
we're still
a
in the
Gatot.
Japanese qualifiers, not.
Yeah. But I don't think we've seen a Gatot this week so far, actually.
No.
Even though it's meant to be a hero that works pretty well into Kalea. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Let's go.
You just have to wish for it hard enough.
Magma changed the game when he picked that Baxia Roman.
He broke the meta. HomeBois, this time around, where are they going to go for, right? They see the Gatot, a direct counter to the setup that Kalea provides. The Kimmy is now gone, but can technically be flexed out to rough. If not, Rundell is more than happy to pick it up for himself. So what's HomeBois' approach to it?
You pick Valentina here for Izanami.
And then you start banning out junglers again? And be like, do you want Lucas or do you want Export? Choose!
Surely the same trick doesn't work twice. Especially against the team who came up with it.
Hey, I don't know here. We might see a Franco from the side of MV.
Okay, I was wondering if they might lock in Ling in advance here. And the Parsa, alright.
It's almost the same as what SRG OG play against them.
Oh yeah.
So Lucas goes over to Uni.
So they'll ban Valentina this time, right?
I have no idea how this Ling is gonna deal with the Lucas.
I mean, there's no need to ban out for the Valentina because Farsa has already been locked in, right?
Oh, that's true.
Lucas, I mean, you already get a 2-for-1, right? Farsa usually combos with Kalea. Gatot, if he can encapsulate both of them in his AOG, that's more than enough, right? Secondly, Lucas does really well in the early game, deals well against Ling in the earlier stages, gets outscaled later on, but even though he gets outscaled later on, Ling can still potentially get one-shot by the Lucas.
Yeah, of course. They still ban out the Valentina. Maybe Val plays Valentina XP.
I guess they're concerned about Valentina XP.
Yeah. We've only seen it once this season, and that was a loss.
Yeah, it did not.
No, we saw it yesterday, actually.
Oh, yesterday
and
as
it
well?
went really well. It was Reza, yes. Reza from AERO. He played a really good Valentina, Lucas.
There's a 50% win rate. In the XP lane.
In the XP lane so far. Valentina gets banned out for the side of MV. Moskov, the follow-up from the side of the HomeBois. Interesting. They don't want Moskov here.
So they want to force the Kimmy to go gold.
I would expect, I would imagine that at least for MV, they at least make sure they get rid of the, what's her face called again? Oh no, Beatrix is right there in front of me.
I think HomeBois is just getting rid of the marksman that can handle backline dives by the Ling.
Oh.
Huh. MV banned the carry.
Oh, so they will play another tank?
Glue?
I mean, I'm all for it.
They could. Now the carry is gone.
There's no risk of fair miss anymore, too.
Yeah. Phoveus doesn't really do enough. In fact, it's a pick that facilitates this entire comp, right?
Yes.
You want to get deep into HomeBois' backline? Who can do that?
Oh, interesting decisions that need to be made here. The first variants we see in a while.
Let's HomeBois read that.
They get rid of Harith instead. All right.
I think if MV really wants glue, you pick it now, right? So you keep this Kimmy as a flex.
If you really want glue, you go for it. Now, are there any other EXP laners that we might be forgetting about?
Not really.
They would take export and put him jungle.
Unless they're looking for like options like, oh, let's get a little bit more mobility. We can play into like, the, what's it called again?
Badang.
Ilos, Badang even, both of which are completely fine.
They end up picking the Badang. Oh, there's so much crowd control.
Yeah.
So much crowd control, so much stagger too.
They're just trying to make sure that Izanami can't really play the game. They've shifted their focus to like say, let's answer as many things in the comp as possible to, no, let's just answer one guy specifically. Yes, it does well into the Kalea, but if you were to switch it to Glue to look to cancel out the Farsa, at the very least Kalea, oh, you hop onto Farsa. Kalea is able to heal you back up. You lose a lot of your value in the middle of that fight.
You grab anyone, Gatot is going to come flying in. You grab the Lucas, you kill your Farsa in the process. Yeah, it's tough decisions. So Granger becomes the choice for HomeBois. Last pick being the Phoveus. So very classic draft from HomeBois.
Very honest. And Gatot does pretty okay into the Phoveus. It's a very non-existent lane.
I think HomeBois gonna need to achieve a lot of things in this game. Ideally, getting some early pressure in with the Kalea Farsa combination, and then setting up for late game scaling with the Ling and the Granger. If they're able to prolong it into the late game, they should, by all means, win on paper. since their scaling should be able to overpower the Kimi, though that also depends on what this final gold lane pick is going to be.
Oh, Jusin.
So it is the Kimi gold lane.
Right? I'm okay with this. Generally, I'm okay with this because the frontliners can really take a lot of space. Zushin is going to be able to punish anybody who kind of sticks around in the fight for too long. And long fights is perfect for Kimi in the first place. So now, we'll see how this plays out because I think it's currently up to HomeBois' jungler Amal to make the difference on this lane.
Yeah, it's quite a low commitment draft, right? They have ways to fight with their cooldowns, but they have also ways to fight when their crucial abilities are on cooldown. So I think for MV, they've diversified their ways to take on HomeBois, but for HomeBois, it's up to ultimates, the airstrike, tsunami slam, and Tempest of Blades.
Well, one thing's for sure, it all comes down to this one final game for pride and glory. Our second and third place of the MPL MY Season 15 regular season will go head-to-head for one final time in the Land of Dawn to determine who truly stands on top of the rest. Let's kick things off, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's begin. First, it's going to be a purple start for Amal. Same goes for Yuni. They're going to be on mirrored sides of the map, but end up on opposite lanes. Usually they started on the same side, but they have different priorities this time round. Looks like the gold lane is right on top, so it's going to be Yuni headed towards Ruff's lane. The HomeBois, Amal, he's going to be making his way down towards Zeno.
See the Wooden's Blessing bringing Izanami to the top lane, but Ruff reached that instantly.
Look at the rotation. Izanami trying to go on Ruff. He flickers away. Now Novax, Kobar, and Roundel are here. And Izanami is in trouble. He may have to flicker out. Yes, he does.
Nice. At least they trade one for one in terms of flickers. The only issue with it is that it's still not going to get back Ruff's EXP and gold. He's still level 1.
Yeah, it's already losing out. So they're trying to bail him out of it. With Nova being around, Ruff charges up his energy meter and then just hot shoves the wave, right? He can opt for recall if he wants to. If not, he can start moving together with Nova and Uni.
Decides to go for warrior boots this time. Wants to make sure he minimizes the damage.
Izanami is really moving on the map right now. Going for Zeno, forces the flicker out, Tempest the Blades. Amal really wants this one. Vel secures the first blood.
Really good rotation here. Even opts to sacrifice the wave just to make it happen.
You break this Badang into pieces and you start putting pressure. Bot, Amal gets to collect all the gold. Here comes a backup. Yeah, he gets away.
I was wondering if I saw that. Yeah, Izanami went for Swift Boots. That's why he's so fast.
The Super Prince Nitro 3000.
Vel has to flicker out. All right.
All right, the Nitro 3000 is working out, right? Because now that means that Ivan has been able to actually gather 2 waves worth of EXP. And Izanami, honestly, he just needs a little bit of that bottom wave to hit level 4. Here, everybody, level 4, perfectly on time.
Oh, it's going to be a pretty even turtle fight here.
Amal is just going to go for his purple buff first before he joins the team. Roundel scattering some intel, but I think HomeBois can stall this out first.
Ideally. Ivan! That was a messed up flicker right there. Feathered Airstrike comes out. Uni will secure the turtle, even though Amal came in. Dark Wave knocks up Zeno. Fist Crack in return on Vel. Right into the Beast Bomb. Vel eats it.
Alright, Vel didn't have to die for you, Ivan, but it is what it is. Valsa Vicious gets the turtle, and now they can start searching for Amal, which Izanami will try and protect. Now QT in the mid lane, quadrant 2.
Keeping.
Slam pulls Nova back. Revitalize keeps him topped up. Uni is here. Tempest of Blades can be committed as well. Wow, Uni explodes to the Feathered Airstrike. Ivan's alive to flicker forward. Sets up on Roundel. Well played.
Magic Worship coming through. Huge. Sorry, Lethal Ignition coming out huge for Izanami. Oh, Ruff.
He's
so fast. Traction Pulse doesn't even stop them. Ruff is stuck between a rock and a hard place. The rock is called MelQT and the hard place is Izanami.
And they're willing to commit MelQT's flicker just for that kill too, to accelerate the game. And now Monster Vision suddenly finds themselves needing to react to HomeBois' movements, right? Some plating topside given over. Roundel.
Izanami is doing so much on the map right now. Feathered Airstrike drops Roundel to 20% again. He's gonna have to back it off after this wave.
And Izanami is everywhere. He is so fast. Heals back up. Purple buff coming online for Amal 2. He's gonna collect it in a bit. Monster Vicious down by almost 2,000.
Small lead, but we've seen how these leads eventually start rolling into big dough. First items are finally in. Hunter Strike completed by Uni, but we haven't seen much of him just yet, right? These fights haven't caused him to use his ult. He hasn't unleashed the beast. And now, Turtle coming back up in 12 more seconds while Ruff is just not being able to farm, right? Hasn't been able to really walk up against his opponents. There's just nothing to hit.
The turtle up. Second turtle up as well. Monster Vicious will be on it first. Ivan does have to flicker back up.
Well, we try it again. Lantern picks up Vel, drops him into the pit. He's still fine though. Izanami looking for a potential flank. Xeno should have probably spotted him there. Traction Pulse locked in Vel. Two-man Tidal Strike knockup. Feathered Airstrike cancelled though. Xeno finds the Farsa. Slays Izanami. Aima looking for the backline. Targeting Ruff first. But the Beast Bomb does so much damage. Forces a flicker out from both Ivan and Vel. And Xeno is not letting him go. Finds him again. Ivan dashes away. Turtle secured by Uni. Monster Vicious finishes him off. Not allowing the HomeBois to escape. Will Melqt be able to punish Ruff? No, he jetpacks out of there.
Oh, Roundel doesn't have enough mana to lift Melqt back. Izanami first item, Genius 1. That is very different. I thought he would opt for the usual glowing.
Izanami drops a very early Feathered Airstrike, but will zone out MV.
As both teams, very long interaction, they don't really get much off of it. Happening on the opposite side of the map, at least Amal is not wasting any of his time, right? He is looking to scale as fast as possible, and the same can be said about Uni. However, Uni actually likes interacting with our opponent to abuse his early game damage. And even if he has to wait later into the game, I mean, sure, he can still have that one-shot potential, but it's just a very, very slow early game.
Uzi finally slow down a little bit. That's kind of what we want to see, a bit of a breather for both sides. I think Nova and Zeno, especially Zeno on this Badang, has been on the money, right? He's getting crucial cancel, he's staggering the right backline targets. An attempt on the Lucas.
Ouch! Look at that damage. And that's why this hero is ridiculous sometimes, you know? Nana missed the fist break, and now he's gonna get jumped on. Still manages to cancel the Feathered Airstrike, but he's 1v3, so Amal will eventually finish him off.
What is the rest of the team doing as they see all of this happening? 3 members down. Oh!
Ivan, does he have the Tsunami Slam? He's gonna delay it, wait for it. Purify comes out from Roundel eventually, and he will ult away.
Oh, good save from Nova. That taunt really stopped Melqt from continuing that Rhapsody that I feel like would have killed off Roundel. But it did force the Crimson Beacon out. Turtle online in 5 seconds. So Monster Vicious are going to be missing some crucial resources.
Speaking of resources, Turtle is up. They're getting some good damage on Ivan so far. Wait,
Feathered Airstrike, they got Uni. Val trying to get the crush, but the Red Tree gonna be used in return. Izanami almost dies to Xeno, but he's able to fly away. AOG comes in, knocks up Val. Amal secures the turtle. Now HomeBois looking for a Tidal Strike, knocks up 2, Revitalize, popped off by Novak's Kobar. Can he survive? Looks like the answer is yes. HomeBois can no longer continue.
They slowly start pressing for the space. No mid-structure. Oh!
Two-man knock-up. The Flicker Tidal Strike picks up Roundel with the Tsunami Slam. HomeBois gets the kill.
They're keeping it clean this time. Really clean execution from the side of the HomeBois. They're trying not to make as many mistakes as they did before to give Monster Vicious any sort of lead.
Yeah, Ivan having to pull yourself together so that Flicker cooldown is going to be lower than usual. 1.5 minutes, I think, at max stacks. That's going to be Melqt getting the Malefic Raw and his first 10 Skypiercer stacks. Top tier 2 is going to be pushed in. And even though Uni shows up, it's really nothing much that MV can do. Right, so they'll try to trade bottom with that minion wave. They will take bot tier 1.
Tsunami gonna stop Xeno from rotating. Should be able to scout out Novak's Kobar as well. Amal is there. They already got the top tier 2. Vel trying to delay Uni's advance to let Melqt get out. AOG going to miss as well, but so much damage from the flash combo. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Uni back into Melqt. He gets the killing spree, and now HomeBois is committing to this. Novak's Kobar dropping low, Revitalize, keeping him topped up, and now the flicker backwards. Ruff picks him up and gets the shutdown. Izanami also gonna be melted away with the double kill. Amal will have to make a disgraced retreat.
Oh man, Melqt really wish he has a bit more of the Skypiercer stacks. All of them were within execution range But now Amal having the Sea Halberd going to help with dealing with Monster Vicious. Still, despite all of that, we're still at a very relatively even game.
This even game might finally have its equal breaker at 6 minutes. Sorry, 6 seconds. Both sides looking for position, and now a higher focus on Ruff to keep him alive as long as possible. As we look at the items, right, he's already got that concentrated energy, he's got Feather of Heaven. In the meantime, his counterpart has already completed 3 full items. MelQT's got it, what he needs to get involved in these fights. Same can be said about some of the supports. Ivan with the Antique, Duras trying to protect himself. I'm not seeing enough MR, and neither am I seeing the abuse of Blade Armor.
Yeah. The goal advantage that HomeBois has essentially all lies with MelQT. He's going to be the crucial target to take down.
So far, HomeBois have been depending a lot on MelQT to hold out these late games, but he still does need the space created to actually get to that stage. HomeBois still have the slight gold lead, but it's a lot lower than what they had before thanks to a pretty solid team fight from Monster Vicious. Ivan looking for a roundel. Tidal Strike will commit to it. Amal enters as well. Feather Strike sets up perfectly for the mega kill. Uni trying to target Izanami, but he is also melted down by the Rhapsody. Novak Kobar with the AOG is a little bit too late, and Xeno will be chased down. Amal not able to land a final hit, but MelQT will find a double kill.
Finally, the tempo breaker from HomeBois. A fantastic fight to isolate and pick off crucial members of Monster Vicious. Without Roundel, it's so hard for Monster Vicious to keep staying in the fight. Without all the Lantern Flare, Uni got control. He really couldn't move, I believe, by Ivan too. So Holy Defense gone solo on the Lord by Amal.
Traction Pulse pulls Ivan back into the Stallion Beam. Fizz Crack also locks him down, but he's able to flicker away. And he survives everything.
So far, so good. The push was all right. They got at least a 1 Holy Defense, although it's on that mid turret. It's not the biggest deal. But the shield now purchased by Nova X Kobar to try to survive the initial burst coming in from Izanami's side. I'm expecting this last T2 to start collapsing down, but from that point onwards, with the Lord in hand, you're looking to start sieging. Fel finally getting that Blade Armor. Now, Ruff is going to have a slightly harder time.
Yeah, and we went from a 800 gold lead HomeBois to 5.8k, a 5,000 net worth advantage just off of 1 Lord.
How quickly gold swings in the current meta. Ivan gonna look for Uni, pulls him back with the Tsunami Slam, and Feather Strike bursts down Roundel instantly. Unstoppable for Amal. Uni misses the Beast Bomb, not able to find MelQT, but he does shut down Amal in the meantime. Another Tidal Strike picks him up. Whoa, Uni! The double kill, and he's still going. The flash combo on 2. He sets up for the rest of Monster Vicious. He finally goes down, but Vel as well will be left in the lurch. 1v3. He's surviving a really long time with all the frontal pursuits. He's still alive. He's still going. Ivan's still here. He's getting killed up. Better Strike. Vel! HomeBois! How are you doing this? They actually turned it around!
Ivan passive, dude, healing out Vel, topping him up, and just like that, 1 fell swoop, all the inhibitors fall in MV's face. Honestly, Ivan's flicker Tsunami Slam was not to kill Uni, it's to isolate him from the fight. He still makes it back in, gets a almost full wipeout on the HomeBois, but the moment he went down thanks to Izanami, it was all Ivan and Vel.
That was wild.
This is crazy.
Both teams really pushing their mechanics to the very edge. 3.4k, all 3 missing inhibitors. That could have been so good for Monster Vicious. They could have sacrificed minimum 1 of those inhibitors, if not saved it entirely if the first engagement when they made contact was cleaner. Overall, HomeBois, they really pulled it out of that one. They were looking like the losing end there.
I mean, both of them pulled some magic from the hat.
Woof.
And you can see MelQT, he stole his Legion Sword. He's like, I need my Winds of Nature.
Yup.
We've seen back and forth games, but I feel like that's the first time we've seen a truly back and forth fight. Because HomeBois started off so good, bursted Roundel instantly, thought they were gonna get Uni. He goes in, he picks off 2, survives all of it, eventually goes down. We think MV is gonna be able to do something now, and Vel says no.
And mind you, he doesn't even have a Thunder Belt. It's a full tank Phoveus, and he just got the Winter Crown.
Gonna be the thickest boy right now. Amal should be easily able to solo this by himself, but Nova X Kobar is taking a lot of punishment. knowing that is good because MelQT... Oh!
Zeno goes in for the fist crack, finds MelQT, flickers away from the AOG. Fender does the beast bomb! Uni finishes off the ordinary marksman, but Amal secures the Lord away, pops the beast form. HomeBois are looking to disengage. They're actually able to escape from it, and look at Amal.
Oh my god.
Is he gonna go for the split push? He actually goes for the mid lane.
Oh, he's gonna end the
Bell
game.
is buying time. He's surviving Winter Crown. He'll eventually go down. Uni is able to get back to the base in time and stop him though.
That was close, Amal. He had 2 ways to work with. It did force Monster Vicious back, but with the death of MelQT and Amal, they get to hold the Lord back for one more time. But when the next Lord spawns, it might just be the evolved Lord. HomeBois gets that one, the game just straight up ends.
This is an insane game right now. I was not prepared for this.
Yo, I don't think anybody was prepared. We expected it to be an intense matchup, but this final game is pushing it to the wire. Still, the advantage is with HomeBois, right? They have a majority of their structures alive compared to Monster Vicious, who have none. And this next Lord should be able to end the game as we are moving on to the 17th minute by the time it actually spawns.
Man, where do we even begin if you're Monster Vicious?
I think we're just kind of speechless right now.
Oh, you look at the damage, right? We're seeing that at least for MelQT as well as Izanami is going to be topping these charts. They're more than happy to do everything. And I think so far, this choice of rapid boots for Izanami has been put to good use.
Oh yes, really helps him to rotate, right? Like he's just using his ultimate off cooldown, clear up waves. As long as they maintain that wave in their favor, victory is almost guaranteed. When you have a Ling on your side, nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of plays have been made, but a lot of outplays at the same time. They're really pushing each other. Zeno flickers, MelQT is able to flicker almost immediately after before getting hit by Nova Escobar's AOG. A lot of good moments, but a lot of things to remember in terms of order.
Going in on Roundel, forcing out the Susin ult, instant disengage. Ivan gets pulled back though. The Tsunami slam, cancel, the fist crack! Zeno!
Oh, no, not again.
Zeno sets it up for Uni! They found the backline, it's a double kill for the Sacred Beast! Amal now gonna be seeing if he can get some kind of split push in. He's already lost 3 teammates and Monster Vicious is 5-man strong, but Zeno is ready to defend. What is happening?
What was that angle? I didn't think the hitbox was going to hit all 3 targets. That was like a hoop-for-all.
Like when the wall forms, it falls behind you and it traps everyone in the vicinity. It is Monster Vicious. They should be able to get this inhibitor. I'm not sure if they can end the game. Izanami, MelQT are coming back. Retribution used. They will brute force their way through, but at least the members of HomeBois will be back in time for the next Lord. This could be one of the greatest comebacks we've seen, right? We've already seen a comeback by JP9ers without inhibitors. But MV doing it against HomeBois?
I mean, I think the HomeBois are honestly cutting it a little too thin here. At this point, you can't let another super play like that go through. You've already given it twice now. A third time, you're really asking for it.
Which is what we kind of established, right? There's very less good targets to grab. You grab Zeno, he kills the whole team. You grab Uni, same thing. What is HomeBois' choice?
Gonna get pulled in, dodges the traction pulse with the flicker. Monster Vicious still looking pretty healthy. Amal is actually on the opposite side. I think he wants to find Ruff if possible once the fight starts, or go for a split push,
the top
maybe. Ivan gonna start things off. Tsunami Slam pulls away Zeno. AOG doesn't really hit anything. Amal comes from behind! Steals the Lord away!
Get out.
Revitalize comes in. Uni gonna keep kept alive. Gets the mega kill back on top of Vel. Traction Pulse dodged again by MelQT. Only one player gets killed in all of that.
It's an item swap by, I believe, by Uni. He lost his immortality. Now he has a Winter Crown. Amal getting the Malefic Roar. MV holds on for another probably minute. But this Lord, it's not the evolved one. So at least MV don't have to worry about a supercharged HomeBois roster running it down mid.
Yeah.
This game goes on.
Oh man, Uni decided to go for the Twilight Armor instead. They're looking for as many engagements as possible, but again, they have to focus wave by wave, right? They can't just simply run it down mid to try and crack open the base of the HomeBois. With Izanami still around, they have plenty of wave clear.
Ivan gonna commit Tsunami Slam on Novak's Kobar. Feathered Airstrike going on Ruff. Izanami dodges Zeno! My goodness, Traction Pulse pulls him back though. Izanami in trouble. He doesn't have abilities. He picks up Ruff. He trades it for himself. And now the title strike picks up Xeno once again. Amal looking for it, but he doesn't have the energy. He doesn't have purple buff. Ivan gonna form the front, but it is still a 1-for-1.
Man, the Pigeon Izanami actually killed Ruff. Now HomeBois is gonna start walking up. Ivan, he should have his Tsunami Slam soon.
They gotta hold these waves.
Monster Vicious doesn't have their gold laner. HomeBois might be trying to force it in with this. Val doing a good amount of poke damage. They've got a fight! Title strike knock up. Sacred Beast Form comes out as well. Flash combo only lands on one. Fist Crack also only on Val, and he's still alive. Revitalized, popped up by Novak Gobar. Never plays the taunt. Amal able to dash away though. Still has immortality. Standing Monster Vicious. Haven't lost any extra bodies. They're still holding on.
Oh, they've chunked them out hard enough, and now they're like, man, this sucks. I'm out of here.
Man, whoever MV better make it through play-ins. If they go lower bracket, they better make it through the lower semis. This is a top 3 worthy performance so far. Rose Gold Media now swapped over for Ruff. The conversion of the attack speed over to magic damage, it all is going to pay off. Gets an extra shield, some extra lifesteal. MV holds on 45 seconds until the next Lord.
What a crazy defense. What a crazy defense. Had anybody not been able, for an example, Uni, the way that he plays this, okay, jump in, push them as far back as possible, try to live, flash step out of there, and have to redo it again to make sure that he collapses upon 2 waves of minions. This is not an easy game to play.
But it is one of the best games we've had of the entire season. So, back and forth. We are seeing such incredible mechanics from every single one of these players. And there are no stakes on this game.
I'm not kidding when I say it. This was, I think, what a lot of people initially expected when SRGOG was play HomeBois.
Yeah. Instead, here we are with Monster Vicious. They've got waves working on 2 sides. But it doesn't really matter. With no inhibitors, they will eventually fall in. They've got to rush this.
Yeah, Amal has to beeline there. There's no time to wait for the next wave too.
They know he's up top. Predator strike. The zone doesn't really do much damage. They also have to send Xeno home just in case Amal goes for the split push. Ivan gonna see that there's no one hiding in that bush.
Unido, he's looking for Izanami.
He's gonna chase him down with the flash step. Izanami, can he fly away? He takes so much damage, but he's not dead quite yet. Uni with another combo. He's unstoppable. And he winter crowns away, but Tsunami Slam pulls him back into Melcuti. Then he get the execute. No, Revitalize gonna heal him back up. Val is on top of Ruff. Wind of Nature comes out. Amal diving into the wall. Tracks over the wall, and now Val and Amal are stuck. But they finish off his immortality. Ivan's on top of it. Facing down Melcuti. Val is 1v1 against Uni. Val gets the shutdown. Ruff has been found! Melcuti finishes the Rondell! There's so many fights happening on the map right now! But only the tanks are left alive for Monster Vicious! And also they have immortality, they don't have the wave clear! They're just gonna try and hold on as much as possible to get 2-man Dark Wave knockup. Tsunami Slam gonna pull him back forward. The taunt, the Fist Crack comes out. Monster Vicious trying to hold on for as long as possible, but they simply cannot do so! HomeBois have finally done it! They have wiped out Monster Vicious! The crystal is theirs for the taking! And what a hard-earned victory it was!
Oh man, both teams deserve their flowers. Either way, doesn't matter who won, this was one of the match of the season. I don't know if we could ever top this. At least not in regular season, maybe playoffs will give us more, but it has set the standards for sure. HomeBois maintain their standings and maintain the fact that they are still the superior team in the long run.
All smiles across the board for both of our competitors. Disgusting game here, and a real treat for our full house here today. All the HomeBois fans are joyful. Even Monster Vicious fans are pretty excited about how this played out. Nobody is disappointed with this best of 3.
It's truly a marathon, not in terms of just game length, not just because we went the full distance, but with how bloody every single game was. Really just pushing the mechanics to the maximum. And that is why we got the Infinix GT30 Pro, man, to give these players the optimal performance. I mean, I think we need a breather. Boji, stage is yours. Take it away.
Ini adalah perlawanan terakhir untuk Monster Vicious. Jadi berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada mereka, guys. Satu persembahan mantap. Rasa macam final tapi dekat regular season. Betul kata Mars tadi. Alright, soalan yang pertama lah kita macam puas hati. Untuk Monster Vicious, hari ni saya tahu bukan hari awak. Kemungkinan ada hari lain, itu dekat playoff. Korang dah lock. Jadi untuk playoff nanti, kemungkinan besar akan bertemu dengan DX Soul dan kemudian bertemu semula dengan HomeBois. Perancangannya macam mana?
Kita akan bantai balik ada orang.
I like that confident. Terus bantai, maksudnya planning macam mana? Meta macam mana?
Kita ada few days untuk prepare apa mistake kita untuk 2 hari ni. Then we should be good untuk playoff nanti.
Baik. So segalanya akan berlaku dalam tempoh kurang 1 minggu saja, betul?
Betul.
Okey. Nice. Suka jawapan. Confidentnya ada sebab korang dah pun layak playoff dan secara jujurnya HomeBois pun bukanlah pasukan yang lemah, betul? Alright, jadi untuk Raf, saya ada satu soalan untuk Raf. Raf, kita ada dekat sini kan, Raf? Raf, untuk musim ni kan, awak belum lagi balas lagi dekat HomeBois kan sebabkan kekalahan hari ni. Awak rasakan nanti bila jumpa mereka dekat playoff, anda kata dapat jumpa, akankah awak balas semula kekalahan ni dekat Mel Kitty sebab korang both adalah the best MM sekarang dekat Mobile Legends MPL ni?
Saya rasa memang saya akan balas balik and saya pun akan panggil member untuk bantai Mel macam tadi. Dia kan panggil member.
Panggil member, bawa kawan.
Ya, dia bawa kawan.
Kusangka by one rupanya bawa kawan.
Yeah.
Alright, ini kata terakhir untuk semua peminat yang datang, family hari ni yang menyokong korang semua.
Coach Arul nak cakap.
Boleh.
Alright, terima kasih kepada semua fans MV, terutamanya The HomeBois dan semua yang menonton di rumah. Terima kasih kerana menyokong kami sepanjang 6 minggu ini dan jangan lupa untuk teruskan menyokong kami untuk minggu depan. InsyaAllah.
Terima kasih, itu dia MV Sodo. Okay, terima kasih. Alright, jemput turun. Terima kasih kepada korang. Dan sekarang, terima kasih kepada anda semua. Pemenang hari ini, HomeBois. Dipersilakan. Anak-anak rumah jantan, ini gelanggang aku. Tempat layaran naksi. Saya tak boleh nyanyi ya, tak pandai. Tapi ini dia pemain-pemain kita. Tahniah. Kenapa jauh-jauh? Sinilah. Sini dekat. Alright. HomeBois, tepuklah sikit. Itu dia. Satu kemenangan mantap daripada HomeBois. Alright, soalan yang pertama, kita nak straight away pergi dekat Val. Mana Val? Di sini Val, ini kita. Ini dinamakan buff water heater. Alright Val, saya nak tanya sikit lah hari ni. Saya nampak awak datang awal. Semualah satu tim datang awal kan. So sebenarnya nak buat apa datang awal tadi? Dah ready sangat ke nak menang? Terlalu bersemangat. Wow. Memang dah plan lah. Hari ni mesti menang.
Ya.
Water heater okey?
Okey lah. Thank you kepada Daddy dan juga semua yang udah give lah. Thank you guys.
Alright. Jadi sekarang Val, korang untuk HomeBois sekarang dah ada dekat upper bracket. Pasti dah lock dah kan? Kalau dah lock kat situ, korang akan berjumpa di antara dua. Kalau bukan DX Soul, Monster Vicious. Antara dua ni, yang mana satu nak jumpa?
AERO boleh, AERO.
AERO dekat atas.
Monster Vicious lah.
Monster Vicious. Sebab kuat eh?
Ya, rematch lagi. Respect. Nice. Okay, kalau kata dah dapat jumpa di EXO apa semua tu, di EXO tak nak. Okay, kita nak Monster Vicious. Sekarang saya nak tanya Imal. Mana Imal? Kita punya The Carry. Sinilah Mal. Kita tukar-tukar. Semua orang kena dapat dia punya slot. Sebab ni adalah game yang terakhir korang untuk regular season. So Mal, sebelum ni kan, Rose pernah tanya awak. Kan, siapa pada pendapat Imal kan yang Imal rasa tak pergi dekat playoff? Lepas tu, jawapan tu salah satunya Vamos. Tadi Vamos pergi. Apa Imal nak cakap?
Congrats.
Okey. Masih selamat. Tapi ada tak rasa macam nak bertemu dengan Vamos sebenarnya? Mungkin nak jumpa lagi sekali sebab dekat hari tu korang dah menang 2-0. Mungkin nak jumpa lagi sekali?
Kalau boleh dah jumpa, kita dah jumpa. Kalau boleh dapat.
Boleh menang?
InsyaAllah boleh.
InsyaAllah boleh. Mantap. Mana kita punya marksman biasa-biasa?
Aku mau beli.
Okay. Mel. Ada satu video. Mel tunjuk ranking tau. Semua tu dia letak dia dengan Raf dekat E, yang lain semua dekat F. Jadi sekarang Mel, berapakah rating untuk Raf?
Dia join orang F.
Join orang F. Kasar. Jadi sekarang dah menang dekat E ke dekat S untuk Mel?
Masih E lah.
Masih E.
Jauh lah, innocent jauh sangat.
Kenapa humble?
Tak, bukan humble, reality. Memang macam tu.
Okey. So korang semua dah ready ke untuk MVP? Dah ready MVP? Korang rasa siapa MVP?
Emal.
Alright. Kita tengok 3, 2, 1, MVP! Alright, siapa?
Abe MVP.
Ivan, okey, Kang sini Ivan. Jarang-jarang sebenarnya untuk seorang Roma dapat MVP. Apa perasaannya dapat MVP hari ini?
Ya bersyukur lah.
Bersyukur. Tapi tak cukup penting lah soalannya. Soalan yang paling penting lah saya nak tanya sekarang ni. Ivan, awak rasa apa yang membuatkan awak dapat MVP?
Tak tahu, aku digendong yang lain. Main-main aja tiba-tiba udah menang.
Kena gendong. Ni macam main party full rank, dia isi slot. Tapi jawapan tu tak membantu. Saya rasa Coach Arpam boleh jawab. Coach.
Aduh, gua lagi.
Bantulah. Rasa-rasanya kenapa peningkatan yang Ivan buat sampai dia dinobatkan sebagai MVP kita pada hari ini?
2 kata.
2 kata, apa tu?
Coach Ivan.
Coach Ivan? Dia yang coach?
Tak. 2 kata. Ivan kuat.
Ivan kuat. Alright. Kalau boleh bagi sepatah 2 kata lah untuk prestasi Ivan hari ini. Apa pendapat coach ni? Adakah dia cukup bagus dan dah pun bersedia untuk melangkah ke pentas playoff? Boleh. Kejap. Jawab dulu.
Apa ya?
Okey, soalannya apa yang membuatkan macam untuk kami menilai dia ni layak diberikan MVP? Adakah disebabkan permainan dia ataupun bagaimana, rotasi ke, setup ke?
Nomor satunya dia pasti leadership ya, soalnya El Capitano.
Okey. Mungkin ada Abe nak cakap
nomor 2
tadi. King Abe. Okey.
Yes.
Korang punya brother, Abe. Apa yang nak cakap? Daddy suruh cakap.
Oh, tak ada soalan
Tak ada, sebab Daddy kata Abe ada something nak cakap dekat fan. Ataupun mungkin nak cakap kat Daddy naik gaji.
Bukan. Alright, so saya mewakili HomeBois, mewakili Daddy juga. Terima kasih kepada yang setia lah. Walaupun bad season kan, last season kan. So untuk tu minta maaf and Alhamdulillah berkat doa semua, kita bangkit sama-sama lah. Thank you Daddy and semua management yang still percaya saya. And kepada semua fans juga, terima kasih sebab percaya kita orang lagi. Kepada Poji juga, tak tahu sebab apa. Tapi terima kasih Poji. Alright. So, saya pun nak kredit ke Botak juga. Botak pun ada dengan saya masa saya cari line up ni. Terima kasih Botak kalau kau tengok. And then, thank you juga ke player-player yang sudi masuk HomeBois ketika HomeBois tengah susah sikit lah. Alright, so guys, jangan lupa dapatkan baju playoff kita, api-api. Kepada fans MV pun boleh juga support baju kita orang. Jangan risau. Kita orang open kepada semua je. Nak tukar sini pun boleh. Alright, tak ada hal. Okay, terima kasih.
Baik. Okey. Soalan yang terakhir saya nak tanya kita punya Izanami. Okay, handsome boy kita. Lafel boy.
Ya.
Izanami.
Ya.
Kita nak Izanami tadi pergi dekat belakang, pergi dekat depan, dan apa yang Izanami korbankan hasilnya berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan.
Ya, betul.
Jadi, apakah rahsia di sebalik ketahanan mental tu? Kena lock tu bukanlah benda yang senang sebenarnya.
Bagi saya sebab coach saya ajar untuk buat play lah. Sebab mid ni tidak semestinya just play safe, just bagi damage. So, mid ni kadang-kadang pun kena sacrifice lah untuk tim.
Faham. Baiklah, ini kata-kata terakhir untuk mungkin ada kawan, keluarga yang berada dekat Sabah ke yang sentiasa mendoakan Izanami dan juga HomeBois sendiri.
Kepada supporter-supporter HomeBois yang ada di sini ataupun yang tengah tengok di rumah ni, thank you sebab support kami. Walaupun season lalu kami kurang perform, tapi season ni kami alhamdulillah lah kami dapat bagi yang terbaik.
Stay true, satu kali.
Stay true.
Itulah, terima kasih untuk Izanami dan seluruh pasukan HomeBois. Jangan lupa pada anda semua yang berada di rumah dan juga berada kat venue ni untuk dapatkan tiket playoff kita, sebab playoff punya tiket dah pun tersedia untuk dijual bila esok malam jam 8. Jadi pada anda semua, cepat-cepat grab dan pastikan anda menjadi orang yang terawal untuk berada dekat playoff ni nanti. Itu sahaja daripada kami. Let's go back to the castle untuk kita bincangkan apa yang special dengan HomeBois hari ini. Let's go!
Thank you very much, Poji. There you have it. MVP of the series is Ivan. Franco, Kalea, the only two heroes he played this series, but overall just a fantastic performance. Credits once more to Monster Vicious for giving us one of the most exhilarating series, even though it literally meant nothing to the team. There was no stakes, but they played it like their lives mattered.
Oh yeah, that felt like a grand finals there, especially with the crowd cheering with every single one of those plays. I mean, Ivan got some people standing, dude, literally on their chairs, screaming for his name. Have my children, sir. Please, you can choose one.
Oh, what can we even say? This was such a good game, though. It was back and forth. There were definitely mistakes, but it resulted in a very entertaining experience where I feel like every single player on the field got the chance to show something off. There were plays being made, mechanics being demonstrated, and it was just a really good time in general.
It's a definition of just a great game to watch, right? You lie down, you grab a popcorn, and then you just let it play out. Every single aspect of the game pushed to its absolute limits. There is no damage wasted, no abilities missing. Every single move has a purpose. I just can't believe that we almost got a witness a comeback from MV.
Yeah, they nearly pulled through, to be fair. They nearly pulled through. And this is with them having no inhibitors whatsoever. It is just raw, can I outplay my opponent? Really nothing else to it. The amount of dodges we see. Honestly, how many stacks does Xeno have at the end of that with his Thunderbelt? Now that I am a little curious about. Did he make... It's 22 minutes, and they were fighting pretty often.
Wait, well, in War Axe. When did that War Axe get purchased? That's all I want to know.
Hey, he probably had to sell it. He probably had to sell it, realizing like, hey, these items are kind of useless. I need to just live. I need to live, sir.
It's like, oh wait, the Kimmy can't kill me anyways. Let me just rub my hands a little bit. The fight is lasting long enough. Let me get down and
literally embodying "I want to live" in that last fight when he turned it around, despite Uni's play. Again, what a ridiculous series this was. And what a way to close out the day as well. Like,
oh, yeah.
As if we weren't exhausted before.
I'm not gonna lie, this one woke me up.
Oh, for sure.
For a good reason.
It was a good game through and through. You could see that both HomeBois as well as Monster Vicious were not willing to give up any of the interactions, right? At most, okay, I'm only here to stall. At most, there's something else happening on the side. Like Husky mentioned, no wasted movements here. Very efficient, but also the second part of Monster Vicious, it was very true to both of these squads. Both squads ruthless.
Yeah, very ruthless and bloody. Every single punch is meant to knock them out cold. And honestly, we also get a glimpse of how far can all these players go, right? How far can they be pushed when they are locked in, when they are, when all the sensory has been unlocked, when they're playing with 100% of their brain power. This is the quality that we get. And this is just best of 3. There's a chance we see them meet again in the best of 5 in the playoffs.
Oh, man.
They put on one hell of a trailer, boys.
They really again, there were no stakes in this game.
They set the bar.
What were they doing, really? It was literally all a matter of pride and ego here, of who would be able to get that victory in the end. And I gotta give props for that. These teams were willing to fight. They wanted that win, even if it didn't really mean anything from a big picture perspective, but oh man.
The mental resilience is definitely a very commendable trait, right? We look at the Hall of Famers, we got Aymar Rich Guy still maintaining 896 GPM
22
in a 22-minute game. Mel QT is the carry, Nova Escobar, Sandbag, Ivan, best wingman. I think this is what differentiates between the top echelon teams and the teams who are still trying to make it through to the middle pack. When a game and a series goes this long, how long can you maintain the state of being locked in, right? Like certain teams gas out halfway through, they start getting sloppy. You know, we've seen examples of that, like JP, Rave, even Vamos, but not these two teams. They are locked in through and throughout.
Yeah, they were in the flow state for a very long time. You can tell after game number 2 where Monster Vicious pulled that back, oh, Udi was going off. He was jumping out of his chair ready for game 3.
He really, really was. Every single one of these players were so ready to levels that we never could have anticipated. The game started off pretty solidly for the HomeBois. We could see that they were able to get the early lead that they played off of in game 1 once again. And at that point, it seemed like we were going to get a similar performance to game 1, right? Especially with Izanami being in so many places at once.
Oh man, honestly, it caught me off guard how fast he was rotating and how much he was sacrificing in terms of the raw wave clear, right? After he gets like 2 items, he basically one-shots the wave. And at that point, that's when you just see him constantly around the map. The early game giving those few minions to Ivan to reach level 4 first to create a winning scenario during the first turtle.
This was the Ivan Vel duo.
Look at bow, punch him, bow.
Gets healed up. Healed up.
So ridiculous. Look at him.
Vel left the fight with more health than he entered the fight with.
Oh, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah, and then another one here. Heimal securing the Lord. Monster Vicious surviving off of everything just by grouping together. Uni doing so much damage to pick off Izanami on his own, but then his team is not really able to follow up, so
just look at this
QT
fight.
is able to whittle him down, and yet still alive.
Yep.
I mean, I was worried for Heimal, right? Like he jumped in when Ruff had the Winds of Nature, that item swap into the last Divine Blade on the ground to get out of that fight. And then look at the backline, look at this, Ivan, Vel.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to be watching anymore.
You're just looking at the carries and seeing how long they can survive, because Ruff bought like so much time when he should have died like 3 to 4 times in that fight.
Oh man, what a great way to end the series. And it was only until this moment that we really hear the audible cheers of the HomeBois fans. But I think MV fans should also be happy that their favorite team put out such a performance. This is the standings at the end of today. SRG OG Esports still at the top with 23 points. HomeBois 22. Monster Vicious confirmed 3rd place. AERO confirmed 4th. Vamos confirmed 5th. DxO confirmed 6th place. Toda, Team Ray, JP9 and Ocean Black, they are not going to be going through the playoffs. Ocean Black guaranteed to be relegated. Now it comes down to tomorrow. Can JP9ers escape 9th spot? They got one more shot against Toda.
That's the only position that can still be affected on the standings now. We already know the top 6, the teams that will be moving on to playoffs. The fact that Todak has not made it for the first time in over 10 seasons is still ridiculous to me, but it really does show a changing of the times. And
wait, now that I just realized, even if Niners get the same point as Team Ray, they
lose
aggregate. They still lose. They lose head-to-head.
Yeah, wait.
They lose aggregate.
Are we locked in?
The aggregate will be tied, but they lose head-to-head.
But they lose head-to-head.
JP9ers confirmed have to play that BO5 for their next season slot. Here's tomorrow's schedule. I know there are no stakes, but I would appreciate if you guys tune in and enjoy the action. Anyways, as we close out our regular season on a high note, we start out with Toda, it's JP9ers, and then we end the regular season with SRG OG Esports against Team Ray.
Who knows? We might get another HomeBois versus MV in one of these matches.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Wild guess which one.
I think it's the Todang Niners one.
Of course, it's the SRG OG versus Team Ray.
You're not wrong. Trap wants to solo kill Innocent. That's why Innocent puts him as S plus rank. Now, it's time to go back to the question that we had at the start of the day, right? With top 6 locked in.
Yes.
And we've seen the top 4, right? MV, AERO, SRG OG, and HomeBois. Does DXS and Vamos have a fighting chance against the top 4?
I mean, unless Vamos really change it up, I think that DXS currently is in a good phase, but I don't think they're on the same level as MV or even the HomeBois.
What about you?
Well, so far DXS has been able to win their series by bringing it to all 3 games. We have no idea what happens to that dynamic when it's a best of 5, right? So maybe DXS just needed game 4.
Just need a game 4 to close it out 3-1.
Yeah.
It is a long stretch, but I am excited to see them play in that best of 5, right? First season from MPL, they make it to playoffs. Some of these players, they play best of 5s or best of 7s, but in the tier 2 realm, right? And when you're on that big stage, I don't think this arena is going to remain like this. Probably going to be more crowds, probably going to be louder. Any final words before we head into tomorrow? I know there's no stakes.
Yeah, I mean, good luck to all of our teams tomorrow. Play your best and put on a good show for the crowd.
This is my last cast of the regular season, so you guys will see me at the playoffs, and I hope that we don't get a game like this tomorrow. Honestly, I don't think we have the energy for it.
I'm all for good games regardless whether there's stakes or not. I just want good MLBB. But that's it for game number 2. It's Husky, Gideon Q, and Sadafa. We'll bid you guys farewell. See you guys tomorrow for the last day of the regular season. Goodbye.
Angkat aku nih. Tuh, nice. Aman sih? Tengok ulti aku. Ayo, cum. Gas. Nuh, gua cecil lagi tuh. Ini dulu nih. Nice. Imo ya, imo. Dia play aku. Aman mau? Ini dekat aku. Full stand goal tuh. Guys, parasnya guys. Nice. Parasnya. Boleh guys. Nice. Alhamdulillah. Nice try. Santai dulu. Aman. Boleh. Franco. Kes. Nice tau. Jaga base. Bantai. Aku aman. Taruh. Tumpah. Go. Nice dong. Aku duduk. Lagi duduk. Tumpah. Aku duduk. Bisain. Alright, bawa guys. Aku ada ulti. Pikir. Nice guys. Ada.
Bertepi kan?
Go kal. Dia tempel gua kan. Aman. Aman. Nice guys. Alhamdulillah. Lukas. Mati. Lukas sama ngau, Cok. Tengok aku. Enggak bisa level. Aku kuat. Tidak balik aku. Alti aku 7, jap. Kok enggak kuat? Alti aku 7. Jap. Kimi tak ada free, Kimi dah terbang kau. Tak ada free. Kata betul enggak berapa? Nice well. Nice. Itu level. Gua cakap. Ada guksin. Katuan. Dapat di rumah. Waduh, paling enggak ada skill 1. Aku kali ya. Angkat. Aku GP. Aku guys. Jangan bobe. Mati tau. Jaga bis. Ya, ada. Aman. Aku. Yang mana tadi? Tengok Lukas. Winter. Ada winter. Bunuh dia boleh? Bunuh dia. Jauh. Posisi padang. Dia no-getting tuh. No-getting. Dong tak boleh lot gak? Loss. Tuh tengok. Kimi. Nice. Tungguannya amal. Kasih tau Mel. Nice Mel. Jadi Mel aku aman nih. Aku aman nih guys, santai. Boleh Mel. Basic attack. Masih mak kuat Kimi. Nice. Kimi masih mak kuat. Bisa nato. Ayo lu. Nice Cok. Koen lu. Defend. Bismillah. Boleh. Tengok jap. Oi. Nice try. Let's go. Nice try.